two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I think we got it going. Okay, we are on our way. So, slow news day, which is good. Which is good. Not necessarily a hell of a lot going on today, but there is enough that I did want to come and talk to the folks. Generally, just to keep an entertaining program. If it is a real slow news day, I don't force it. So we don't have shows every day because every day there's not enough to really, in my opinion, excite the folks and bring a worthy program. But today there is a little bit there, and I want to run it by you folks. Now, obviously, Trump's inauguration is what were we talking about? The 21st, I think it is, of January. So we're looking at about 5.5 weeks, and we'll have Trump back in office. So Trump's time at the helm, Trump's time back in office is getting pretty close. So right off the bat, how you guys feeling? You feeling excited that Trump's going to come back and save the day, so to speak, take our country back, or, his motto was Trump will fix it. You're feeling kind of excited? A lot of folks feel like the country was certainly going in the wrong direction under President Biden and, to a lesser degree, Kamala Harris. So we're getting Trump back. A lot of folks favor the way the country was going under Trump, and they didn't, just a lot of folks. We're talking about the economy, we're talking about border security, host of wars going on. We're going to talk about that. That is going to be featured in our topic today when we're talking about wars going on. But in regards to Trump coming back, we know what was going on this time 4 years ago. 4 years ago, there were a hell of a lot of folks that believed Biden had stole the election 4 years ago. So what I'm going to ask, simply put, is this. Should President Biden, should he take the route of Trump, which is what Trump did 4 years ago? Should President Biden not attend Trump's inauguration? Would that be wrong if President Biden did not attend Trump's inauguration? If you were in the position of President Biden, knowing what happened 4 years ago, knowing that Trump accused you of stealing the election, not to mention a host of other things Trump has accused Biden of, but if you were in President Biden's situation, would you attend the inauguration? We're going to talk about that, obviously. So, and what about from a standpoint of Kamala Harris? Should she attend the inauguration? And last but not least, if the situation was reversed, I got to ask this question. If the situation was reversed and Kamala Harris had emerged victorious and won the election, do you think Trump would have attended her inauguration? Do you think Trump would have been favorable to a smooth transition of power, called her, congratulated her, offered a concession speech? Because, generally all of the presidents show up at the inauguration. So obviously Trump has been president before. So if Kamala Harris won, do you believe Trump would have showed up at her inauguration as well? So we'll talk about all of that. That's just, we always have more than one topic. Today's no exception to that. In addition to asking should Kamala Harris and Biden attend Trump's inauguration, I also want to talk about, you're hearing about Trump's picks. How are you feeling about everybody from Hexef to Tulsi Gabbard? I think he just put Kimberly Guilfoyle on. She was engaged to one of his sons. She's no longer engaged. Kimberly Guilfoyle from Fox News. She's now the ambassador to Greece. That was just announced the other day. But how are you feeling about Trump's picks? Do you believe he has a winning cabinet this time? Now, a lot of folks are questioning and asking, why is it taking so long for Trump to have the FBI do background checks on these folks? Why is President Trump seemingly so hesitant to have his picks, meet the requirements of a background check? This is not something that is abnormal. For the most part, that's kind of the way things have been done. That's the status quo. Your administration goes through the rigors of the FBI. Once you pick out your administration, your cabinet, or whatever the case may be, the FBI gets to run a background check to make sure they are safe, to make sure they, meet the qualifications. Well, for some reason, Trump is hesitant in regards to letting the FBI run background checks on his picks. Why is that? Why is that? We're going to talk about that because you're talking only 5 weeks remaining, only 5 weeks to go, and very few of Trump's picks have had an FBI background check. In fact, they've been talking about utilizing a third party to run the background checks, which is kind of odd. I got to say that is certainly kind of odd. Whereas, why would you need a third party to do background checks when you got an FBI? So that is something we will look into. I'm having, before we continue on, I don't know what's going on TikTok, but I don't know if I got something reset here. I might have to switch the live on TikTok briefly. But in addition to the background checks, I want to talk to you folks about something. I don't normally come on a show and discuss this too much. It's covered on a lot of other folks' live streams. I don't talk about it too much, but today I am going to discuss it because they are currently holding a meeting. The United Nations is currently holding a meeting in regards to the subject I'm going to discuss. I'm going to ask you folks flat out, should America join the free world, join the United Nations in condemning Israel? Now, we know what happened on October 7th in Israel. Horrible terrorist attack, whereas Hamas entered that country and slaughtered over 1,000 people. That happened on October 7th, 2023. Nevertheless, since that event, Israel has been at war, and they've been at war with a host of nations. They were attacked by Hamas. Now, there were others that tried to pile on to absolute no success at all, and that would be the Houthis, and the Houthis coming out of Yemen, another Iran-backed organization. And before the Houthis, there was Hezbollah, which is coming from the north. But these are very low on the totem pole terror groups, for lack of a better term. Very low on the totem pole terror groups. Since October 7th, Israel has launched attacks, obviously in Gaza. Then they moved to the West Bank, Lebanon, Yemen, where the Houthis were. They've had some strikes in Iran, and now they're striking targets in Syria, since Syria's leader, what was his name? Assad was overthrown. They've had a 13-year civil war in Syria, and they finally overthrew their dictator, who's now exiled in Russia. But Syria has essentially no government right now. But yet Israel has went into Syria and bombed targets there. So since October 7th, Israel has bombed Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, and now Syria. Is this self-defense? I'm going to ask you guys flat out, do you see this as operating in self-defense? What happened on October 7th was a terrorist group known as Hamas. But they're all over the Middle East, striking targets. In addition to saying, should the U.S. join the UN and condemning them, should the U.S. continue not only supporting Israel, but make no mistake about it, all their weapons are coming from us. They're getting all of their firepower from America. Now, regardless of how you feel about Israel, understand that the world knows where they're getting all their weapons from. Everybody knows that Israel would not be the powerhouse it is in the Middle East without the Americans supplying them with so much weapons. I'm bringing this to you because one thing should be clear. If we're supplying the Israelis with weapons that they're using to commit all of these strikes, we are a target to the victims of those strikes. It does, whether we're talking about Iran, whether we're talking about Yemen, whether we're talking about Lebanon, Syria, any of those countries, they know without America assisting or supplying weapons to Israel, a lot of their loved ones would still be alive. So this does make us a potential target in the future. So should we stay in it? Should we continue unlimited supply to Israel? As long as they have the money or the favor, we'll continue giving them weapons. Should we tell them to limit or cut it out in any way, fashion, or form? Right now, as we speak, there is a United Nations meeting going on where the overwhelming majority of nations in the UN has voted to condemn Israel. The overwhelming majority of them. I forget how many nations were just on the screen behind my devices here, but it had to be at least 50 nations or more. I don't think I saw more than 5 that were refusing to condemn Israel. So what should we do? Because us continuing to back Israel makes us a target. So that is what we're going to discuss today. Concerns, if you have any, with Trump's picks, or do you feel confident that he's making the right picks? Should Biden and Harris attend his inauguration? And of course, should America continue its support of Israel, considering that Israel is still, let me just say it this way. Very few countries now view what Israel is doing as continued acts of self-defense. Most of the world believe Israel has long since went beyond self-defense, but America has not. So we're going to talk to you about that. Anyhow, folks, you know how the program is ran. Feel free to smash that like button, tap the screen on TikTok. You know we don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. What is this? If we turn our backs on Israel, this is a comment. Coming from Freda Beach Walker, says, if we turn our backs on Israel, God will destroy us. Are you saying, you're telling me that God is telling us to help Israel do what they're doing? Is that how that works? I'm not religious enough to respond to that with any confidence, because I'm not very religious anymore, but this is one reason why I question putting religion in schools. I mean, so in other words, it's almost similar to a holy war. You're telling me that if we do not continue backing Israel, God will punish us. God wants us giving Israel missiles and bombs, huh? Wow, that's some strong stuff. Israel is called the chosen land in the Bible. Says, who are you? What are they called in the Quran? What is Israel referred to in the Quran? I'd be curious to know. Like I said, you're making it sound like it's a religious war when you start talking that way. Talmud says Jesus is burning in hell. Whoa. Talmud is a Jewish holy book. Okay, you guys are coming in strong with this. The Talmud is a man's point of view and has nothing to do with God's inspired word. So if you want to believe the Talmud, go ahead, but quote the Talmud on the day of judgment and see what God says. This is right here why I'm hesitant to bring religion in the world events. People are getting killed by the thousands. Israel lost like 1,200 citizens or so on October 7th. Absolutely atrocious. But the amount of folks they've killed, they probably killed damn near 10 times as many people. And they're still doing it. I mean, they're destroying whole neighborhoods and things like that. And the amount of countries, as I just pointed out, Lebanon, Iran, Syria. I mean, they've bombed spots in Yemen. The amount of places that Israel has bombed. Kind of reminds me, before I go to the box, and I'll go to the box shortly, but kind of reminds me of how we behaved on 9/11. After we lost 3,000 Americans on September 11th, we were willing to go in anybody's country and start kicking ass. We didn't care. We wanted revenge so much. You could get it anywhere. I mean, we weren't going to respect anybody's sovereignty, anybody's airspace, anybody's request. If we thought you were the enemy, we were going to go to your country and do something. And that's why we ended up in places like Iraq and Afghanistan when he was in Pakistan, and we obviously didn't care about their airspace or sovereignty either. We had to get bin Laden, but hindsight after September 11 is pretty clear. We made some mistakes, and tens of thousands of people died that should not have. I think it was President Trump himself when he was going up against Jeb Bush in the 2015 primary. President Trump himself said the Iraq war was the dumbest mistake in U.S. history. That's what President Trump said. So thousands of people died that should not have. My guess is Israel may have that happen to them one day when they may look back and say the same thing. But right now, it's all about revenge. Tim, what do you care about other than money? What do I care about other than money? How about happiness, quality of life? Oh my God, there's a ton of things I care about other than money. I'd rather live to be 100 and poor than to be wealthy and live to be 55. I mean, there's a lot of other things I care about. Humanity. How about that? Humanity. If you focus only on money, I don't know. There are other things I care about. Maybe you yourself. That's it. I don't know. But for me, there's other things. But good question. Going straight to the box rather. And thank you folks that are tapping the screen. I don't know what's going on with TikTok. I may have to switch it over. We'll go to RCF. Good evening, RCF. If the box brings them up, let me look in the comments while that's happening. I believe we should support Israel. They need as much firepower as it can get from all nations worldwide. I'm fine with the notion of supporting them, but you should, at least in my opinion, I'll give the box a chance to reset. Apparently, I'm having problems bringing up a guest. But you should have stipulations on what they can do with the firepower. Like I said, I think the consensus around the world, countries like Norway and all of them were voting against Israel a few minutes ago in the United Nations. The consensus is they're not using the weapons for self-defense. They're using them for offensive purposes and doing a lot of killing of people that don't need to be killed. That is the consensus on the world stage, is that Israel has went too far under the umbrella of self-defense. They're killing too many people. And I'm bringing this up, and I see in the comments, James Moda says, blah, blah, blah. That sounds great. Who gives a damn what Israel's doing, blah, 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 until one of the victims of Israel decides to blow up some type of gathering, event, or something in America, and they cite it's because you helped Israel. I'm telling you, this is putting a target on our back. Right now, as we speak, the powers that be in this country are wondering who the hell are controlling SUV-sized drones that are flying over major landmarks in the middle of the night. That's happening right now in the United States. Now, when I say SUV size, I dibble and dabble in drones. This is a decent-sized drone. This is an SUV-sized drone. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the capabilities of a drone that's the size of a car flying over a major bridge or flying over Mar-a-Lago? They've seen them flying over that. So I'm just simply saying, when you say blah, 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 I don't care what Israel's doing, understand that by continuing to support Israel, knowing how many people are dying when they're using our ordnance, our technology to kill all these folks, it makes us a target. Those countries that are suffering at the hands of Israel know that Israel would not be able to do that without America's assistance. So Keep that in mind. There are car-sized drones flying over this country damn near every night right now. It's being covered on most of the cable news outlets. Going back to the box, Drew. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Hopefully it brings up Drew. Good evening.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. What do you think? You think I'm getting it wrong about the concern about continuing to back Israel?
You know what? I wrestle with this issue. I really do. On one hand, and from the beginning, I felt this. I felt that they could definitely go too far, and I feel like Netanyahu is the type of person that would go too far. But then there's the simple answer that why don't they just release the hostages and everything stops?
I don't think them hostages are alive. I don't think them hostages are around to release.
Didn't they show proof of a hostage not that long ago? Just recently, I thought, of American hostage, no?
I don't, at this point, I don't see the purpose of even keeping them alive myself. If I was part of the crew that took the hostage, they don't killed every one of our leaders. They clearly are not going to stop bombing us. Do you really feel confident if we release the hostages, they're going to treat us right? To many of them folks, they weren't treating them right before they took the hostages. So in my opinion, there's no legitimate reason not to just go ahead and offer all of those people that if they do have any living hostages at this point. Israel has not shown any desire to end the bombing. In fact, Israelis in that country believe that Netanyahu has done little to nothing to save their own kind. His own citizens wanted him to back off on the bombing so that they would release the hostages. So I don't think they're alive.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have questions about that too. I thought I heard recently that that one of the hostages, American hostages, like they sent a video. I thought I heard that, but don't quote me on that.
The thing about
they're probably not alive.
The thing about it is you don't even know if the video is, it's proof that he was alive at one point, but how do you know this video ain't 7-8 weeks old?
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Look, it's really complicated. This is the way I look at it. And again, I don't have a definitive, side that I'm on. So I think Netanyahu is doing what he's doing now. He's creating more future T people, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know you're talking about like Al Qaeda, ISIS.
Right. Yeah. Right. I think he is. I think
Damn right.
Then, on the other hand, he is surrounded by people that want to abolish the whole country, and they don't want that country to exist. And it's such a difficult thing as us as outsiders to really call balls and strikes on.
Well, and I don't disagree with that, but I do believe that stuff like this does not help. And I also believe that when all is said and done, Israel is going to be a larger country. I don't believe they're just acting in self-defense. I believe that some of this is going to turn into a land grab.
From day one, that was my first thing that I said. The first thing that I said was, I hope Israel doesn't use this as a way to get a land grab, because that's been talked about before and everything else. So and I think you're right. I think when it's all said and done, that will be the case.
But what about the United States? If they do try to start a land grab or taking more of Gaza, because Gaza's continuing to shrink, taking more of the West Bank, maybe even starting to go up north towards Lebanon and Syria, should America condemn that, or should America idly sit by and have the mindset of, look, it ain't happening here, we ain't got nothing to do with it, and just let that happen?
Well, I mean, in being fair and being, and keeping the high ground where, when it comes to other conflicts, then yeah, I think they should be. I think they should condemn Israel for doing that. Sure.
So
we use that for a basis to back different countries for that same reason.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But if we condemn them, should we stop sending them weapons? Because that's the only way they can do this stuff, is with America's firepower continuing to be pumped into that country.
Again, if the only threat was the Palestinians or Hamas, that's one thing, but that's not the only threat. I mean, we know that the whole Middle East, in some way, shape, or form, really don't want them there, and they never did. And that's a difficult look. It's a difficult thing, to me, it's a really difficult argument. It really
how about let me rephrase it this way then. How about we are willing to continue shipping you arms, but there has to be some level of discipline on what they can do with them. Just like with Ukraine. We're sending Ukraine weapons, but we're telling them you just can't go blow Moscow off the map.
Right. Yeah, no, there should be restrictions on that.
Okay.
And unfortunately, with AIPAC, it's like they have a stronghold on our government officials. So, that's why you don't see any pushback from our government on things like that. When I think that normally they would. But I think AIPAC's so powerful that's why they could kind of get away with things. But I hate to say that because then on the other side of it, people, the Palestinians elected Hamas, and they don't want Israel there. They don't want them there either. So it's just, you know what I mean? I wish it was like an easy answer, but to me, it's really difficult.
Yeah, but think about how we know October 7th is what allegedly fueled this. But let's go back to October 6th, the day before that. How were the folks in Hamas and in the West Bank being treated? Because even though Hamas committed the act, the Palestinians, as you say, voted Hamas in. They believe that the Israelis were treating them like shit.
Yeah, and look, that's valid. And look, I also have this is something that I don't know if this is gonna, this is for educational purposes only, but supposedly the fence that these people got through on the 7th,
right?
You could supposedly it was so secure that if a mouse went up to this fence, they would be notified of it. Damn. That's how secure this fence was. How did they get through it and be able to do what they did without Israel knowing?
Well, they took a whole damn dump truck. But first of all, you got tower guards and all of this stuff. They actually murdered the people that were in the tower guards. They used whatever it took to take out the camera so you couldn't catch a lot of this on film. And they just went through with bulldozers and shit. I mean, once you got rid of just like if we build a wall on the southern border, if there's no border patrol down there, if you could take out the border patrol within 10 or 15 miles, maybe take out a few of the dome cameras, or you could just drive some type of dump truck or something right through it.
Yeah, you know what? I wasn't aware that all that happened. Yeah. I thought it was a lot less coordinated like that. So if they did what they had to do to circumvent being caught, then I guess that answers that.
Yeah.
I always looked at it like that was shady, like almost maybe Israel allowed it to happen to a certain degree, so they had an excuse to get in there and do what they had to do.
Now they showed up killing. I mean, when obviously they flew in on the paragliders and all of that, but they literally anything that had the job of securing that wall, they showed up killing. And then they just rode a big I think it was not a dump truck, but some really big construction vehicle. They just ran right on through the wall and made a big opening, and then they used motorcycles and everything else to come on in, and that's when they started destroying whatever was living in that neighborhood. But no, they used vehicles, and they had a little bit of a concerted plan to do what they did.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't like seeing what's going on now with Israel. I think they are taking it too far, and I do. It's obvious that they are, and I don't know what the answer is to it. We should exert our might and our financial, at least our financial backing to try to sway their opinion. Mm-hmm. But it seems as though we can't do that. It seems as though that politically within America, that's just like a no-go. Like even on your side, the left was like they had to walk with kid gloves about this whole issue. They couldn't actually come out and say, even if they were really against it, most politicians didn't come out and say what they really thought.
That is true. So what about now under Trump? How do you see Trump as viewing this or handling it?
Well, I mean, look, based on what he said, trying to read Trump, we've all heard Trump's rhetoric in the past, so you try to read what he's saying. I think what he was saying was hurry up and get with it and get done with this because I want the war to end. That's what like when he said, he goes, just hurry up and
Yeah,
get
but
it
that
done.
doesn't say shit. Like when they asked him, "Do you want Ukraine to win the war?" Well, I just want it to end. That don't say a damn thing. I mean, it could end with no Ukrainians left. I mean, he was trying his best to answer it without saying anything about who he wanted to win or not. I mean, his response was simply, "I just want the bloodshed to end. I want it to be over with." Yeah, like I said, that could be dropping a couple nukes on Ukraine and they having nothing left to fight. Well, it ended. I mean, so yeah, he doesn't really tell you much.
Yeah, I guess it's like a fortune cookie. You make out, whatever you want to make out of
Yeah.
it. But when it comes to Ukraine, though, just now that we talked about Ukraine for a minute, I think I think the fact that we haven't even tried to diplomatically end this in any way or have any talks at all speaks volumes about the fact that for some reason, and I have my opinion on that, we want this war to continue. Let's face it, Ukraine is sitting on minerals, gas, food, all this stuff that, if they're in debt to us for the next 300 years, which they will be, we're going to get preferential treatment. Our multinational corporations are going to get preferential treatment to that stuff.
Yeah, I 100% agree. When it comes to the Ukraine-Russia war, I think in America we do want that war to continue going because, like you said, we'll get favors. Russia is obviously one of our biggest adversaries, and we're able to continue dealing a blow to our adversaries without any cost to American lives, just giving them some of our secondary weapons. And we're going to get that stuff back. If the Ukraine wins, we're going to have a huge trading partner. We're going to have access to Russia because we'll get all sorts of bases in the Ukraine. I mean, it's a win-win for America. We don't really have anything to lose. So yeah, I do believe we want that to continue going.
Yeah, and that's where I have a problem with it because I really am like a big anti-war guy, and I see all those benefits, and I understand that what controls the world and all those things do sound good, but at the cost of war, like that's where I draw the line. I have a problem with that.
You just saw
my ideology getting in the way of reality. I understand that to a certain degree, but that's why I have a problem with that war.
Yeah, you
for
just saw. Yeah, when it come to war, people dying. The haves don't give a damn about that. They're focused on how much money they can make off the war. They know they're not at risk of dying. They're not going to be sent to war. They're the ones that are going to make money off the contracts to rebuild the Ukraine or sell them weapons. So you just seen a CEO gunned down on the streets of New York for that type of attitude. But yeah, they don't care. They're focused on the money. I got to move it on though, Drew.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure. All right, moving on with the program. And as do have to ask you folks to tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 10,000. I haven't asked you guys to do that, but tap the screen, show the program some love. Get the likes up to about 10,000. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their opinion. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, up to and including the host. We are all about free speech. We go left to Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. That's how we do it here. Now, in addition to should America continue backing Israel? And when I say that, keep in mind it comes at a cost. Keep in mind it comes at a cost. There could easily be another terror attack on America with the terrorists citing our continued assistance to Israel as a reason they decided to bomb or hurt somebody here. So, but in addition to that, we're going to talk about Trump's inauguration as well. You see behind me on the monitor, that is Trump in January of 2017 being sworn in with his wife there holding the Bible. But we're asking, should Kamala Harris and Biden, should they attend his inauguration? If you were President Biden and Trump had accused you of everything from stealing the last election, weaponizing the DOJ, planning his assassination attempt, I mean, Biden's been accused of all of this by Trump. Stealing the election, weaponizing the DOJ to have him arrested and jailed, attempting to try to take his life. I mean, he's accused the Biden administration of even the assassination attempts. Would you attend Trump's inauguration if he said all of that about you? If you're Kamala Harris, would you attend Trump's inauguration? And then, of course, we'll ask if Kamala Harris had been the victor, do you think Trump would have attended her inauguration? You know, when you become president, all of the living presidents show up at your living ex-presidents. All of the living ex-presidents show up at your inauguration. So Trump is a living ex-president. So even if he had lost, the tradition is he show up at the inauguration of every new president that comes along until he dies. Do you think Trump would have showed up at Kamala Harris's inauguration? Talk about that. So going to the box, yes, to show I'm a bigger man. Wow. That came from Pra TV says, yes, Biden should show up to Trump's inauguration to show he's a bigger man. How well is that working for the Democrats? I do want to talk about that. You know, when they go low, we go high, to quote Michelle Obama. How is that working? How is that working for the Democrats? When they go low, we go high. I wonder if you guys can type in the comments, how well is that working? Let me go to the box. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 10,000. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. I'm asking you to tap the screen, get the likes up to about 10,000. Michael, good evening. Welcome to the program. Would you attend the inauguration if you were Biden?
Yeah, I would.
You would?
I would. I would have to. I would have to do it. You know, I think it's the it's the president of the United States. You got to show some presidential behavior and decorum, not like the other one does. But you can't lower yourself to that standard because he has it. So yeah, I absolutely would.
And if you're Kamala Harris, you attend as well.
Yeah. I mean, again, you have to do what you're supposed to. I mean,
no. Trump is proving you don't have to do shit.
Yeah, I know, and that's my problem. So I would be a hypocrite if I said, well, because he has it, then we shouldn't. I do have feelings about that whole when we go low, when they go low, we go high. But I think they have to attend.
So since you brought that up, let's tackle that. You said you have feelings about Michelle Obama's statement: "When they go low, we go high." What do you agree with her?
Again, I do. From the sake of, if we were talking about normal politics and norms, yeah. Unfortunately, Trump has changed the game. When it comes to that stuff. So I think that the Democrats have failed to be more aggressive in their messaging during the campaign.
Give me an example. You said Trump has changed the game. Give me an example. What do you mean by that? Elaborate on that.
Well, I mean, he didn't. He didn't. There wasn't a peaceful transfer of power when he left office. There wasn't a peaceful transfer, and people don't even really. And maybe they do. I don't want to insult anyone's intelligence, but they never. When we talk about a peaceful transfer of power, there was never them debriefing on the current state of events. That has never happened. I'm talking about from one administration to the next. Right.
Oh, you mean where Trump would debrief?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's what they all do, right?
Right.
I mean, that's what they all do. Obama did it when he came in, and that's what's supposed to happen. But because we've normalized this lunacy, and his supporters think that somehow this is good for all of us, it's not. So a lot of the norms that we've seen in politics over the years don't apply in this cycle we're in right now. They just don't apply.
No. Well, nevertheless, despite all of that, the American people voted him back in by a fairly strong margin. So clearly, whatever he has done in the past, America clearly wanted to see more of him.
And again, that is an indictment on America. Her skirt is up, and we're seeing what's underneath the skirt. It's just the bottom line.
That's a hell of an analogy. So, but then if we're saying that America has reelected Trump, which is undeniable. I mean, he won by a fair margin. So why continue going high when clearly America prefers the route of Trump?
Well, because continuing to go low with that just leads us deeper into this abyss, into this hole. It's sad, It's a sad state of events right now, honestly, because there is no future in conducting ourselves like this. The world is looking at us and going, what the hell are they over there doing? What the hell is going on? Even when you brought up Israel, I mean, at the end of the day, they're our allies. So we're supposed to be there for them. I do believe that if we were united, if the incoming administration had the same approach as the current administration about Israel and about all of the geopolitics that are going on, at least when it comes to the Biden administration, trying to reach out to Netanyahu and, let's not do that. And then Trump saying, we're going to let him finish the job. I mean, those are two extremes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Biden absolutely, Biden absolutely has chastised Israel and spoke, in a manner that they are going a bit too far. And you're right. Trump is pretty much like, knock him out. Do what you got to do.
And I think that matters. I think that matters because, if that's what Netanyahu wants to do, then and he's going to allow him to do it, although he's our ally. You don't think that's going to, if you take the scenario that you said, you don't think that that's going to create more possible T's that want to right. I mean, it's not. So what are we actually talking about? The same thing with Russia and Ukraine. It's we are so diametrically opposed on everything that the world is watching, and Ukraine is going, if he gets in, that's going to happen. Right?
Well, speaking of the potential for acts of terror, have you heard about these large drones flying over America?
I hadn't. I thought when you said that, you were talking about one of Tim's spaceships that he rides on when he comes into your lives. That's what I thought, Tim.
No, I'm talking about SUV-sized drones that are flying over specifically at night. They're not doing it during the daytime for an obvious reason, and they're flying over landmarks. They've flown over a couple major bridges. They've flown over Mar-a-Lago. They've flown over, I believe, a military base over east. I mean, people are seeing them and they're flying very low, but apparently they're really, really loud. But all you can see is a few lights from them, which will give you some sort of inference on the sides of them. And apparently, when they're spotted, the lights are going out.
No, I haven't heard about that. I really haven't.
Yeah, somebody says Philadelphia as well. Yeah.
Nothing would surprise me in the climate that we're in right now. Nothing. I literally mean nothing, because the stage has been set for all this nonsense. People voted for it. A lot of people voted for it, not knowing what they were voting for. They just were buying the rhetoric, and that phrase FAFO. It's a whole lot more to it than just the Board of Education and Project 2025, although those things are real.
Well, he keeps saying that Project 2025 is not his creation. He has nothing to do with it. He's not going to implement it. In fact, he said on Meet the Press this weekend, he don't know nothing about it. He still hasn't read it. He don't know nothing about it, he said.
I understand what he's saying. And again, he didn't create it. I don't think anyone ever said he created it.
True.
But to say he doesn't know about it, to say that he's unaware of what it is and what he means, we all know that that's a lie at this point. And if you haven't, you just don't want to know. That's just the bottom line. Because you can't have people that you've nominated to be in your administration that have contributed to that document. I mean, here's the thing: the right wouldn't believe that shit if Biden said that.
No,
not at all.
That's a great point.
Listen, Tim has the nerve. It's funny. I just want to read. That's why I was talking. I asked you to ask him yesterday, what kind of gas does his spaceship take? Because Tim be on the weirdest, crazy shit.
We had a great conversation yesterday, though. In fact, he gave me some things I wanted to look up. I haven't got a chance to look up, but we had a really good conversation. Yesterday, he was good. He was good yesterday.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Tim. So he can give you things to look up, but when he says Project 2025 is fake news, how can both of those things be true? How can you be so deep into facts on one side of the aisle and never read something on the other side about Project 2025?
Well,
right? It is real. Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy to me. It's like you give all these facts. He wants to talk about all these cases, but Project 2025 is fake. But I can prove that it exists, and I can prove it was implemented in Trump's first term by executive orders that are in both documents. What he did and what's in the doc. How is that fake news?
Yeah, at this point, it is a very difficult pill to swallow when someone suggests that Project 2025 is not real or that Trump doesn't know anything about it, because there is so much messaging and discussion of Project 2025 that you'd have to be insane to believe that Trump hasn't at least tried to familiarize himself with this. Like, what the hell is this that they keep trying to pin on me? The fact that the notion that he don't know nothing about it and has never read it, that's insane. But he did go and Meet the Press and say that.
Right. Well, he did. But then Kevin Roberts and the Heritage Foundation, I sent you that article. Didn't I send that to you a while back? Where the Heritage Foundation, from their website, said that the Trump Foundation has implemented 68%. Project 20. I sent you that, right? That was from their website.
I suppose they'll say it's all by coincidence that Trump never had anything to do with Project 2025. Their agendas that are somehow aligned with each other, and it happened by coincidence.
Yeah, right. So that happened by coincidence. And listen, Tim, I'll land my plane here, and then I'll let you move on to some. It's listen. At the end of the day, people are unaliving all over this world, and we're over here playing semantics like this is a game. It's not a game. No. It's not a sporting event. It's not a sporting event. When I hear people say, Trump won or they won, right? MAGA won. Ask yourself, what did you really win?
They won. Wait. I can answer that for MAGA. You ask, well, what did you really want? We won cheaper groceries. We won a better economy. We've won a secure border. We've won our neighborhoods, our cities back. We've won our children back in schools. They're not going to be turned to other genders. This is what they would say they've won.
No, that's what they would say. I know what they would say. But that doesn't mean that that's what it is, Tim. Okay. You and I both know that, right? Okay. This whole thing about transgender is ridiculous on its face. Because the whole population is less than 1% of, it's all bullshit. So I'm not saying that it's not a thing. I'm not saying it's not the thing. Cheaper groceries.
It's overhyped. The transgender thing is greatly overhyped.
All of it's overhyped. The groceries and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Because when he was asked about that in the Meet the Press, what did he say? I can't guarantee anything.
Yeah. But that's a smart answer. And he actually, I think that Trump's answer on that, when they asked him, he said, I can't guarantee anything. I think his answer was brilliant because he also followed up by saying, I don't want to be like Biden on TV saying, I'm going to never pardon my son. I'll never do it. And then get caught in a lie. So I got to say how he answered that was actually pretty damn good.
I don't disagree with you. I thought the way she answered the question was shit because he said that when he gets it, it's all going to be better. The grocery, he said that on the campaign trail all the time. People that are listening, that are in the rallies, he said all that
is
stuff.
True.
So now he doesn't want to own it when he's asked the question. He has been allowed not to own his own shit. He's just been allowed not to own it. I mean, think about it. He said, I can't guarantee anything, but you did on your campaign trail.
Yeah.
You guaranteed these things. That's what you ran on. Don't solve the border so I can run on it. That's what he said. He got him to do it. He ran on it, right? He won. And now he's talking about mass deportation, which would cripple our economy. But people don't understand that.
That's going to happen regardless. The mass deportations, I think is 100% guaranteed they're going to at least attempt to do that. I think the guy they put in as a border czar is really good at doing that. And when I say really good at doing it, I mean he's going to do it to the point where you may think he's going like Israel. Netanyahu is really good at taking out the adversaries. You might think he's going over. I might think he's going, but he's really good at doing it. This border czar, he's going to be really good at getting rid of people that don't belong over here, or that people perceive don't belong here.
100%. And when she asked him that question, he said he basically was tongue kissing Tom Homan in the mouth. But then he said he agreed with it. But they're willing to break up families to do it.
That's what America voted for, man. I got to move it on, but America knew he intended to do that. They voted him in anyway. All right, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, bro.
Thank you. And by the way, folks, I was talking about the drones. I got the 5 on Fox playing on the big screen right behind all of this equipment, and they're talking about that right now. They're what they call the ticker at the bottom of the screen or whatever. The main subject for each segment, it says mysterious drone sightings over Rock, New Jersey, and they're saying that the governor is demanding that they be shot down or whatever. So there are big ass drones. They're saying that these things are the size of SUVs. Remember the balloon? Remember the white balloons that were floating over the United States, I don't know, 60,000 feet up or whatever, and they were blaming Biden for doing nothing about it. Well, now they're talking about drones. I would put it on the monitor behind me, but it'll cause me to get copyright strike. But they're talking about it on the 5 on Fox right now. But you can see pictures of them. But like I said, they're only out at night. for clandestine reasons, of course. So all you can see is the lights coming from the drone. Like the one I've been holding up, for instance, this drone has 4 lights on it as well. These little circles in the corners, they all light up so you can see orientation. Now, this drone, I don't have the ability to turn the lights off while it's in flight, but I can see pretty good when it's up there. But if you got an SUV sized drone, I mean, you can put everything from infrared to FLIR. I mean, you could really make good determinations on how to take out structures and things like that. If you got that much, I mean, you can put a lot of equipment on a drone that size. I mean, hell, the one I just held up, you could put a lot of equipment on that. But a SUV sized drone, damn, wow, that thing could be carrying ordnance. So, and there's several of these flying over the United States. So we'll see what happens there. They are Iranian drones scoping out the United States coastal infrastructure, says Gen X. Well, the first question would be obvious. Where did they get launched from? You're saying that Iran is a long way away, so you're not going to launch a drone from somewhere in Iran and fly over the United States. There's no way it has enough fuel or power to go there and come back. So that's why the United States has bases everywhere, so we can be pretty damn close. But I don't know if Iran has the capability of launching a drone, flying over the United States and returning back somewhere, unless they got somebody stationed in Canada or somewhere that's on the low. My guess is there's somebody in the United States that may be perhaps working for Iran or some other rogue nation, but drones don't have that kind of range to do that. So we'll see, but they absolutely need to catch one of these damn things ASAP. They really need to do something about that, because that's frightening. That could really lead to mayhem. Just the drone itself, if you're sitting in the stands of a game or something like that. So you're sitting there watching Monday Night Football. Just the kamikaze drone itself could take out probably a few dozen people. With nothing on it, if it's the size of an SUV. You don't even need to put any weapons on it. But if you start adding weapons and ordnance, oh my God, the damage you could do with that. Anyway, look at it in the comments. Or a submariner mother vessel off the coast. Yeah, I don't think Iran has submarines with those capabilities just yet. I don't think Iran has that. And I'm gonna assume that getting a submarine into, getting one that close to America, we got a lot of detection capabilities in the water. I don't think Iran has those capabilities. My guess is someone here in this nation assembled that stuff. Could be funded by a rogue outfit or a terrorist outfit or whatever, but somebody assembled that in the United States, and it's originating and ending in the United States. That's my guess on it. Real quick, continuing on with the program. Our Air Force is testing equipment and laughing at us. Aaron, it could be. That could be possible. I mean, that's happened throughout history. Weather balloons were mistaken for aliens and things like that, but flying over Mar-a-Lago? Ooh. I don't know. To me, yeah, I mean, it could be, because it has happened before, but that's not cool. that is not cool to do that. I've seen those drones in shows here in Florida. Stick through SUV sized drones. You've seen drones big as cars at shows in Florida. I've not seen them that big. That's pretty big. They're saying these drones are the size of an SUV. That's pretty damn big. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with Mr. Walter. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Should Biden and Harris attend the inauguration of Trump? If you were Biden, would you attend Trump's inauguration?
He probably should, and he probably will.
Yeah, he definitely will. He invited him. Would you have invited him to the White House like Biden did? Shook his hand on camera and all of that?
I wouldn't. I'm a petty.
You breaking up. I want to hear it too. I heard the word petty.
I did invite him, and he's gonna go to the inauguration. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, so you would not have invited Trump to the White House.
No. I mean, I really feel like this man is a danger to this country. We shall see, but
thank you,
he didn't. Trump didn't do it to him.
No, Trump. Well, Trump was saying he stole the election.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That goes, so far against what's the norms that they're done. We keep playing by the norms, but they're not. So
I'm gonna ask you what I'm gonna ask you what I asked my last guest. Do you favor what Michelle Obama said about when they go low, we go high? Do you think the Democrats should still continue doing that?
No. At the time she said it, I was like, yeah, I'm proud of her. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And but now, after what everything's happened, I don't think so.
So
I think we got to
go ahead.
Fight fire with fire, so to speak.
Wow. But if you're Biden, you're going to the inauguration.
I mean, he will, and he probably should. But if it were me, no, I wouldn't go.
Okay, because keep in mind, not only did he say Biden stole the election, he said he weaponized the Department of Justice and tried to have him arrested, and he even blamed him for allegedly trying to assassinate him. I mean, he's blamed all of that on Biden, and that's not even all of the stuff he's blamed on Biden. I mean, he's blamed Biden for a lot of stuff. So, you're going to go up and shake this man's hand?
I know, exactly. And he did. He already did it. So, Trump played the part. He wasn't an asshole, when he did go to the White House. But
wait. He's never an asshole when he wins. As long as he's winning, everything's perfect. I mean, it's a fair and just election. It was, America has spoken. It's only when he loses that he acts like that.
That's not true. He's always an asshole. I mean, him telling, the Canadian Prime Minister that they're going to become the 51st state and he's going to be governor. I mean, that's just an asshole.
I disagree with you. I think when things are going well for Trump, he's not an asshole. If all of a sudden Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada secures the border, he'll be speaking favorably of Trudeau. He's a good man. I've met him. He's decided to do the right thing by the border. Just like with Michelle Obama, he said all that stuff about the Obamas. And when you look at the transition from power, when Obama's left the White House, he actually gave Michelle Obama a kiss on the cheek and he shook Obama's hand, all friendly. When things are going his way, he's a really nice guy.
Yeah. Honestly, I think this dude is just unpredictable. Yes, he can put it on, but you don't never know. I mean, whatever's going to serve him, he'll do. If it serves his interests at the time, he'll do that. That's it. It doesn't matter, Hey, I wanted to give you, I don't have a ton of time tonight, but I wanted to give you one piece of information, which you probably maybe have seen if you're watching Fox, but one of the U.S. House representatives from New Jersey went on Fox News today and said that the drones are coming from a mothership from Iran, which you just discussed a little bit. But personally, I do not believe that.
Yeah, what kind of... Okay, those drones are the size of a damn car, and you're telling me there's a mothership that can hold... I mean, that thing would have to be huge. That would show up on the radar. How the hell I don't believe that. I don't believe Iran has those capabilities.
I don't believe it either. Not to mention that these things are being spotted all over the world. I mean, it's in Africa, India, England. So this is not a phenomenon that's Iran.
Well, shit, if they're all over the world in all of those countries, that might actually be us. When you start talking about who has the capabilities to do shit like that, America and China are the only countries I can think of that can really do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but follow the logic. Why would they do that? It's not going to help anything for us to.
You can get all kinds of surveillance and information. I mean, they were even able to show where America has been spying on Israel. We spy on everybody. I mean, I can see America doing that.
We don't tell anybody about it. They already have that ability to spy on everybody.
True.
Everybody's walking around with a recording device, a location detective device every single day, every single person.
Yeah.
You don't think the NSA could tap into your phone?
Yeah, but imagine if you could fly an SUV-sized drone at treetop level over a foreign country. I mean, you could have that thing acting as a cell tower, so you could pick up conversations. I mean, you could pick up all of the radio frequencies from the police. I mean, you could pick up a lot of stuff that you can't get from a satellite.
Why put the lights on and scare everybody?
Huh?
Why put your lights on and blinking lights and scaring everybody? It doesn't make any sense. Our whole, reconnaissance program is based around stealth. We already have drones that can see from way up high.
Well, the reason you have the lights on is because, okay, if you're flying a drone that's being controlled by some soldier out in Nevada, then yeah, you don't need any lights on it. It's working off the set. But if you're talking about something like this, like the drone I fly, it has lights on it so that the operator myself on the ground can see the orientation of it. And that's what I'm thinking, is that there may be people within visual range of this actually controlling it. It may not be being controlled by some distant operator. That's why the lights are on.
To me, and I disagree. To me, it's either the lights are there to let people know that shit's flying around and happening, or it's something like you said. But I personally just don't believe that. I think they're just.
Why would you leave the lights on?
Or things are, or whatever.
Why would you leave the lights on? You haven't gotten permission to fly, so you're violating the airspace, because you have no permission to be up there at that low altitude. So, I mean, why would the lights be on otherwise, other than, like I said, some ground operator that needs to be able to see for orientation? But, I mean, clearly, people...
technology advanced enough to fly an SUV-sized drone. They don't need blinking lights. They don't need them. They could just be, a stealth thing. It just doesn't make any sense to me that it would be the U.S. or any other government entity. I mean, if it were some like China, maybe they're just trying to scare people with flex or whatever, if they're able to have some tech that we don't have. I just don't believe it's happening that way, because they had an airport shut down in China recently because of the same thing. They've had it in, Sudan, South Sudan. They've had it, like I'm saying, literally, this is happening all over the planet right now.
I mean, just imagine, though.
Just literally now, it's happening now.
I mean, just imagine the damage you could do with something that, because the payload capabilities of a drone that size is significant. I mean, something that size can carry quite a bit of weight into the air. And when you're talking about stuff like C4 and explode, I mean, you don't need much of that to do a lot of damage. I mean, so I hear what you're saying. The technology is quite advanced if it is state sponsored, but if it's some terror outfit making this kind of stuff, yeah, they would probably be more along the lines of somebody who needs the lights on and things like that. They're not going to be operating from hundreds of miles away. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The FBI or whoever testified that when they get close to them, they go dark, meaning they can't track them anymore on radar. An SUV-sized drone is going to show up on radar or LiDAR, all the things that they have and that our military has. They go dark. Who can do that?
Yeah, I don't know. It almost seems like you would need to have some sort of government standby drone, because it takes time to put a helicopter in the air and all of that. I mean, but something you can put in the air pretty quick that has night vision capability so you can see what the hell this is, but you don't know where to have it stationed because you don't know where these things are going to pop up next. I mean, whoever is putting this stuff in the air, like you said, they have a wide envelope of where they may fly. You're talking about in other countries as well, but even in America, they're flying it all over the damn country, so you don't know where to be ready to see it.
Yeah, we had one of the admirals said that they have reports from pilots that up to 50 of them were coming up out of the ocean.
Damn.
Off the coast of New Jersey. So
that's kind of that sounds like kind of what Gen X was indicating, talking about it could be a submarine or something launching this kind of stuff or whatever. 50 of them coming out of the ocean?
Yeah. That's weird shit, man. Weird days. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's human.
That sounds like a line from The Predator.
I honestly, I just don't see any actual, logic for them to, if it's a human in any capacity, to be showing themselves like that. They would do it stealth, like they've done forever.
So what do you think it is at the end of the day? Somebody just fucking around?
I don't. I think honestly, it's some entity that's not human, and they're making themselves known for reasons I don't know. I do think they've been here for a long time. I don't think they're necessarily,
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. You're saying you think this is some kind of alien or something?
Yes.
No. You believe in aliens?
It could be interdimensional. I don't know, man. Look, I follow this stuff, but honestly, if you look at it, and I'm not a crazy person, I'm really not, but if you look at it,
you're talking about aliens now. You said you're not a crazy. You're talking about aliens.
I hear you, but I believe in that shit. So.
All right. Wow. Okay. All right. I gotta move it on, man. But damn, I hope you are wrong with that. That's the last thing we need. Oh my God.
It's scary days, man. I'm telling you, look into it. There's a whole thing on TikTok.
TikTok is going to tell me what I need to know about aliens.
And there's a lot of people recording it, and there's a lot of videos on it. Shit's crazy.
Wow.
All over the world too. Anyway, I'll let you go, man. Have a good night.
You too. Appreciate it. And what was the movie that was out with Will Smith? Independence Day. In fact, most of the alien movies where we have some kind of encounter, that's how they end up all over the world. I mean, that's they're flying over Rome. They're flying over the big. I mean, it's usually over landmarks. They're flying over the Statue of Liberty, or they're flying over the White House. The aliens always know where our major landmarks are, because that's usually where you see them flying. But he said all over the world. Wow. Aliens. I'm not quite there. How many of you folks believe there is something out there other than just us? How many of you folks believe that? Now, me personally, I think I could buy into that probably more than religion. I think I could buy into that more than because the universe is vast. The universe is vast. I mean, so there's no way we have not explored probably even 1% of the universe. Something put us here. The notion that it can't put something else somewhere else, I believe it's possible. I don't know if I believe we are being visited by alien life right now, but that's an interesting topic to take on it in itself. I mean, and you watch the depiction of alien creatures, they're generally human-like. Even the most, the ugliest alien you can come up with. Let's say the one with Sigourney Weaver in Aliens, or even the alien they used in Independence Day with Will Smith. It still is some kind of creature that has arms and legs, a head and eyes. It still looks similar to, the beings that we all have come to recognize. An alien could be anything from bacteria to something that is, as large as a planet. We just don't know, but just to fit our narrative, aliens always tend to look somewhat creature-like. It has eyes, it has arms, it has legs. Even you watch Starship Troopers or something like that. They got legs. Still it's the same thing. They got legs. They got eyes. Who knows what it could be? Who knows? But hopefully we're not dealing with nothing like that. That's frightening. Anyway, looking in the comments, I'm a pretty ugly alien, says William. Okay, so the Jersey Devil is the UFO. We don't know. I don't want to go. Well, keep in mind, a UFO just means an unidentified flying object. If you make something and you fly it at night and they can't identify it, it's a UFO. Doesn't mean it came from another planet. It just means an unidentified flying object. Going back to the box, all we know is what's happening in New Jersey is, in fact, a violation of our airspace. Captain Obvious, it's a great name for what you just said. Yeah, it's a violation of the airspace. So whoever's flying these things around, it's a crime just doing it. But then when you're flying it over sensitive targets and things like that, it makes you wonder what's on the mind of whoever's controlling this stuff. It's hard to imagine doing this for where they're flying them. In my opinion, it's hard to imagine somebody doing that don't have at least some sort of sinister intentions. At the very least, you're trolling you're trolling the powers that be in this country, because it's all the way up to the upper. I mean, you got the Biden administration and stuff talking about that now. So you got to have at least some sinister intentions to be doing this. On the light end, you're just trying to troll government officials and spook everybody. On the dark end, it could be, acting proactive before some type of major attack or something like that. But I don't think anything good is going to come out of this. That's just my take. Looking in the comments, this is an Elon Musk intervention. I don't think so. Our military has admitted they cannot stop these things with conventional methods. What would be the conventional methods? Okay, you generally put up heavy radio frequency interference, because something has to be controlling it. So it has to be receiving some sort of radio signal and transmitting one to the operator. So I suppose that would be the first thing you would do, is see if you could actually jam the RF frequencies of it, assuming it's working on RF or whatever the case may be. But what would be the conventional methods to take down a drone like that? I don't. Now, when you say that they can't take it down with conventional methods, I don't believe that, and I'll tell you why. I believe that it's a matter of they're not. If you know that this thing is going to be flying over the Brooklyn Bridge at 8 o'clock at night, I think we would have plenty of methods to take it down. The problem is it's coming up in unknown locations, and there is no equipment at that location to take it down, and it's gone before you can get something there. I believe whatever it is flying around, we have the ability to take it down. We just don't have that there when it's happening. You're not ready for it to pop up. It's only there for a brief period, and then it's gone. So you don't have time to organize whoever would be responsible for taking it down. But I believe we could take it down if we were aware of where it was going to be. Wow, now the 5 is one off, and what follows the 5? Is this Brett Bear or whatever? But they're still talking about it. I'm looking at my monitor. Fox News is now their next segment says new questions and concerns over drone sightings, eye in the sky. So it's definitely big news on Fox. They're definitely talking about it. Denkel, good evening. Welcome to the program. Mystery drones is what they're talking about on Fox. Is it bulletproof?
Good question. Is it political?
Say that. No, I'm reading somebody's comment asking, are the drones bulletproof? Well, you don't want idiots shooting up into the sky looking like Shock and all in Iraq, just blindly shooting up into the sky. We don't want that. But he's saying, is it bulletproof? No way to know. I don't think anybody's ever hit it. You've heard about these drones, didn't Cal?
I'm just finding out about them now. I don't know. I think it's. I don't know if this is fear-based or what, but they're showing these drones in the sky flying around in bunches, and they're saying that some of them have been located above military bases and stuff like that.
Right.
Ain't no way the government don't know what it is, and the damn sure ain't the government, because we got plenty of places we can test fly all of these specialized aircraft. We got Area 51. Like, we got places where we do this kind of training. This stuff flying around, making a lot of noise is not. It's not government technology. We already found out during when they took out Bin Laden in that raid that we had new helicopters that were stealth and didn't even make sounds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so you don't believe this is something that the U.S. owns. You do believe it's either a personal craft or it could be something sinister.
I believe it's a personal craft. I don't necessarily believe it's sinister, because you don't do dry runs if you're going to like murder people. Like you develop the technology, you test it, and then you put it up there to do a job. You don't fly it around the country so everybody can see it, get NORAD and everybody involved, then try to attack some people. So it doesn't make sense on that level.
Well, but wait a minute. Did China not do a dry run with those balloons going over the country?
Uh, well, they did a dry run, but that was just to get instant reconnaissance, and that was it. It wasn't to later on come back and try something else.
Well, you don't know that. I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but you don't know that
now. And if that was an indication that these other people should have got it, like, yeah, it got across America, but it got shot down. So, yeah. And there was a big outcry. And obviously, if you've seen another balloon, it will get taken out the moment we seen it because of we seen somebody do or attempt something.
Right.
Now, I don't believe that this is, I don't believe it's American technology because it's too primitive. It's got lights on it. Like, we've got infrared and stuff. We don't need lights on any kind of craft we're going to use for stealth technology.
Yeah, that's what my last caller was saying. Now, this is if you see on the monitor behind me, that's one there. I guess this is on some off-center news site, but this is one flying over New Jersey, and they see, what is this? It's a New Jersey resident spot unusual activity. Now, that thing is really lit up. So, right. but man, for them to say that
somebody trying to be secretive about it. It couldn't be like, I'm seeing the thing, and it's got red. It's got like Christmas lights on the thing. Like, you look at all of those lights on it, and it's showing every color. If you were trying to do something sinister, why would you? Yeah.
Well, but you're flying over New Jersey's airspace. You haven't got permission to fly. That in itself is kind of sinister. You don't have the right to be at that altitude. I mean, you're in a way of low flying aircraft like helicopters and personal Cessnas and things like that. That in itself is bad.
It is. I'm not saying that it's not like dangerous or whatever, but it could be. It could be a group of rich kids sitting down laughing and shit because they got these fucking drones and they fucking with everybody and everybody around the country. And I don't know. The other guy said it's happening around the world. That's not what I'm saying.
I haven't heard that. I have not heard that.
Right. When I go look at this, and anytime I could go outside and I could put out on social media that I seen the dang on a UFO in my area, and they could put out a hotline, and probably 1,000 people in my area would just go out there and be like, I seen it too.
Yeah. Piling on. But I do see, this is coming out of Fox 29 Philadelphia. There is an article where somebody is claiming that it was an Iranian mothership behind New Jersey drones. That's what this is titled, Iranian mothership behind New Jersey. I'm actually curious. I don't know if they're going to copyright strike me for this, but I don't know how long this video is.
I just seen the people, the people.
Right now, elected officials.
Go ahead, say that again.
The people from New Jersey saying the people from the White House saying it's absolutely not an Iranian mothership. That's been something that just floated around. And just like I said, you could say that and it'll pick up and it'll catch fire the same way you about to show this on here, and everybody's gonna be like, well, it's probably an Iranian
drone.
What
did you said the White House released a statement saying this is not an Iranian drone?
Yes, they said this is absolutely false, is what the young lady said at the podium. She said that's not. Okay. That's not what it is.
Okay. Well, the fact is they don't know what actually it is or where they came from. So some degree,
yeah, but they don't look. Saying there's a mothership out there and Iran has the capability is bullshit. And
but here's the problem though. You're going to say it's not an Iranian drone. I mean, it's not an Iranian mothership, which sounds insane. But you're saying it's not that, and you don't have to worry about that. But then then what is it? Well, I don't know. Then how the hell are you not? How can you be sure that?
But then we can say that about anything. Why is it not a Russian mothership? Why is it not a Chinese mothership? We know from the technology that we have, which we spend 10 times more than everybody else on technology. We know that, like, launching a drone from a dang under the water is going to be a technological feat that we know Iran has not spent enough money to develop. And let alone, would they use that technology to come over here and do a couple of test flights over New Jersey?
Well, right now, and that's one of the topics of the show. I was asking, should we continue back in Israel? Right now, with us continuing to help Israel kill tens of thousands of people, yeah, there are people that probably want us hurt because Israel cannot continue hurting so many people without American assistance. So I don't know if Iran is behind this, but I'm sure they wish they were.
I'm pretty damn sure, and nothing is 100% positive, but my understanding of technology, of capabilities of other countries and our countries, as I've been out there, I've seen drone helicopters 15, 20 years ago when I was serving in the military, and we were launching them and test flying them over there in the Red Sea. Like, I know about technology to know that the Iranians ain't doing this shit. But somebody said it on the internet, and now everybody is. There's going to be an explanation of this stuff, and it's not going to be. I don't know how. You saying somebody violating the air rights in their particular city could be considered sinister.
Well, it's a crime. Put it this way: if you're doing this, you undoubtedly know that people in your city are concerned with what you're flying over the town, and you ain't told nobody what you're flying. You know you don't have permission to be up there flying that because it's on the news all over your city. That's sinister. You know you're breaking the law and you're enjoying it. You know people are looking for you, or looking for what you're flying. Every time you fly that, you know people want to know what the hell that is, and you're scaring people. Yeah, that's sinister.
Well, I mean, it's whatever definition. We can agree that it's something sinister.
Yeah,
it's
wrong. It's wrong as the days is long.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And like I said, not to mention, you are a collision hazard because personal crafts don't generally have radar. If you're flying a personal helicopter or a small, ultralight or some Cessna, you don't have radar. And the tower is not tracking this thing either because it's flying so damn low. You are a collision hazard.
Right. Well, luckily for us, they got lights on it so you can see it.
Yeah, but the problem though is
it might be sinister, but at least they following the rules of the road up there.
Well, not necessarily, because even with lights on it, if you're flying a small craft and you see this thing ahead of you, whatever, it's not going to move like a regular plane or helicopter. I mean, this thing is going to go in any direction, can change altitudes at a snap of a finger. So even if you were trying to dodge this thing, if whoever's controlling it don't see you, they may suddenly zip right in your path because these things fly very snappy. They fly in all directions, and they fly unlike any regular personal craft that we normally fly. So even with the lights, you may not be able to dodge it.
I haven't seen or heard all of that about its capabilities.
No, it's a drone. All drones can do that. I can do that with my drone. I can suddenly go way up quick in altitude, drop instantly. I can go left, right. I mean, I can go in all directions real quick. All drones do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no pushback as far as it being a hazard to other flights that's in the area. Yes, they're breaking the laws. Yeah, but I'm not gonna go as far as to just start talking about a mothership off the coast, and we don't know nothing, and we got Washington D.C. right there, and we got subs in that water. We got. I mean, you can have F-16s, F-20, we can have those flights out there in literally minutes.
Yeah.
Off the coast of New Jersey, there is no mothership off of New Jersey launching SUV-sized drones, and we don't know what the hell's going on.
The problem, though, is if it was just a sighting of one of these things, it could be some crazy Yahoo. But the fact that there's many of them, and they're hundreds of miles apart, is concerning. I mean, you got one over Mar-a-Lago, and you got one over New Jersey. In the same week, in the same couple of days, that means there's more than one operator out there doing this.
Did they say it was some over Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah. Yeah, the other day it was one over. Yeah.
That's probably Elon Musk then. Because they got all of the technology out there. Have you seen the technology they got that's guarding Mar-a-Lago right now?
Well, you would assume they got plenty because the president's home. That's his home. But I mean,
Yeah, but I'm saying he's got AI technology. He's got those robot dogs and stuff roaming around the perimeter of his of Mar-a-Lago. It's a lot going on over there.
There's always somebody bigger and badder than you. So maybe
Starlink. You got Starlink out there. You got all kinds of stuff going on out there. So if they were able to, I understand that traditional radars can't maybe see this stuff, but I think satellites can lock onto this stuff and figure out.
Not if it's flying nap of the earth. Even a satellite may have. I mean, certainly if it's not putting out any serious signature. And electronic products don't put out the heat and all of that stuff. If it's flying nap of the earth like really really low, seeing it at night from space may not be that easy. I mean, because like I said, my drone doesn't get very hot, so it's not going to show up on infrared. And I don't know if you could from space. I doubt if you could see it. Something the size of a car.
Isn't that a kind of contradiction? Because you were saying it's flying so high that planes might hit it, but now you're saying it's flying so low that nobody can detect it.
No, it's not a contradiction because personal aircraft fly pretty low. They're not flying hundreds of thousands of feet up. They fly low. They got to land. All of that. It could be crop dusters are obviously flying very low. I mean, plenty of personal craft fly pretty damn low.
Yeah, but they don't normally crop dust at night.
I'm talking about, I'm giving you personal craft though. I mean, it could be anything from ultralights. It could be a whole. I'm just simply saying personal craft do not fly very high.
Yeah, I got you. I didn't want to spend my whole time talking about aliens and stuff like that. I just really wanted to comment on one other thing. You were asking if Biden should attend the inauguration or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he should. Even though it was a hard pill to swallow, I think he should have invited him to do the traditional, what do you call it? Invite him, have a sit down, have a conversation about the transition. I believe that we should continue doing our norms and traditions, even though the person that's coming in does not, because one way or another, there's going to be the end of this MAGA thing. And the funniest part about all of this stuff is he keeps talking about taking us back to a time when it was better, but he's breaking all of the norms and traditions that were back then. It doesn't make sense to say, I'm going to take us back to when everything is great, but he wants to break all the traditions and norms and, the historical things that made us what we are. Like, why would you
they also have yet to define when they say taking us back what that involves, because obviously people of color is like, well, what the hell are you trying to take us back to? So I mean, they have yet to even define what that even means about going back again to something from history. I still don't know what that is, and I get asked that all the time. When was America great? I don't know what they're talking about on that, but
I will end on this note. It was something that was mentioned by Martin Luther King. I don't know if he was the originator, but I would say the arc of history bends towards justice. So that just because we're going through a tough time right now, and we see somebody that we don't believe should be in that position, and he's breaking all of the norms, and he's pushing the limits of our government and how it's structured, and he's bringing in all these these billionaires and these unelected representatives, and they're doing all of these things, and they're trying to change what the Constitution says. Ultimately, I have to hope that quote is true. The arc of history bends towards justice.
Yeah. The problem is we may not live to see that if it doesn't bend quick enough. I gotta go, then, Cal. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
And I wanted to respond in the comment section. Somebody pointed out, I don't know where it went. Somebody said the government satellites can read a license plate or whatever the case may be. Yeah, because he asking you, could you see it from space by satellite? Yeah, a satellite can read a license plate if it knows where to aim down. But if you're just looking down, scanning the countryside, trying to find this thing at night, that's a different task. If you know a car is, if you know the coordinates of where a vehicle is located and you aim the satellite right at it, yeah, you can read the license plate. But scanning the countryside at night, trying to find this thing flying around, that's a whole different ball game. when it's not putting out any heat signatures or anything. And even like with my own personal drone, the lighting aims down. So if you're looking at it from above, like say a satellite, there's no light on the top of it. So it's not going to be putting out any light to be viewed from above. So let's say they had a police helicopter or something out at night trying to find this damn thing. Even if the lights are on, they're not going to see anything because the lights aim down so the operator can see them. And also, somebody asked another question about, do you have to have a license to fly these things? If they get big enough, you do. I do have a license. I don't know, like on this one here, you can see the numbers. I kind of have it written on the side there, but I do have an FAA license for it. But yeah, you do have to have that. And certainly, if you're flying something the size of an SUV, goddamn, I don't know what that would even be. I've not even seen what a personal drone looks like that's the size of an SUV. Other than some of the stuff you see on YouTube where it actually can fly a person can get in it. But an unmanned drone that you can purchase as a citizen that's the size of an SUV, I haven't seen anybody even making anything like that. So that's pretty damn big. Going back to the box, and and think about the amount of battery to power it. Damn. I mean, like the one I have, this is the battery that powers that thing. It probably weighs 2 or 3 pounds. You know, it is this battery has a lot of power, but the power is the size of a damn car. Jeez, I mean that would have to be huge. That's yeah, it is a helicopter. It's a helicopter-sized drone. Like you said, it's loud as hell. They're claiming that the thing is really loud. Going back to the box, tap the screen, get us on up to 20 thou. We'll continue on with attacking the ignorance. Oops, wait a minute. I don't hit something wrong here. Good evening.
Handsome.
Hey, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Hey, yeah, I got a drone too, but I have to, I have to put my name on it and a number. And then when I fly, I have to put in when I want to fly. And it's just a regular small, yes. And I have to stay under like 400 feet. It says in a certain area. It gives you these little ratios and stuff like that. But anyway, hey, I don't know. You know what's going on with Trump with all he's attacking the undocumented, wants to do deportation and all these things, right? Yeah. I don't know if you remember a while ago, I was up in your broadcast in the morning and I said, I made a comment about, watch out with Trump. What they're trying to do is attack people. And I said, they're going to be taking away the rights from the black community. And you're going to have to go to the back of the restaurant to get your food. And we're going to have water faucets for black and white. You said, really? You think that's going to happen? I don't. Like I said, I can see the look on your face. You're trying to.
Do I believe they're going to do that? No, I don't believe that's going to happen.
No. I was saying this, and then you asked me. You said, "You really think they're going to do that?" And I said, "Yeah," because we were having that discussion. I said, "Yeah." With the way things are going with Trump, attacking people, wanting to attack people, want to try to charge people like the January 6th committee for a crime when they're doing their legal obligations. Now, DACA, and they're going to say, well, he said in his interview that if a person who's undocumented, they're going to be deported, the family can say, I'm going to go with you. Like he wants to do away with.
He's not immigrant friendly. I think that's pretty obvious. Certainly, if you're a brown immigrant, if you're a brown immigrant, he's not your friend.
Yeah, and he wants to do away with their comment of anchor babies, the 14th Amendment, Section 1. Anybody who's born within the boundaries of the border of the United States. It doesn't matter the immigration status or a person who gives birth, if they're a citizen or an immigrant, that baby still is a U.S. citizen. He's wanting to do away with all this stuff.
But I will tell you this, to some degree, he kind of has a mandate because even a lot of liberals are in favor of getting rid of the anchor baby, getting rid of illegal immigrants. That's widely popular even among a lot of liberals and independents. And even, like I said, even anchor babies. I've talked to Democrats that want to change that. So while what he is saying sounds harsh, it sounds like a lot of America favors it.
Well, the thing is this: if we're going to do the anchor babies, then we'd have to get rid of his kids because hold on, watch. The babies were born before they became citizens.
Oh, damn. Well, you know is do as I say, not as I do. So it ain't gonna happen to Barron.
Yeah, and it's kind of like when Trump was talking about the chain migration, where like Melania became a citizen and they're bringing her mom and dad in.
Yeah.
He wanted to do that. All these, I can do this, but you can't, like you just said.
Yeah. But you really think that there's a possibility that we could go back to legalized discrimination where, like you said, blacks got to sit on the back of the bus and drink from separate water fountains? You really think the Trump administration will be favorable to that?
And like I said, when I said this a while ago, about a year ago, if not longer, I think that because he's trying to separate straight white Christians from other people.
How do you? What is he doing to make you say that? What is he doing to make you say he's trying to separate straight white Christians?
Well, what has he said in regards to they're poisoning the blood of America?
Yeah, but he's talking about immigrants, not black people.
I understand that. But what's the next step with the black community? What's the next step? Women's rights. What's the next step? The LGBTQ community. If you're not a Christian, you're not an American. All these things, all these dominoes that are falling in regards to the people that he wants to put in place. Look at the things that he's trying to do with removing veterans' rights now. Are you a veteran?
No. But I've heard, I'm not.
$119 billion from veterans' health care. Elon and Vivek want to cut all these things that they're trying to do. They're literally trying to make America not lose the white percentage and have other minorities become above the white percentage.
There's no chance of that happening anytime soon, though. Like replacement theory, when you look at the percentage of whites in this country as opposed to Hispanics and blacks, replacement theory would be generations away. I mean, there's like 200 and some odd million white people in this country.
I understand.
Yeah, there's only 350 million here.
I'm still seeing Trump's one, like, make America great again. Handsome, what was the answer to this when you've asked your people who've come up in here?
My answer of what does make America great mean, I personally believe, I guess the best way I can lighten or sweeten it up is to say that the African American and people of color experience was not even considered they're just looking at like bring Christianity back in the house, the nuclear family, Christianity back in schools,
right?
The tradition. They're not even considering the experience that blacks and people of color went through back then. They're just simply doing it. They're saying this from a standpoint of, I want to go back to a time when America was a great country, maybe for whites. We're not even thinking about what blacks went back then. So make America great.
See that domino that you just put there? You just put that domino. What I'm trying to say is they're trying to diminish people in the black community as well, because when was America great again, according to them? When whites had
all the power,
this, that, and the other thing. So that's what I'm seeing with Trump. I mean, again, his words, his actions, him lying about, I don't know anything about Project 25. Now I know things about it, but I don't know everything about it, and I don't know anything about it, but I like this about it. All his word jumbo. And again, with the people that he's putting in place, billionaires, family, donors, right?
Yeah.
And what about this? What about some of the black politicians that were supporting him? Brian Daniels.
They didn't get any cabinet positions where you're going. Tim Scott,
Wesley Hunt, all these guys, no cabinet positions, but boy, were they up his butt,
Yeah.
And I'm just seeing all these things. Now you have Don Jr.'s So I think he's dumped
His ex,
her.
his ex, but she's only the ambassador to Greece, so she doesn't have a strong position. Are you talking about Kimberly Guilfoyle?
Yeah, but I mean, like father, like son. He cheated on his wife, dumped her. Now he dumped her and got another girlfriend.
Did he cheat on Kimberly Guilfoyle?
Huh?
Did he cheat on Kimberly Guilfoyle?
Oh, he had to because he was with her for a while. Now he's got some other chick on his arm.
That could just mean they broke up. That don't mean he cheated on her.
Oh God, it's a trait within the Trump family. Come on, be serious.
So you obviously don't think highly of the Trump family.
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, not with all the lies that he puts forward. I mean, come on. He attacked the Haitians in Ohio, knowing that it's a lie about them consuming animals, and he doubled down after he was told, no, it's not true. The governor, the mayor, the police chief all come out and say this is a lie. What did he do? He doubled down. Yeah. All these things that he has doubled down on to get the white male Christians and the females who don't care about him assaulting women. I mean, come on. I mean,
now let me make sure because I'm just going by now. You're not a minority yourself, are you?
No, I'm a 66-year-old white guy who stands up for people's rights.
Wow. All right, I like it. I just wanted to make sure because generally, when I get a guest on this that is as strong in their convictions as you are for minorities and civil rights, and it's usually somebody of color. But to have a white person talking like you don't get this that much.
Rights. And I don't want criminals. I don't care if it's a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. My thought process is I look at ethics, morals, and family values. Trump doesn't have either one of those.
Damn.
Does he? Does he have ethics?
Well, he does some unethical things, but I mean, all politicians.
Does he have morals? I'm hated more than a lot of people on here. You know, when they see my name attacking the ignorance, I get kicked out of broadcast if they're Republicans because they've heard that I will hold them accountable and I will show documents, transcripts, videos of things that Donald Trump has said.
Yeah, now, but we're all about free speech here, so you'll never get kicked out of here for your opinion.
Oh, I know that, and I've been listening to you for the past couple of years now since I've been on TikTok, and I've been up in your broadcast maybe 7, 8, 9 times. And the thing is this. We've talked about Ukraine, Biden, Hunter, all these things. You know, we've done all these things. And, you know, I respect everything that you do. You bring a platform to let people talk. But the thing is this. You got the right saying we need unity. There's too much division. Okay, great. Has Donald Trump done anything in regards to criminal activity? No. Is he a convicted felon? Is the 34-count convicted felon? No. Well, you're not going to have unity if you don't tell the truth. Okay, if you cannot own up to what Donald Trump has done, you're not going to have unity. And we don't have to bend over to kiss Trump's butt like you people are who support him. If you can't be honest about what he has done, whether it be assaulting women, lying about documents, lying about this, lying about that, whether it be business fraud, loan fraud, lying to the federal government about the documents in Mar-a-Lago, the attack on the Capitol building. If you cannot own up to it, then we cannot have unity. If you cannot say, yes, he did this, let's talk, let's work things out, you're not going to get it.
Yeah. Well, how do you respond to this? Now, guess what on YouTube now? Strong statement. He says, for fuck's sake, grow up. The election is over. We need to find someone new to beat Trump in 4 years. Let it go. Now, I got a host of things to say. I mean, my mind is just literally going insane off of that. But how would you respond to that?
The Republicans are upset that the Democrats are not yelling voter fraud, attacking the Capitol, and beating up cops like they did. We haven't said anything in regards to that. We said he won. We knew he had a chance to win. And now you get to F around and find out because of what he has said and done. But the Republicans who support Trump, have lied about the election in 2020 for the past 4 years, have pushed that he was stolen from Donald Trump for the past 4 years, lie about the Capitol building being attacked for the past 4 years. The thing is this, no matter how you look at it, it is Donald Trump is the catalyst to what's going on. If he would have accepted the loss in 2020, there wouldn't have been a rally at the Ellipse. There wouldn't have been an attack on the Capitol. There wouldn't have been 7 people who lost their lives in regards to the
7? Wait, 7?
Yes, there was a total of 7 people who lost their lives from the actions of the Capitol. The woman who was trampled at the front steps of the Capitol, right at the doorway,
7?
she was trampled.
I'm not aware of anybody who lost their life other than Ashley Babbitt. You're saying 7 people?
Yes. You have the 3 cops who had PTSD hit them back right after the Capitol attack. They unalived themselves. You had Brian Sisnick, who did that, who lost his life from the chemical spray, but they're saying it wasn't the reason why.
Yeah, I don't think any of their deaths were actually officially ruled as being caused by January 6th.
But think about this, Handsome. If there wasn't a rally, there wouldn't have been those attacks. There wouldn't have been the spray. The woman wouldn't have been trampled. The guy wouldn't have zapped himself in the gonads with a stun gun. He had a heart attack. You have the 3 cops who had the PTSD hit them back, and they committed unaliving themselves because PTSD brought them back.
I don't know.
So you had
7 attributing 7.
I have the names. I can send them to you.
Do
all
that.
The names that are done.
Do that. That's give me what you got. Yeah. That's a show in itself. I know Ashley Babbitt. That's the only one I attribute is Ashley Babbitt.
Unless you follow me back, I'm going to send it to your DM. You won't read it or see it.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and I just gave you a follow there. Go.
All right.
I'll move it on, but send me what you got. I'm dying to see that.
I'll give it to you.
7.
I have them. I put them on my page. I put them on my videos.
7. Wow.
Yes. 7 people lost their lives in relationship to that attack. I mean, Handsome, think about it. 140 cops were beat up, right? Right?
There was some violence, yes.
If there wasn't a rally, they wouldn't have been beat up, correct?
True.
If Trump would have owned up and said I lost the election and not lied about it, there wouldn't have been all these dots that connect to the attack on the Capitol. I'm sorry, if he would have said I lost, good job, Joe, better luck next time.
Yeah.
But he did it. He caused.
Yeah, I do believe that if he had conceded the election, we could have had a lot more peace in America. But 7 deaths is where you got to send me that. I need to see that. I'll move it on.
I'll send it to you. I'll give it to you in about the next 30 minutes.
Roger that.
Pull it up off my videos.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. All right, moving on to the program. Dennis Calhoun says Trump invited President Xi Jinping of China, invited President Xi to his inauguration. Really? Wow. I don't know where it could go because obviously China is an adversary and Trump has reached out to some of our adversaries. If he does reach out to Xi Jinping or, he reached out to Putin, he reached out to Kim Jong-un, if something of significance comes from it or in regards to his last term came from it, I think it's a decent point. I think that would have been an accomplishment. But unfortunately, him meeting Kim Jong-un and meeting Vladimir Putin, nothing came from that. At best, we can say under Trump, there was no major conflicts between those nations. And Kim Jong-un of North Korea temporarily did not instigate anything by shooting missiles up for about 6 months. That ain't much to brag about, considering he invited Kim Jong-un to the White House. That ain't much to brag about. So, yeah, if he want to have Xi Jinping at his inauguration and all of a sudden it ends up with us having really good relations with China and not constantly being at war, in this, I don't want to say, almost like a Cold War. We're not quite at a Cold War state with China, but they clearly are not our friends. If he could improve that relationship, yeah, he'd have something to boast about. But if he invites the guy to his inauguration and he serves his 4 years and it ends up like our relationship with Putin or our relationship with Kim Jong Un, where there's nothing that came out of it, I don't see the purpose of it. He also stopped a major exercise for Kim. What do you mean by a major exercise? Travelman. Going back to the box, looking in the comments real quick, I want to make sure I didn't pass up any super chats, which I did. Ed G says, Rep are not mad. Rep are not mad. We are Trump dancing while you guys cry. Oh, you said Republicans. Republicans are not angry. You are Trump dancing. You know, he looks like he's jagging off two guys at once. What you're saying is the Republicans are not mad right now. They are dancing while the liberals are crying. Well, I do believe there's some of that. There are some Trump supporters that are happy and basking in liberal tears, so to speak. But there are some others that are angry. I mean, the whole cry for vengeance is a measure of anger. Yeah, they went after him. I want to go after them. Then that's anger. There are plenty of MAGA that are angry as well. They're not all dancing. There's some angry MAGA out there calling for revenge. That's anger. Real quick, looking in the comments. Every year, the United States and the Pacific countries have a major exercise called RIMPAC. And what are you saying that meeting Kim Jong Un? You said he stopped a major exercise for Kim. I don't listen. I do believe when Trump met with Kim Jong Un, yeah, it may have. You said it stopped that exercise for Kim Jong Un. The point I'm making is this: nothing long term came out of meeting with Kim Jong Un. That's the point I'm making. Whether you want to talk about RIMPAC and he stopped that for that short period of time, or he didn't fire any missiles over Japan, whatever the case may be, nothing long-term came out of Trump meeting with Kim Jong-un. There was no treaty signed, no deals made, nothing long-term came out of it. I mean, Trump has had probably 100 rallies since he met with Kim Jong-un. Notice he's not really bragging about anything they accomplished together. Nothing came out of it. Gavin Newsom cleaned up San Francisco for Xi Jinping when he visited. That is true. And gee, that did happen as well. Because people in San Francisco were complaining, why don't you clean it up when we come here? I don't see it being a major detriment if Trump invites Xi Jinping to his inauguration. I don't see it being a major negative. Vladimir Putin, yes, because we are essentially at a proxy war with Vladimir Putin right now. Xi Jinping, there are going to be some people that don't favor it. Just like if Kamala Harris had won and she invited Xi Jinping to her inauguration, I think some MAGA would have had a problem with it. There's going to be some people that have a problem with it if Trump does it, but I don't see it. I don't see where it's being that bad. We'll see. There are some people who are going to complain no matter what. Some people just are going to, haters are going to hate, so to speak. Continuing on with the program, Gen X, one of my subs. Good evening, Gen X. World leaders see Trump as the loudmouth, silver-spooned infant he is, says Furback. I think there are some world leaders that do respect Trump. I think there are some that don't. You're saying that world leaders see Trump as a loudmouth. How do you handle that, Gen X? And I know you're MAGA. Now, Furback in the comments says that world leaders see Trump as a loudmouth, silver spoon infant that he is. How do you respond to that?
Oh, man. I want to know how the aliens see Trump.
As avoidable. Probably avoidable. If you're an alien, all you got to do is get a couple spaceships together and in bright lights put up, Trump is the best world leader in history, and you instantly are in his good graces.
I want to touch on that a little bit, if it's okay, Tim.
Sure.
I think that it's unlikely that we're getting visitors from another planet, galaxies, whatever. There's too much distance, too much time. Andromeda is the closest galaxy to us. Traveling at light speed, it takes like 10,000 years to get there. I don't think that's possible. I mean, I'm not going to say impossible.
I don't think it has to come from Andromeda. I mean, we haven't studied Mars or Venus or any other planets in our solar system well enough to be 100% certain there's not life forms there. I mean, keep in mind the spectrum that you and I can see with our eyes. There's other wavelengths that go beyond that. It could be some shit you can't even see. I mean, we haven't studied the nine or 10 planets in our solar system. We haven't studied those enough to be 100% certain there's no life on those.
You know what makes more sense to me? What I believe is a lot more likely.
What?
That maybe, just maybe, what we're witnessing is a terrestrial on Earth higher intelligence that's been sharing our planet for a very long time, that until recently been unknown to the majority of the human species.
Do you really believe this? Are you trolling me? You really believe this?
No, I think it's possible, and here's why. Mr. Walter was correct. This phenomenon has been reported all over the world. I mean, there's mass reports of these craft coming in and out of our oceans from both civilian and military sources. You got to consider that less than 3% of our own oceans on our own planets have been explored. Yeah. Less than 3%. Throughout history, we've got legends and folklore about Hollow Earth and the lost city of Atlantis. Maybe some of that shit is actually true, or a degree of truth to the stories.
You're scaring me, man. You're scaring me. I hope you are you smoking over there? You're scaring me, man.
Well, I'll leave it with this, and we'll talk about something else. Again, maybe this unknown phenomena that possibly shares our planet is fully aware that the human species or surface species dangerously close to the point of no return with the nuclear conflict. Ooh. And now they're coming up and saying, motherfuckers, if you destroy we got some skin in the game. You blow the planet up and you're fucking killing us too.
But are we really that close to a nuclear conflict right now? You don't see. I mean, I think we were closest to that during the height of the Cold War with Russia. You don't think we're that close to that right now, do you?
I think we're closer than any of us really want to admit. I'm like you. I don't believe it either. But I think that the reality is, we launched long-range missiles, American missiles, into Russia after Putin said, "Don't do that." And as soon as we did, he used his subsonic shit, and we stopped. They had a report today. They stopped launching that shit into Moscow and long range into Russia. Because that shit's getting real, bro. Wow. That shit's getting real. And that could explain the lights. These motherfuckers are coming up now saying, yeah, we're here. We can hide if we want to, but we want you to know we're here.
Yeah, that is one of the issues with America is some of our freedoms do make us vulnerable. You know, certainly our love for the Second Amendment makes it so that as long as an enemy is on our soil, it's pretty easy for them to obtain weapons because we make it so easy for anybody that's in the country to get weapons. So same thing with what you're talking about. I mean, you have the freedom to move around the country. You have the freedom to purchase things that can be used as weapons and all of that. So that is one of the negatives, is that if somebody does want to do harm to us, all they got to do is come with knowledge. They don't really need to bring a whole lot. You can get that once you're here.
Right. You know, I've been looking at that UAP thing. And what gets my attention is that very credible people, we're talking Air Force captains, fighter pilots, whole Navy fucking vessels that are catching this shit on radar now. These are reputable people coming forward. That's kind of, it gets my attention. I don't know if it's true. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a bunch of bullshit. But it got me raising an eyebrow going,
Wow. What if now I asked this that was kind of tied into this, us continuing to back Israel. Currently is because it could be some terrorist outfit. Currently Israel, since October 7th when they were attacked, they have attacked a host of locations: Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, and now this week they're also bombing places in Syria. How do you feel about? Do you feel we're at the point where we need to stop backing them? I mean, okay, October 7th was horrible, but they didn't get attacked by like all of these countries. They're literally using that as an excuse to go bomb crazy. A lot of folks believe.
Yep, I think Netanyahu and the Israelis are using that October 7th thing to their advantage to go way past what their original agenda was.
Yeah.
They're using that as an excuse. And I mean, rightly so. I'm always going to say they got a right to defend themselves. If you came in my house and did that shit, I'd be out for blood too.
But is this self-defense at this point? I mean, are they really at a point right now where these nations that they're bombing, where they actually feel like these nations are a real threat to them at this point?
I kind of see it like this. It's like somebody breaks into your house and you shoot them in the back 4 blocks away.
So it isn't a threat.
You know what I mean?
It is not a threat. It's revenge.
It's not a threat. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't even think any of those hostages are still alive.
I don't either. Yeah. There's no reason in hell to keep them alive at this point.
Or there's hell to pay. Release the hostages or there's hell to pay. I don't think there's anyone to release.
No, I don't think there's anyone to release, and I don't believe that if they did release him, Netanyahu would back off anyway. I think he would just come up with another reason to keep going.
We should, and you know, I'm a backer of Israel, man, but at this point, I think it's time to kind of step back and say, you know what? You guys got the technologies, you got everything. Do it on your own, man. We're out of this.
Wow.
We're done.
Wow. You think Trump will follow suit? You think Trump will have that same mindset?
You know, I want to say yes, but I'd be lying to not only you, but to myself. I don't know. I would hope so. I would hope that any man with common sense would see that at this point they're going down an endless path. And somebody said it in your comments, man. At this point, they just went too far. They went too far.
Well, you say any man with common sense, so the question is obvious. Do you believe Trump has common sense?
That I can say yes to.
Okay, all right.
But now do I think at times he puts his ego before his common sense? Yes.
Shit, at times? I think anytime his ego is threatened, he's going to put his ego before common sense. His ego is the number one, that's his number one issue. He's going to defend that no matter what.
Hey, Tim, you know, if they're going to give us $1,000 for South Americans, aliens, what you think I get for a real one?
Remember, like I said, if they start offering a bounty on illegal immigrants, you are not to do that. These people are here trying to better their lives. You don't turn them over for a payday. Did you, I know we're joking on this, but did you hear about the woman, you know Luigi Maggione, the one who took out the United Healthcare CEO? Now, they captured him in a McDonald's in Pennsylvania. Apparently, the girl, the McDonald's employee that saw him and called in, she dialed 911, and that disqualified her from getting the $60,000 reward money because she was supposed to dial the tip line. In addition to that, the McDonald's started getting all sorts of threats. They went on the internet and they complained on the internet, gave that McDonald's such a bad rating. It is now a one-star restaurant rather. So they're going to lose business because that McDonald's is now listed on the internet as a one-star McDonald's. And they were making threats. So it is also now no longer safe for that employee to work there. So that employee did not get the reward money, likely hurt her business, and she's probably going to be unemployed. She was on the internet crying about not getting the reward money, so the internet knows who she is as well. So if you saw him sitting there, would you have reported him?
Nope.
No, really?
Nope. No, I wouldn't have reported him. And I think it's hilarious that United stiffed her for the reward money.
Join the club. She got it. Go ahead.
They got their CEO taken out, and what's the first thing they do? They stiff the next person.
Sound like Joe Pesci and Lethal Weapon. They fuck you in the drive-thru. I gotta move it on, Gen X.
Hey, Luigi didn't do that. Luigi was with me. We were having cappuccino.
That's got it.
Cheesecake.
That man had everything going for him. Why he would keep the pistol and all of the equipment on him and a confession letter makes no damn sense at all. He could have probably got away with that, or at the very least, well, they found his fingerprints at scene, but he made some really big mistakes. I mean, why would you have a ghost weapon and keep that's created to be a throwaway piece? Why would you keep that on you?
That's that. There's a lot more to that shit that they're just not, that we just don't know.
Yeah. But the idea that he got a master's degree in playing this stuff, I mean, he just, man, you would assume some street thug would make those kind of rookie mistakes. I mean, you smart enough to get this type of a weapon and plan this shit out and catch this guy at the right time and actually execute him and do all of the mission right. And then you follow up with all of these crazy ass mistakes.
There's only one answer. He wanted to get caught.
Mm. Well, if you got a confession letter on you, yeah, it does seem like that's exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to get caught.
Yep.
All right.
He wanted to get caught.
What if you're in the jury? Would you convict?
I'd have to see more of the evidence.
Okay.
I definitely have to see more of the evidence.
They got a lot of it. All right, Gen X. I got to move it on, but they got a lot of it. They got the murder weapon. They got his fingerprints at the scene. They got his phone. They got a confession letter. They got a lot of it. I got to go.
All right, brother. Have a good rest of your day, man.
You too. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. I do want to respond to a super chat. Ed G says other countries see Biden as weekend at Bernie's. Shit, I've been spending probably a year and a half saying that that's not true. Now I tend to think it is true. I do. You said other countries see Biden as weekend at Bernie's. I do believe there's a lot of people out there that do see it that way. DJ Julio, yeah, appreciate the hat mustache. I do believe that now because what he did on June 27th is horrible. When Biden's that debate Biden had on June 27th probably will go down in history as one of the worst presidential debates ever. And I'm talking about even with the sweating Nixon when he went up against John F. Kennedy, when he was sweating. And that's probably the worst debate performance ever. Timothy Lee says only to you. Bullshit. They asked him a question, and he finishes up with, well, yeah, we did something about Medicare in the court. No, you really think only to me? You give me an example of another presidential debate that you think was worse than that. No, I believe that Biden's performance on that June 27th debate will probably go down in history as one of the worst presidential debates in history. Put it this way. His performance was so bad, it's what led to him having to step down and no longer pursue re-election. How many other debates have led to something like that happening? Yeah, it's probably the worst. Now, Alter Ego says the Bush debates. Bush won both terms. What? No. Bush got reelected. I don't think Bush debates were his best. Give me something that's so memorable. I mean, I watched the Bush debates. I'm trying to think, what did he do that was so memorable that would compete with what Biden did? I don't see it. I don't see that one. I remember Sarah Palin having notes on her hand or some shit like that. I don't remember anything that George W. Bush, not H.W. I don't know. Binders of women. You talking about Mitt Romney? I don't think Mitt Romney's debate performance was as bad as Joe Biden's. I mean, what makes Joe Biden's debate performance so awful is that people were saying for months, if not years, this guy is not all there mentally. And then he went out and performed like a guy that was not all there mentally. So there's this huge lead up. There's this huge, 60 million viewers? This huge viewership. I don't think anybody else has competed with that. I don't believe anybody else has had a failure that equates to that. I don't see it being that bad. Now, like the binders of women and some of this other stuff, you can twist the politicians' words to make them sound like a piece of shit. Like Trump talking about Haitian migrants. Trump's performance was not good either. Trump's performance with Kamala Harris, that wasn't a good debate performance either. But because Biden had such a low bar, all he had to do was appear as if he knew where the hell he was at and was within his faculties. All he had to do was that, and he was going to probably win that debate because the bar was that low. And he failed to meet that. He failed to meet that. Like, you can't even come out here and show us that you are totally cognizant of what's going on. I don't think any other president has done that bad. But apparently some of you folks disagree. What did I say? I wanted to respond to a super chat I thought I saw. Maybe I didn't see it. All right, moving on with the program, though. I can't think of any debate performance that was as bad as Biden's. How dare you say Merry Christmas to those people? What the hell does it say? Like who the fuck say that? And who the fuck would vote for somebody that says that? That makes no sense. What? What the hell are you talking about there, Raven? How do you say Merry Christmas to those people? Like, who the F says that? What? Sound like some Bill O'Reilly War on Christmas type stuff. I don't know what that means. We tried telling people for 8 years that Biden was demented, but well, I don't think 8 years. Nah, 8 years ago, we're talking 2016. I don't think Biden was that bad in 2016. Who would vote for Kamala Harris when she kept thousands of people in prison for weed far past their sentence to use as free labor? That's called slavery. Kamala Harris was not in power enough to do all of that. She was a district attorney and an attorney general. They're not known. They don't keep people in prison. And you're giving her way too much power. And by the way, if you're going to blame you would go with the governor of California or somebody at that level. Kamala Harris as an attorney general and as a district attorney can't do all of that. Just look up Kamala Harris. How dare you say Merry Christmas? Kamala Harris said that? Really? Okay. She didn't like saying Merry Christmas. That's an interesting video. I kind of want to see that. That's not true. She actually helped get weed legalized. Let me go back to the box. I'll continue on with Arsha Fine. I think that's it. I don't know what, somebody don't just clicked on something there. Okay, hang on a second. The whole program don't froze up. Shit. All right, there we go. All right, moving on with the program. Don't know what I just did there, but we'll try it again with Travelman. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Maybe he's right. Maybe they're from other continents beyond the ice wall. I hope not. I hope they're not from other places. Good evening, Travelman.
Good evening. Hey. Look at man. I've listened to a few of your broadcasts, okay. And this has to be one of the wildest ones that I've listened to as far as veering off on different subjects. It's just crazy.
I'm assuming the aliens is part of this?
Yeah, man, that's just off the chain.
What do you think this is, though? You actually SUV-sized drones flying over American landmarks. What do you think it is, though?
Think about this, though. You said SUV-sized drones. That's big.
That is very big.
You know, it's launched from somewhere within the country.
True. I believe that.
NORAD is probably tracking it. They probably got fighter jets on standby. You know, so if they wanted to shoot them down, they can shoot them down at any time.
But then that presents another problem. Like, I mean, if let's say, for instance, a drone is flying over a U.S. landmark, are you really going to shoot that thing down and at risk of? I mean, that's something big.
That's what I'm saying. Unless it's over like a landmark or a populated area, then they won't shoot it down. But they'll track it just like they did the balloon.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. They'll track it. They'll find out and they'll put the information up. I'm not gonna worry about it. What's up?
Well,
out of my control.
Go ahead. Well, I mean, remember under Biden. Okay, they shot the balloon down, as you're pointing out, but that was after, like, I think one or two of them had made a full trip over the United States and got away with it.
Yeah, but you know what? Though they didn't see anything they didn't already know about.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. They didn't see it. They did not see anything that they haven't already saw from their satellites or whatever.
I don't know if you can get cameras and things like that at lower altitudes, you can see more. I mean, satellites are constantly in motion, so they take strips over the United States as opposed to something that's moving much slower. You can catch
So what are they gonna see?
troop
So
move.
what are they gonna see?
You can see.
I mean, let's just say, for example, they flew over. Let's say they flew over Langley Air Force Base, right? What are they gonna see? They gonna see the same thing that people that they're looking at the jet see every day. There's nothing above ground that's top secret or anything like that.
Well, that depends. I mean, like for instance, when I don't know why the hell that's happening. Somebody restricted something. When like for instance, when the Ukraine was about to be attacked by Russia, we could see the Russians doing things that let us know, no, this is not some type of exercise. They're about to attack because Zelensky didn't. Say it again.
That was from satellite.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get that. So let me put something out there right quick. Okay, I was attached to an intel unit when I was in the Navy. I handled a TSSCI network, and they actually maneuver satellites and stuff, or they would put requests in for satellite movements and stuff like that.
Okay.
At that command. So they're always doing stuff like that. So they're always constantly, when they see something or get a request or something, they can move a satellite. They can turn a satellite and put the camera down where it needs to go.
Now, how long is that something they can keep it focused in? Because the satellite is obviously moving in orbit. So
they could count the eyelashes on your head, on your eyes.
Yeah, but like say for instance, you wanted to keep a camera on a spot for let's say 10 hours. Can they do that with it being in orbit and it's constantly moving?
They can track it. They can track it.
They can, okay.
They can track it, yeah. But anyway, on to what was your other stuff, man? Your other stuff is more interesting than.
Well, before we continue, I want to read this super chat. This may be something we can tackle. Angie says they vilified Trump so much, Biden could still have won. Switching to Kamala Harris was like passing it on the 1 yard line with Marshawn Lynch as your running back. So we'll tackle that. Do you think that was a mistake for Biden to step down after that debate performance?
First of all, you know what? These people kill me. They kill me with this. They vilified Trump. Okay?
Yeah, they kill me with
Trump
that too.
Came on the scene. He came on the scene attacking people, and he constantly attacked people. But when somebody go after him, they're vilifying him.
Yeah. I agree with that 100%. I've said that before, that if you support Trump, you only see people attacking him. You agree with his attacks. So you don't hold him accountable for attacking, like Obama's born in Kenya, for instance. You're okay with his attacks, but you see when he's taking hits.
Yeah. Now, as far as I'm a firm believer that Uncle Joe shouldn't have ran. He shouldn't have ran for re-election. The people that were his people should have told him, no, do what you said you was going to do to be a transition president. I'm a firm believer in that. Now, everybody keeps saying, well, you know, they hid it for such a time. The aging process doesn't work like that. Okay? He could have been, I say, up until, when was the debate? In June?
June 27th.
Okay. Up until maybe a couple of months before that, he could have been fine.
You believe that, though?
Hold on a minute. People fail to realize this dude he flew over to Poland, did a 10-hour train ride, had a meeting with Zelensky, and then flew back to the United States and kept on doing what he was doing. Okay? Now, when he meets one-on-one with another leader, they're not debating him. They're sitting there talking policy.
But that's the problem, is that, okay, he could be, you know, as you say, the aging process, he could be degrading, but if you're speaking to some world leader for some planned event, you're not under pressure. On the debate stage, you're under pressure, and it looks like when he's under pressure, he can't handle it as well.
Okay, and part of the problem is, this is my personal thing now, okay? Number one, he over-prepped. Number one, he had too much information. He's not 60-something years old. So therefore, you can't process all information like you could when you were 60-something years old.
But Trump is only 3.5 years younger or so. Why the hell does he look so much younger?
And look what happened. Look what happened when he went up against Kamala. She came every lie he came out with, she threw it right back at him.
It's a good point.
But not only that, during the debate, during the Biden and Trump debate, this is what everybody tend to forget. Trump was probably lying. He was probably throwing out 4 or 5 lies per nanosecond. Okay?
per nanosecond?
That's how fast he was lying. Okay. He probably overloaded Biden with all the lies. He didn't know which lie to respond to. Mm-mm. But when he came out with all those lies against Kamala Harris, she fired right back at his butt.
I don't know if she said, what did she say when he talked about the eating cats and dogs? She didn't even respond to that, I don't think.
She didn't have to.
Yeah, she laughed.
She didn't have to.
She laughed it off.
Did you see, because did you see the look on his face? Did you see how twisted his face was? He was red. I mean, just that statement right there should have disqualified him for being president.
Well, I cannot tell you how many shows I did on that where I had a lot of MAGA that said, yes, he was right. They are indeed eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio.
And you know what? Those are the ones that stuck on stupid. You can't fix it. You cannot fix it. Okay? A lie is a lie is a lie. And what they keep doing is, you know why? So, you know they talk about the world leaders this, world leaders that? Because they just like they have spent this last 4 years, all they talk about is Biden mental health, Biden mental health, Biden mental health. That's all they talk about. But if you start talking about Trump lies, oh, now you're wrong.
Yeah. Well, you know, I do believe that when Trump says things that are controversial, based on my analysis, MAGA will try to find a way to make what he said factual. And so if like the cats and dogs, people started showing me videos from people eating cats in Cambodia. I mean, they were trying to find ways to make that true. But I'm with you. It's patently false from every angle I've looked at it. That is just not happening.
They've done that ever since that man came on the scene. Okay? I'm not anti-Trump. I've been reading about the dude since the 80s. I've read his books. I've listened to what he said. I've seen him on Larry King. I know what he has done to people that worked on his projects. He's probably the most sued man in the United States. I know he may have been one of the biggest tax losers in the United States. So, you know, he lies, man.
But you will agree he's a good businessman, would you not?
No, he's a good con man. Okay, he's probably a mediocre businessman. Is he on the level of Mark Cuban, Bloomberg? Is he on that level? No, he's not. He's probably would be. Let's break this down into baseball terms, right? He's not at the MLB. He's not AAA. He's probably AA. Okay, that's probably where he's at.
I think
because the Trump organization is a niche organization that's ran out of the 26th floor of the Trump Hotel.
Well, whatever it is, I think he has the niche. I think he has the gift of gab, and it has been rare.
He does.
I mean,
he does. I give you that.
Yeah, he's been really good.
I give you that. See, but what they do is that they like I said, Trump is good as repeating. He don't care if he knows it's a lie. Oh, I don't know anything about Project 2020. Anybody that sit there and look you in the eye and say they believe that he doesn't know anything about Project 2025, they're lying to you.
Yeah.
He's supposed to have this big brain. He's supposed to be so smart. But every time something comes up, that he'll swear he don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
But he know more than the generals. He know more than the doctors. But he don't know about 2025, which was put together by the premier conservative think tank.
Yeah, he definitely has perfected the art of Shaggy. You know, the '90s singer. It wasn't me. He's really when it's something that might get him in trouble. He'll say he didn't know who Michael Cohen was. He didn't know who Stormy Daniels was. He didn't know who E. Jean Carroll was. Yeah, he'll definitely. I have no clue about what you're talking about, but I want to see because you mentioned the anger on his face. I don't recall this, but I want to see this. It's like less than 2 minutes. This is when he was talking about the eating cats and dogs. You're talking about his facial expressions. You're claiming he got real angry?
I'm saying the way his face was twisted, the way that he was looking when he said it.
Let me see. I want to see this.
I'm saying the way that he looked crazy when he was saying it. That's what I'm saying.
All right, let me see this. I'm curious. I don't remember that.
Let me just ask though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And
I talked about Biden having the worst performance, but that's probably the most memorable, other than Ronald Reagan saying, "I will not let you use my youth and inexperience." I think this is probably one of the most memorable lines from a debate ever.
You see what I'm saying? But he's constantly, he sat down at that interview and lied. Sunday he was lying. He lied so much that people, it kind of baked in, so to speak. But I'm still trying to figure, because they got on Kamala. But, and this is another thing too that gets me. Okay, and as a black man, as a black man in this country, I am always big on people. When you pronounce my name, you pronounce my name right. Not pronouncing my name right is a sign of disrespect. And they have disrespected this woman, and they're still disrespecting her. Because
but is that you think that's intentional? They're saying Kamala instead of Kamala.
It's intentional. It's intentional. She ran that campaign. It has been all over the news how you pronounce her name, and then people still do it, and they do it on purpose, and it's very disrespectful. That's what he's done it. All his people has done it, and they do it. Just like when they say Barack Hussein Obama, they say that as a sign of disrespect. Okay?
Well, yeah, definitely using Barack Obama's middle name. They're trying to make him sound like a Muslim. That I agree with.
Exactly.
But you believe they're deliberately mispronouncing her name intentionally?
Yeah, man, that's not a difficult name to pronounce.
Yeah.
Kamala is not a difficult name.
Certainly when you point out, use the punctuation comma, followed by la. Yeah, it is not difficult to pronounce. So
yeah, it's not difficult at all. Yeah, they're doing it, and then they say, well, she was the worst candidate. She didn't answer the questions. She didn't put the policies out. Did you hear the question? Did you hear any question Trump replied to? Well, former President Trump, what you think about daycare? Well, daycare is daycare. You know how Trump answered questions. The whole damn campaign, he did not answer one question right. He was always throwing out BS. Always.
People believe it. Then before I move it on, then I need you to explain, based on what you're saying, how did he end up winning the popular vote, even among people of color? Maybe not so much for blacks, but certainly the brown voted for this guy. How did he win if what you're saying, all of this you're saying about him is true? How did he do so well?
People bought the grift. I have a hard time, man. If I ask somebody, why should I vote for Trump? They can't tell me. You know, they go on the border.
Really?
Hold on a minute. They go on the border, right? Everybody say, well, you know, we got open borders. Ask them, well, what's an open border? Nobody can answer that.
I can tell you a ton of reasons to vote for Black. To vote for Trump. You tell me they can't tell you why they voted for him?
Why should I vote for Trump?
Well, the economy sucks under Biden, and
No, it didn't.
for the average American, I'm giving them about the stock market. For the average American, your grocery bill does not look like it did under Trump.
Okay, but does the president control the grocery bill? Do you know why the price of eggs went up?
Well, you're talking about bird flu.
Yeah, did they have okay. Now let's take a look at some of these other things. With the price of gasoline. You know why the price of oil went up? Did the president control that? No. Did they when we shut the world down and the supply chain broke down? We're gonna put the whole supply chain back together within a year? I don't think so. And then to top it off, you had all these people sitting at home. Now they're working, they're collecting paychecks, and then the country opens up, and all of a sudden everybody's spending money.
His handling of the border, what say you?
Now that I would bite him on.
Right.
I would get him on the border, okay? I get him on the border, but fentanyl is coming through the port of entries.
Yeah.
That's coming.
I think just about every problem we consider that's a problem that comes in this country across the border comes mostly through ports of entry. Even in human smuggling and all of that shit, they put them in the back of a semi and hide them or whatever. Put drugs in it. I mean, all of that stuff is coming through ports of entry, which is why I've said a wall will be minimal effectiveness because most of these people are not running through the desert doing this stuff.
I've seen it. I have seen them bringing drugs across. I have seen people being smuggled. I saw they got a picture down there of a guy in a captain chairs of a minivan. They sold the guy into the seat.
Damn.
They got pictures of people being smuggled in, and they're under the dashboard.
Yeah, I've seen that. A person laying behind the steering wheel all up in there. I've seen that.
They have fake floors in the vans, and you open it up, and there's 3 people in there.
Yeah,
You
and
see?
that's
There's all kind of stuff going on.
Yeah,
you know, you take a hit on that.
Yeah, I believe it's that with human smuggling, and when it comes to drugs, I believe they're paying the right people on our side to look the other way. There's just too much money to be made. So I do believe they have Americans, whether it's Border Patrol or Homeland Security or whatever, that turn the other way and probably are co-conspirators in moving all that weight of drugs across the border. I mean, they're not just successfully doing that shit on their own. They have Americans helping them.
Well, what did the Mexican president tell Trump? Hey, well, when you go do something about all those weapons you sending into our country that's killing our people.
Do as I say, not as I do. I gotta move it on. Yeah. I gotta move it on, man. Appreciate it.
Right,
good talk. Good talk.
Take care now.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. Real quick. What do you mean open borders? I thought we were doing a soft invasion of Canada and Mexico. What is a soft invasion? Trump economy was Obama's economy. I cannot tell you how often I hear that Trump, I'm having a Biden moment, that Trump inherited a good economy from Obama. I 100% agree with that. But that doesn't mean that Trump should not get credit for the economy under his watch. Reason being, we all know that if Trump inherited a good economy from Obama and he destroyed it, we would be giving him all sorts of flack for doing so. So if he maintained it, he gets no credit at all, only Obama. No, that's not fair. If Trump is in office and the economy is doing good while he's in office, I'm giving him credit for it. Otherwise, what we're saying is the only grade you're going to give Trump is either a neutral one or a bad one. He can't get credit for a good economy because you're going to get that to Obama. That's not a fair judgment of the guy. I mean, now, yes, I do believe the economy under Obama improved significantly from his inauguration in January 2009 to when he left office in 2017. But The economy kept improving under Trump as well. And for that, he deserves credit. Looking in the comments, he do nothing, says Timothy Lee. I don't care if he did nothing at all. If the economy is improving under his watch, he gets credit for it. If he did nothing and the economy started trashing under his watch, we'd be criticizing him for it. I just believe when you're the commander in chief, when you're the coach of the team, you get credit for the wins or losses. I don't care if you're a terrible coach and you got an awesome quarterback. If the team wins, you're getting the ring. They're going to dump Gatorade on you, even though as a coach you may have not done shit. You get credit for the wins and losses. If the economy is winning and he's the president, he gets credit for it. That's just the way I look at it. I don't believe in, you're going to get a last guy credit for it, and he can't get any credit at all. I don't think that's a fair judgment. Didn't Biden improve the economy? Yes, Shaheem. The problem with Biden's improvement is perception is reality. The problem with Biden's improvement is the average citizen is not seeing it. That's the problem. Is that, if you got investments, stocks, shit like that, a nice hefty 401k, you can clearly see the economy is getting better under Biden. But for the average check-to-check living American that's just simply going and buying groceries once a month or whatever, they can't see it. So you can tell them all damn day how great the economy is. They're looking like, I can barely afford to get by. I'm not seeing what you're talking about. The Dow Jones is irrelevant for them folks. So on paper, the economy certainly has improved under Biden. But for the average working American, their perception is reality, and their perception is rent has gone up. Interest rates are so high, I'll never be able to afford a mortgage or buy my own home. Purchasing a new car is damn near impossible. Purchasing a used car costs a lot more than it used to. For that working class American, they're not seeing any of the shit people are talking about. So we can talk about it on paper, but what people see is reality to them, and they're not seeing what people are telling them about. Looking in the comments, if the average person can't see it, explain all the spending. Debt, credit card spending money they don't have. That could explain all the spending. A lot of people are spending money they don't have, buying shit on credit. Biden was destroying the American dream, says Johnny. I don't believe Biden is where the destruction of the American dream started. I know my MAGA side of the house is going to disagree with this, but I believe it started with Reagan. Once you started busting unions, keeping the minimum wage the same for 20 fucking years, I believe that's what destroyed the American dream. It just takes time for it to be realized, but I believe the destruction. Keep in mind, we can talk about Trump's economy. The American dream wasn't all that fucking great under Trump. People still had to work 2 jobs. The American dream is not working 2 jobs, working heaps of overtime and barely being able to spend time with your family. That was happening under Trump. Even George W. Bush, is quoted as talking about, you work 2 jobs, that's so American of you. And people made fun of him saying that. The American dream used to be your work. Remember the old Dolly Parton song, you work 9 to 5? You work 40 hours. You didn't have to work 60. All of this shit, the American dream's been gone. That didn't start with Biden. That shit's been gone for a minute. It's just been deteriorating over. Yeah, the economy was decent under Trump. You could afford groceries, but you still were working 2 jobs. People weren't. Look, I'll go back to the box. We can have this economy comparison to Trump and Biden any day you want. But I'll tell you this, no matter how much better you think the economy was under Trump, you weren't living large off of Trump. Yeah, I could afford groceries. You weren't driving around in a $100,000 car living in a fucking mansion. I mean, the Biden economy took a hit. But if you compare how you were living under Obama to how you were living under Trump, it's not like people make Trump's economy sound like everybody was fucking rich. It wasn't like that. We took a big hit under the Biden. When Biden took the office, things became unaffordable to some folks. But it's not like when Trump was in office, everything was just so fucking hunky dory that everybody. I don't recall 2016 and 2020 being like that. I don't recall that, where everybody was just living this comfortable life and everything was affordable. I don't recall that. I just recall it being more affordable than it was under the Biden administration. But it wasn't as great as people are painting this picture. I don't recall that. Look in the comments. Debo says, thanks for being honest on that. That's all I'm pointing out. Yeah, it's big exaggeration. Big exaggeration. You really would think people had 2-3 cars out in front of the house, living in, just living luxurious during the Trump administration. It was not like that. It just was not like that. Let me go back to the box. Somebody said when Trump was in office, I was paying $475. Exactly, Paul. Paul says when Trump was in office, I was paying $475 for a 3-bedroom Victorian house. Yeah, that's what people are making it sound like. Let me go back to the box. Twisted 77. Like I said, I remember groceries being a little bit more affordable. Remember, they say I could go for some mean tweets and $2 gas. Okay, what is the price of gas now? $15 a gallon? It ain't that big of a difference. Twisted, good evening.
Hey, Hanson, how you doing?
What's up? So, going back to the original topic with Israel, do you believe America should start maybe hesitating to back them so much? The whole UN damn near is now condemning Israel. Is it time for America to take a back seat and not continue endorsing them like this?
That's a very complicated question.
That all of the other UN members seem to have figured out?
I don't think there's an easy answer to it. I mean, we created that. Well, we helped create that country to begin with.
Okay, but that doesn't mean you give them. That doesn't mean you give them carte blanche, the ability to just go and destroy half the Middle East.
No, you're right. It doesn't. But at the same time, I don't know. If I were them, I'd be really sick and tired of all these little attacks on them. And maybe they just at their wits' end. I don't know. I can't speak for Israel and what they're doing. I'm not saying they're totally innocent in all this, but at the same time, when you go and attack women and children, how do you think people are going to react?
I don't disagree with you there. I don't disagree with you, but they're attacking so many nations now. It's all of these. I mean, what did I get? What do I have down here? They don't since October 7th. They've had bombing missions in obviously Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, and now this week they're attacking Syria. Syria hasn't done anything to them recently for them to be in Syria. Now they're bombing Syria.
Weren't they? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't they attacking Syria on our behalf? With us? Weren't we attacking Syria too?
I don't know why we're doing it. I don't even know why we're doing it.
That is a very good question. Why are we doing it? And who's Syria's backers?
Well, right now Syria's in shambles. Russia was backing when Assad was in power over there, but now that Assad has had to flee, Syria really has no government at all right now.
Right, but the point is, the former leader was Russia's ally, and we helped oust him. How does that look towards us?
It looks like
we're right back to fighting that proxy war with Russia.
Yeah,
and that's not a good thing. I don't know why Biden is doing this shit. It doesn't look good. It sure as hell isn't helping the problem over there.
Yeah, what it looks like is that I think what they're doing, because now that Syria has no government in place, they're suggesting that ISIS was trying to take up strongholds in the country. So they're proactively bombing that stuff so that the country does not fall in the hands of ISIS.
Well, isn't their new leader, as far as I heard, isn't he a former ISIS member, or at least has ties to it?
It's hard to trust what comes out over there. America and Israel, in my opinion, they'll make up whatever they got to say to justify a bomb.
I mean, you're not wrong. That's why I'm so hesitant to really give an opinion, because I don't know what the facts really are.
Yeah.
But none of us do.
But Israel,
You look at the drone things going on right now. So I was just watching on news where they were saying, well, the police are investigating it. Why the hell are the police investigating something invading our airspace? Isn't that the military's problem?
Yeah, but it's going to start out at the police level. That's who you're going to call. If you see a drone, you're going to dial 911. You're going to get the police.
Yeah, we're not talking about the little drone that you showed. Where you're talking about drones the size of SUV. Those are obviously military.
It's definitely something that should be addressed by the military. I agree with that.
I mean, I would think you need a runway to launch that thing.
No, you can launch an SUV drone, any flat surface that is the same size as that drone. As long as you can launch an SUV drone off the back of a semi, a flatbed. You don't need any. There's no run up. It just goes straight up.
Fair enough, but I mean, if this is being launched from our own territory, I should say.
Probably,
Wouldn't we see that? Wouldn't somebody see that?
Not really. Not if it's at night.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't understand why the police is investigating it when, you need radar to track where those things are going, where they're coming from. How are the police doing that?
Yeah. Does any of this make Biden look incompetent? I mean, because not only do we have this, we had the balloon flying over the country, obviously, about a year or so ago. Now you got drones everywhere. Does any of this fall on Biden, in your opinion?
I mean, the buck stops with him, right? He's in charge.
Some would say that.
I mean, if you believe he's actually in charge, that's up for debate.
Then who else is in charge?
But, how do I know? I'm not in the White House.
It would be Biden.
Well, yeah, I'm saying, but what did you say? What were you saying earlier? That he looks like a puppet?
I didn't say that.
Like well, you said Weekend at Bernie's. And what the heck were they doing? No,
someone said to other world leaders, Biden comes off at like Weekend at Bernie. And I said that. I said I can see that.
I get okay, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, look at it though.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question, because since we're talking about Biden, his age and cognitive decline. Now, obviously, Trump comes across as being more cognitively on par than Biden, but he's only like 3 years younger. Do you feel confident Trump can do 4 more years?
As far as I see him right now, yeah, but that can change at any time.
Yeah, because he's not a young man.
I mean, we both know older people, and some older people are spry and bright and fine, and other ones are just completely gone, and they could be much younger. So I don't know. But as far as I can see right now, he seems pretty good to me.
Yeah. Because he does say a few wild things here and there, but certainly, he's talking about sharks and Hannibal Lecter. I mean, Trump does say a few crazy things, but no, Biden with that debate performance, like I said, probably the most memorable that I can ever think of a president going up there and just being completely off topic.
That debate was so bad. I mean, he looked like he wasn't there. The old adage, the wheels turning, but the hamster's gone. You know what I mean?
But then I gotta counter and ask you, this whole Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, how does that make Trump look historically?
Well, all right, so did everybody say it? Well, the governor said this, and the mayor said that, and the chief of police said this, but those weren't the ones that were talking about it. It was the people that was talking about it, and that's who he was repeating.
Yeah, but you're going to go up there, wait, hold on. You're going to go up there and repeat what just some random strangers are saying. No evidence, you didn't fact check it or nothing. You're going to go on a debate table where there's tens of millions of people watching this, and you're just going to repeat something that a few strangers said.
I don't disagree with you.
And he didn't say that, and he didn't preface it by saying there are people in Springfield saying this. He got up there and flat out said in Springfield they're doing this.
You're absolutely right. And again, I don't think he should have said it at all.
Yeah.
But that's Trump. He says what he hears.
That could go really wrong. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, if you say there's some pretty wild stories out there. If you just are going to go on stage and say what somebody has told you, you can see where that could go really wrong, could you not?
Yes, I can see that. And just for the people in the comments, I'm at work. I own a restaurant. And since I'm shorthanded, as I have been for the last 2 years, I have to work alongside my employees, which I don't mind, but just saying.
All right. Fair enough. I'll move it on. If you're working, man, I will move it on.
No, I'm fine. No, I just finished making my last couple orders, so I'm good.
Now, another thing. Go ahead, say that again.
No, I'm just sitting at my desk right now.
Now, I asked also earlier, should Biden and Harris, should they attend Trump's inauguration? We know what happened 4 years ago with Trump in regards to Biden's inauguration. Should Harris and Biden attend Trump's inauguration?
Should they?
Yeah.
I mean, probably. Do they have to? No. It don't matter to me if they show up or not.
Would it say anything negative if they didn't?
No.
But that's tradition in this country. So what do you say? What are you suggesting that from now on, if you don't want to go to somebody's inauguration, you just don't show up?
Did I say that? I said it didn't matter to me if they get wind or not. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if they show up or not.
I get that you don't.
I think
Let me ask it to you this way.
Because it's tradition and all that, but I don't care if they do.
Let me ask it to you this way. If it was you, let's say you're President Biden, and Trump has accused you of stealing the election, using the Department of Justice in a weaponized fashion to try to arrest him, and even blaming you for attempts on his life, would you go to the inauguration?
Well, that's a good question. But we can look at it from the other side too. If you're Trump, would you want somebody that said you're a threat to this country on at least several dozen times, if not more, called you, I mean, as far as Kamala goes, she called him mustache man, I don't know how many times, and part of the Smutsy party. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's before
your inauguration.
Wait, before we go to the other side,
it goes both ways.
Okay, wait, before we look at it, we can look at it from a Trump standpoint, but let's tackle the question I asked you first. If you were Biden, under those circumstances, would you go to his inauguration? He's blamed you for an assassination attempt on him.
I would probably go. That's me. Okay, if I were him, I'd probably go.
Okay.
But at the same time, I look at it from both sides.
Would you
want them there?
Give me the other side.
Would you care if they were there? Yeah, what I just said about what they've called him and the things that they've said about him. Would you want them there if you were Trump?
What have they said about him that's so bad? Because keep in mind, it's not like Trump has been keeping his mouth closed the whole time.
I get that, but threat to what? Threat to democracy?
You tried to steal the election. What's the difference?
Okay, a fascist? How many times they called him that?
Socialist? What's the difference?
Like I said, it goes both ways.
Yeah.
He gives as good as he gets.
Okay. All right. And I'm just bringing that up because you're not the first to suggest that the liberals and the Democrats are always attacking Trump. But as you can see, I'm able to give you the equivalence of Trump is always on the attack as well. There is nothing the liberals have said about Trump that Trump has not said something equally as harsh about the liberals.
And you're right, they have, but the liberals are also the same ones that say they take the high road. And I'm like, when did they do that exactly?
Well, in my opinion, if you look at the insults that Biden has said about Trump and MAGA, he called them garbage. When did he use the term garbage? Maybe a few months ago. So, I mean, basically his whole term had expired before he started saying MAGA's garbage or whatever. Then I think he also used the red background with the Marine about a year ago, and he said that, what did he call him? Ultra MAGA, I think, at the time. But if you compare how often Biden insulted Trump or insulted MAGA, it's probably not even 1/10 of how often Trump was insulting Democrats. I mean, he wasn't doing it very often. I mean, I look at Biden as somebody who damn near got pushed in the corner before he finally started insulting him.
I don't know about all that, but I don't believe that. I believe that they do it just as often as he does.
No. Biden don't speak enough. Biden don't even hold enough rallies to do it as often.
It's not just Biden, though.
Well,
it's all the other people, too. You're looking at just one man, and I'm looking at the party as a whole. Look at all these people that come up here.
Yeah, but not you.
Nothing but lie.
Okay, but wait.
You know what? Here's the thing. Trump could come out tomorrow and with a cure for cancer, okay? Hypothetical here. And they would say it's a bad thing. It doesn't matter what the man does. He's bad. Well, that's all they ever say. They never say one good thing. Even you can see the good things that he has done, but they don't see any of that. They only see the bad.
But that's not unique to Trump. Trump himself was questioned by...
I'm not saying it's unique to Trump.
Trump himself was questioned by Jesse Waters of Fox. And Jesse Waters asked Trump, did Obama do anything good for America? And he said, no, nothing at all. So the issue is by the time Obama took office, by the time Trump took office, he had trashed Obama so much that I believe a lot of that, never giving him a chance from day one, originated from that. I mean, by the time he took office on day one, he had spent years trashing Obama publicly.
Yeah.
So that's your answer for not curing cancer, and people don't like the guy, is that he came to office, and that's just Obama. I mean, he came to office calling everybody fake and fake news here or rhinos here. I mean, he came to office insulting the entire damn country.
Well, fake news, he has a point there.
Not the way he does it. He makes up. I'm personally at a Trump rally, and he's on stage talking about something, and he goes, the fake news is not going to show that. See, the camera's going off, and I look back, because I'm toward the back, and I look back, and the cameraman is looking at me like, what the fuck is he talking about? We're televising this whole thing. Well, the fake news ain't going to show you that. I mean, just insulting the cameramen that are there present with him. He does stuff like that. Do you know why he
calls them fake news?
What?
Do you know why they call them fake news? Hell, I call them fake news, too. And I'm not talking about just the CNN and MSNBC. I call them all fake news, all the network news stations, because they're not the news anymore. They used to be. Do you know what the Smith-Mundt Act is? Or was, I should say.
No.
Okay. This was repealed under Obama's administration. That act made it illegal for reporters in the news to lie or disseminate propaganda, okay? That was repealed under Obama. So they're allowed to lie. They're allowed to propagandize. So, yeah, exactly. They're entertainment.
Here's the problem.
And if you look, wait, I'm not done yet. If you look at the parent companies of like MSNBC and CNN, they are entertainment companies. They are not news organizations. Not anymore. Yeah. They used to be. So I don't trust them.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem that I have with what you're talking about. You're saying this law was repealed or was put in place under Obama. I've been watching Fox News since 2002, I think, when they had the fair and balanced sign rotating at the bottom. People knew then Fox News was lying. So that was long before people were lying on the news long before Obama came around.
Maybe.
Fox News was claiming to be fair and balanced when they were clearly conservative. In fact, when Obama ran, Fox News was trashing him like crazy. So they were all over Joe the Plumber. He was all on their network doing interviews. Obama was not even president yet, and they were lying. And so I hear what you're talking about, something that came out under Obama, but the news networks were not trustworthy long before Obama got elected.
Okay, well, then they were breaking the law. But the point is, the law was in place under when Obama took office. His administration repealed it and made it legal for them to lie to us and to push propaganda. And they do.
Well, my guess is he probably repealed it by saying, well, shit, they lied on me already anyway. Why should there be a law in place? They already lied.
Right? Now, if Fox was breaking the law, if what you're saying is true, they were breaking the law and lying to people, why wouldn't he use that to penalize them?
Because
to hold them accountable.
Because everybody ain't petty like that. Like Trump is the one that complained. Hold on. Trump is the only president that goes after the media when they report something that's false. When Kanye West got on TV and said George W. Bush don't like black people, George W. Bush didn't attack Kanye West. Most of these guys are too high and professional to go after some media journalist. Trump is the one that does that stuff.
So you think that he was above attacking the media for doing the wrong thing?
Yeah.
So you think so according to you, Obama thought it was okay for the media to lie to people.
I don't think he wastes his time with that. I'm saying it again. I think these folks were more focused on doing what they have to do as president and not getting involved with some guy who works for a news outlet. They just didn't have the time for that. Trump is the one that goes after George Stephanopoulos or some, Rosie O'Donnell or somebody like that. The other guys don't have time for that.
No time for that. That's important. It should be important that the people are informed and not lied to, don't you think?
When you're lying yourself, talking about you know more about COVID and you know more about the war.
I'm talking about Obama here. You just spoke on Obama. You saying it's okay. He thought it was okay. It's cool that they can just lie. That's no big deal. That's not important.
I think
but that is important.
I think if the media is lying, the president has bigger fish to fry. Somebody of lower level can go after the local media for telling a lie or whatever. I just think the president got more to do than that.
Wait. Hold on. Is Fox News the local media?
No, I'm saying
they're a national news network.
Okay, then
they are a national news network.
I don't think most Americans ain't watching Fox.
Not anymore, but what I'm saying is at the time, they were a national news network. They were huge. Why wasn't they going after them if they were breaking the law? That's important. He doesn't have to do it. He doesn't have to do it himself. He can just tell that hey, you guys need to investigate this. Call the FBI, whatever. They're breaking the damn law. They shouldn't be lying to the public. We rely on the news to get our information, and when they're allowed to lie to us, that's why nobody trusts the news anymore.
I don't know when the news ever been trustworthy, because I'll tell you this: when I was a kid, they deliberately put African Americans on TV that could barely speak. They only showed us in bad light. The media has never been trustworthy. I mean, if you want to chase the media for telling lies, that's a never-ending chase.
Well, I think, personally speaking, that the media needs to be held accountable for what they do, because people being informed is important to me. Okay. Whether it was 60 years ago, whether it was 10 years ago, or whether it was yesterday, they need to be held accountable. And the fact that they repealed that law bothers the hell out of me. Why would you make it legal for the news media to push propaganda? Do you know what other places did that?
What do you mean? The media pushing propaganda?
Yeah.
I don't. Here's the problem I have with what you're saying is our country was founded on. Every country. I think every country does it.
No. Where was the big places where the media pushed propaganda? And
Nazi Germany.
And China and Russia. These were not good.
Yeah, but here, let me just say this. Here's the problem I have. I think America has this attitude of our shit don't stink. We talk about Nazi Germany and China and all these countries with bad propaganda. Meanwhile, we're celebrating Christopher Columbus discovering America and friendly pilgrims on Thanksgiving. Our country does the same shit. We just don't hold it accountable. The propaganda about how black people are violent or less educated, our country been doing that from day one. Our country's been doing all of the same shit that Nazi Germany and all of these other countries have done. We just don't hold our country accountable for it. We are the same propaganda machine that we would hold these communist countries accountable for. We do it too. We've been doing it from day one.
And we shouldn't be.
We were founded on it.
But am I saying anything that's wrong? Do you not disagree with me? Or
No.
do you disagree with me that the media should be held accountable? That we shouldn't be lying to our citizens?
I
Do you
believe
think that's a bad thing?
I believe in free speech, man. I mean, I don't. There's no way you gonna ever. There's no way you gonna legislate honest media. It's just not gonna happen.
You can. The law was in place. We got rid of it.
even when the law was in place, I just gave you a million examples of how it was being violated.
Okay, well, it's not my fault they weren't enforcing it. I'm saying that the law was in place.
Because
if you vote the same people in office for 50 years that do nothing, then that's on you, right?
Okay.
I can't control who people vote for. If they don't do the things you want them to do, then you vote them the hell out, right?
Hopefully.
If they're not doing their job, then you vote them the hell out. That's the simple thing. And people don't do that. They just keep voting for the same people over and over and over again.
Well,
and they do nothing. But somehow they come out of there millionaires.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to ever have politicians that come out of the office without having money. Otherwise, it makes no sense to do it. Just stay in the private sector where you can make a fortune.
Well, that's why there should be term limits on these people. They shouldn't be allowed to serve more than 2 terms. Get them the hell out of there. Get somebody new in, because you know what? Politicians were never meant to be careers. It was meant to be, a service that you did to your country.
Like I said,
not to make money off of it.
Like,
that's what they're doing, and I don't like it.
Like I said, we were founded on corruption, so it's kind of how it works. I got to move it on, though. Twister, as always, it's been a pleasure.
Always.
Thank you. And moving on to the program, but like I was telling him, we often talk about the negative antics of a lot of countries, when in reality we're not holding ourselves accountable for doing a lot of the same shit. Like, for instance, the Holocaust. We had shit like that here. We had plenty of stuff just like that in this country. There are mass graves all over America. We just don't talk about it. So he was mentioning, propagandized media in some of these countries. America been doing that from day one. America's been doing that from day one. I hate to bring race into it, but our media started from a standpoint of white exceptionalism, white supremacy. It was all over our media. I mean, that's just the way the country was founded. We've been founded with propagandized media. Now, what he's saying is, though, you shouldn't allow it to continue, and there should be some kind of laws to prevent false or dishonest media. To me, that's like trying to pass laws to stop jaywalking. I think it'll be an endless enforcement of it. Also, here's the problem I really have with it. Certainly from a Trump administration standpoint, how does Trump look saying the media lies? Like, sir, are you honest all the time yourself? So we're going to hold the media accountable when you point out lies they tell, but you're free to tell thousands of lies on your own? I mean, that just looks hypocritical as hell. Now, it would be different if Trump was known as Honest Abe, like Abraham Lincoln. He was known as just always being honest, and he's bitching about the liberal or the lying media. Then you could kind of have some credibility to it. But even ardent Trump supporters admit he exaggerates and says stuff all the time. So, in my opinion, he makes a very bad messenger for lying media because he's not honest all the time. Right before my last caller came on, we were just talking about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs and stuff like that. That came from Trump. He got on television and said that. Now, he obviously is not Fox. Trump is not CNN. He's not a media outlet, but he still has the same sort of power. If he goes on television and tells you, Israel's going too far or Zelensky needs help, he's essentially a media outlet. He too is similar to the media, and he tells lies all the time. So I don't think that Trump makes a real good messenger at all for pointing out dishonest media. He's been caught at all kinds of lies. We just say, well, you're taking that out of context, or he just exaggerates. You're not telling. Is it okay if the media gets on TV and exaggerates like that? Tomorrow, we're calling for 17 feet of snow. I'm just exaggerating. It took me out of. No, you don't accept it for them. He is a media outlet. He just doesn't make for a good messenger to point out dishonest media, in my opinion. Looking in the comments, didn't Trump lies average about 20 lies every day? Says PP. Actually, it's probably more than that. Because now I don't listen. Once again, it's coming from the media, but there are estimates that Trump during his administration told like 30 some odd thousand lies. So that's going to be more than 20 per day. It's actually going to be more than that. Trump is going to be president. His words matter. And that's been a issue the whole time. Pay attention to what he does, not what he says. I cannot tell you how many folks in the right have told me that. Pay attention to what he does, his policies, not what he said. How could you be the leader of 300 and some odd million people saying, don't pay attention to anything I say? I'm 100% behind the belief that words matter. If you're saying crazy shit, you're going to be held accountable for saying crazy shit. I mean, we've all remember Abraham Lincoln's 7 years ago, or Kennedy asked not what, your country can do for you, or, Reagan, Gorbachev teared on this wall. Since when does a president's words not matter? That just sounds like an excuse to protect somebody who says crazy shit all the time. Before Trump, I've never heard American people say, don't pay attention to what's coming out of a president's mouth. I've never heard that before. That makes no sense at all. But it is what it is. Dudes at whose expense? What about sticks and stones? Why is that fucking necessary? Why are we saying sticks and stones may break my bones? Why are you saying it for a president? Do you realize how low that drops the bar? That you gotta hear the words of the president and use phrases like sticks and stones, or what is it? You're rubber. I'm rubber and you're glue. Whatever you say. This is the president we're talking about. This is the president. And, well, you need to ignore what he says. He's going to say some horrible shit about you, so you need to have thick skin. Look, at the end of the day, if Trump is saying something tough about securing our borders or getting rid of illegal immigrants, I'm sorry, you guys like this person, but they're here illegally. That's tough. Okay, I get that. But just flat out calling people names and shit like, why is that coming from the White House? What does that have to do with making America great again? Bird Brain, Ron DeSanctimonious, Little Hand Mark, these are the Republicans I'm talking about. Lying. Why the hell is that even coming from the White House? The bar has been lowered so, and it's amazing that one of the biggest complaints from Trump and many of his supporters is that the Democrats said all kinds of bad things about me. The media lies. Like, you're knee deep in all of this shit, complaining about it. There's nothing Trump can say that somebody did to him that somebody else can't say he did to them as well. I mean, like, all of the things he complained about, literally everything he complains about, there's somebody else out there that can say, well, he did that to me too. I'm just simply saying he don't make for a good victim at all. It ain't like he's just some innocent guy people were fucking with. Like, dude, you doing all this stuff too. Anyhow, folks, sticks and stones. I can't believe somebody. What about sticks and stones? Oh my God. Bakeless, your vice president, called him. Bake Boss, your vice president, called him what? I didn't see that. Calling us deplorable and garbage is totally unacceptable. Yeah, okay. It's unacceptable to call MAGA or Trump deplorable or unacceptable. Libtard, socialists. I mean, this stuff is, but this is okay, huh? These names are okay. This is what I'm talking. It would be one thing if Trump was just simply trying to make America great and liberals were acting an ass and constantly attacking the guys. People say, even if he cured cancer, they wouldn't give him the time of day. Then you'd have an argument. But like literally, my last caller was just on here talking about how all of the names that the liberals called Trump. And if you were listening, you noticed I had a Trump comment for each one of those. Each one of those. Trump said something back that was equally bad. He don't make a good victim. He doesn't make a good victim. That's all I'm saying. MAGA clearly heard the garbage comment. MAGA clearly heard the deplorable comment. But the socialists, the libtard stuff, okay, too bad. Just have thick skin. As one of my viewers just said, well, sticks and stones. So the liberals should just let you talk about them like all kinds of hell and back. But you're noticing the insults that they're saying about you. Fact is, the insulting at that level should be viewed as wrong. Okay, if you as a conservative want to attack a Democrat, you want to do an editorial, you want to write in the newspaper or go on talk radios, but the president shouldn't be involved in this shit. It shouldn't be coming out of the White House. That's all I'm saying. It should not be coming out of the White House. I'm not a fan of Biden saying that, they're garbage, or you saw Kamala Harris trying to walk that back. But Trump certainly has said all this stuff too, and he ain't walked back a damn thing. I'm just not a fan of it coming out of the White House. And I think Trump has made it clear that he's bringing all of that stuff back with him. Did you see his Thanksgiving Day message? Talking about deplorables and garbage. What did he call the liberals what did he say? Lunatics. He called the Democrats lunatics on Thanksgiving Day. As part of his Thanksgiving Day greeting, he called the radical left lunatics. MAGA didn't have a problem with that. They had a problem with deplorables and, the insults and Biden. The lunatics, well, they are lunatics. He called the Democrats lunatics. He hasn't even taken office yet. So the whole notion of, they didn't give him a chance from day one. Well, they're not going to give him a chance from day two. With him already calling people lunatics, he hasn't even taken office yet. And he's already throwing, why would you include that in the Thanksgiving Day message? Happy Thanksgiving. And in the same message, you're talking about left-wing lunatics. You can see the insults at Trump, but the insults that Trump delivered to others, well, we're okay with that. They are if they want to put tampons in men's restrooms. How about forcing non-Christian children to read the Bible? You're okay with that though, huh? We don't need you guys. Remember that, boy. It says New York, Long Island. No, you say that now. Keep in mind, Trump's congressional majority is very slim. His congressional majority is very slim. If Trump gets in office and the Democrats rule against all of his agenda, everything he proposes, I bet you're going to change your tune in regards to saying we don't need you guys. Remember that. Yeah, you got control of the House and Senate, but it ain't by enough to make that statement. Certainly on the congressional level. If only one or two Congress members do not favor what Trump is promoting, you're going to see a lot of shit get turned down. Don't fall into the category of thinking we got everything under control. We don't. No, you don't. It ain't as strong as you think it is. But good luck with it. Good luck with it. You don't need the Democrats on some of the stronger policies. Like, for instance, some of that abortion shit. I think that you'd have a lot of congressmen going against some Bibles in schools and that stuff. I don't think you would get the support you want on that. So yeah, the notion that you don't need the Democrats. Good luck on that. Don't complain about a divided country or the Democrats are not working with you when you're making statements like that, because you kind of pretty much said the same thing there. Bake Boss says they do nothing. Democrats are a shit party. I'd have to get your definition of shit, because there may be some validity to it depending on how you say it, but I would tell you the same thing applies to the Republican Party if you word it right as well. Looking in the comments, I do want to respond to a quick super chat here that I think I missed. What did they say? They vilified Trump so much. Oh, I thought I saw that already. I thought I had missed something. Anyhow, folks, I'm so happy he won. I was sick of walking on eggshells of speech. People got so soft the last 4 years. You really think the last 4 years you've been walking on eggshells? So, Stevie D is a friend of the program. He's MAGA. I'd be curious to know. Now, you're saying you're happy that Trump won because you've been walking on eggshells over the last 4 years in regards to speech. I'd be curious to know what you wanted to say that you didn't feel comfortable to say during the Biden administration. Now, I will say one of the areas where the Biden administration hurt itself is following the feminists with all this toxic masculinity shit. And the LGBT community too. I made jokes about saying I don't know what the hell a they or them is in a singular form. So from them two aspects, I understand, but I'd be curious to know what else did you want to say that you had to walk on eggshells. I don't want to bring back Archie Bunker now. Let's not go too far with it. Angie says bar was lowered when they forgot what a woman was. I can't argue with that. The Democrats starting to accept biological males that transition into a woman and suggesting that qualifies as an actual woman, that is a loser. That is a loser. 'Cause a lot of Democrats, I mean, that's a man. I mean, okay, yeah, you dressed as a woman. A lot of Democrats don't believe a man can transition and become a woman. So, the whole thing, and I can't argue with it because you even had the Supreme Court justice asked, can you define what a woman is? And she was trying to spin it and say all kinds of shit. So I'll concede the point when you're right, and you're certainly right on it. That did not hurt. That did not help the Democrat Party. But I will say I think that some of Trump's stances is probably not going to help him in the long run. We'll see, because right now he is the president. Just like the Democrats went too far to the left, and it cost them the election. So people are saying, well, that's the end of the Democrats. No, it ain't the end of the Democrat Party. Just like the Democrats can go too far to the left, the Republicans can fuck up by going too far to the right. And we see clear evidence that they are going pretty far right. Supreme Court giving Trump immunity before he becomes president now. You got, like I said, Christianity being forced on kids in schools in different levels of it. Certainly some of those pro-choice, pro-life laws where the women had no say-so in it. They're trying to prevent women from being able to vote on whether to have pro-choice. The Republicans are starting to show signs that they're going too far to the right. So we'll see. Because I think they're also talking about getting rid of the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, to appease to the Second Amendment supporters. That's going pretty far right. So we'll see. We'll see in 4 years what's up. Keep your damn legs closed. There, problem solved. And that's what I mean by going too far to the right. I don't even know how to pronounce your name, but in regards to being pro-life and telling women that want to be pro-choice, keep your damn legs closed. That's a pretty tough stance. That can certainly kill your voting prospects with a lot of women. That is really, really a strong, tough stance to women. Just keep your fucking legs. I mean, that's just like harsh, for lack of a better term. Real quick in the comments, I see Randy is saying that's right. We'll see. P. Carla went too far center. Who is P. Carla, Arsha? I'll bring you up because I think I tried to bring you up a minute ago, one of my subscribers, Arsha Fine. Good evening, welcome to the program, Arsha. Who is P. Carla? What are you talking about?
Hi, sorry. I'm going to answer. Oh my God. Okay, first off, holy shit, Tim. I've been listening for half an hour, and I got some boomerangs that you're never gonna know. First off, I need to reply on this one. Kamala Harris didn't win because she went too far left. Lose because she went too far left. She lost because she went too far center. If she would have not had Cheney, not invited Palestinians, if she would have invited Palestinians to the table, she could have gotten the Arab vote. That would have changed Michigan, Pennsylvania, a few of those states. Yeah, she decided to play it safe and go a little bit more center. Anyway,
I disagree with. Hold on, I'll let you continue. Let me voice my opinion.
You can disagree.
On that. Yeah, let me do that. Let me do it. You can tell me where I'm wrong.
She never once talked about people in bathrooms or people playing sports.
That's true.
Or
that's true.
Taking the pill. And honestly, Donald Trump in his first term, he legislated, and people can look it up because it's facts, in prisons that transgender in whether you're in a male prison or in a female prison, you need to have tampons. So we can call him Tampon Don just as much as Tampon Tim, if we're going to be that kind of an asshole. However, I don't care who has tampons. If you got something you need to plug, just plug it up. It's fine. It's not my business.
Well, the whole sentiment is...
But that's legislation that he passed in his... in his tenure as president between 2017 and 2021. So,
well, the whole sentiment about Tampon Tim and all this. I mean, let's call it what it is. It's an anti.
It's not important. It's not important.
Well, no, it is important. It's an anti-LGBT sentiment.
Yes, it is important to those to a demographic that apparently is hurt by feminine hygiene products being provided for students. And to that I say, how dare you? Because I'm a woman. I've been growing up. I know how much I spend. I turned 50 years old. I keep thinking, everybody's like, oh, you're going to have menopause. Oh, thank God, I want it. Because this is an expensive.
Wait a minute. But how about this? I got people on my YouTube side. First of all, Aaron says females need to be in females' restrooms. Somebody else, you said it doesn't matter, and somebody, hold on. Somebody else pointed out, and they said it is our business when it involves our children. They believe some of this stuff is harmful to kids, Arsha.
You think that tampons are going to harm your children? And knowing about periods, I got 2 boys. They know, Mom, don't go into the bathroom. Mom's having her cycle right now. We might not want to see.
Why would they know that?
That's not scary. It's a part of human nature.
How do your kids know when you're having your cycle?
Well, both of my boys, okay, I got boys. They ask me questions. I answer. My 14-year-old's like, Mom, are you old enough that you don't have a period anymore? I said, I'm old enough that I shouldn't, but I do. He's like, oh, okay. He's asking questions about, female biology.
I lived with my mom until I was 17. I never knew what she was having.
I know. Tim, these kids these days, they learn so much. Listen, I'm not gonna tackle that. It's the fact that there's nothing to be humiliated or embarrassed about of having a period. That's how my children came into this life. Yeah. I cycle every month. That's how women make babies. If once you do that, that's the way it is. It's called I'm a mammal, just like all the mammals that you learn about in science. It's nothing to be embarrassed about or shine above. And that's how I raised my family. Not necessarily means that you need to be all poking the bear wherever, but anyway, what I want to say, and Tim, be quiet, because I'm having a really hard time saying this out loud.
Okay.
Gen X, if you are out there listening tonight, I 100% agree with what you were talking about with Tim tonight.
What did Gen X say?
Yes. About because I live in Hawaii. We're talking about the drones, right? You guys are,
yes.
Y'all were talking about
the
drones.
talking about the alien shit?
Yes, and we've seen shit come flying out of the ocean here in Hawaii. It's been documented, and over the last few years, blue lighting, freaking crazy town stuff that's unexplainable. It gets poo-pooed, but no, when you have 100 people filming the same shit coming flying out of the ocean, it's not an anomaly. So, to Gen X, if you're listening, this is the one and only time that I will ever say you are 100% probably on the right mark. They're not coming from somewhere else. They've already been here.
So you believe
So
there is alien
100.
you believe
Yeah.
there's alien life on Earth as we speak?
I believe that there is intellectual non-earthlings on this planet only because of my own experience, and I was not alone with multiple people. So yes, I will say that.
Wow. Huh.
And I don't think it should be scary. I think, the scariest part would be like, oh my God, like China is like hovering over New Jersey, whatever. And that's possible. And that's, but sometimes again, Gen X, I do not agree with him on anything except for today when he was talking. I was like, holy shit, bro, we could actually be friends on this. Wow. But, so I hope he's listening.
Bro, I don't think he is, because he would be saying something if he was. I don't think he's listening, but I'll tell him.
It's because sometimes the most obvious is what's real. Like, it's, you can, the process of elimination.
Oh, he's actually here. He says, I love her now.
Okay, Gen X.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to make you a sandwich, but I'll send you a UFO hat. Anyway, but no, I mean, I think that, we have Mount Shasta. We have all these different areas of the earth. And, Hawaii Island, especially my island, and Oahu, have like the biggest, anomalies. That's what I call them, anomalies. Things flying out of the ocean. What the fuck flies out of the ocean, Tim?
Well, you got a lot of military down there, so it could be military.
No. Okay, listen, Tim.
I'm listening.
Tim. What the fuck flies out of the depths of the ocean, shining bright blue, and then goes back down into... Come on, man. Come on. We can make excuses. And, I think it's more about fear, because maybe humans are like, oh my God, we're not the only exceptional humans. Of course we're not. I mean, of course, anyway, I'm not going to talk anymore about that because I don't want people to think I'm a freaking nut job.
You scared me. All right, well, I'm moving on, but you frightened me. But Arsha,
no, don't move on. Next thing. Hold on, because I'm scared. I wanted to give Gen X. Don't give me that side eye. Be quiet.
Go ahead. State your case.
And all those black women, more. I love you. Anyway.
State your case.
Anyway, I did want to say that to Gen X because I don't like him, but I mean, actually, I don't know if I like him or not, but I definitely agree with him on that. So hi, maybe we can be friends, Gen X. I live here. Maybe we can go swim in the ocean and snorkel and see some turtles.
On topic, okay. I can hook you up with them.
But my next one is the inauguration. That's what you guys have been talking about.
Right.
It is custom that a president, vice president, and the people before them show up for the inauguration. It doesn't have to do with ill will or snarkism or, he's a social media bully. You just, because that what didn't exist, obviously, during that time. And yes, thank you, Joe Biden and Barack Obama and all the people before that have carried on this tradition. Because it is.
Would you go to the inauguration? Would you go if you were Biden?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The reason why is because Biden. Okay, the difference between Barack Obama and
Ty, I see you on YouTube.
And Trump and Biden are, one of them is petty. Can you guess which one's petty?
Between Biden and Trump?
Huh?
Between Biden and Trump, which one is petty?
No, I was saying, so you had Barack Obama and then Donald Trump, and then you had Biden. Out of the three, which one's petty?
I don't think I've encountered anybody in my damn near in my life that's more petty than Trump. I mean, Trump's gonna be more petty than any.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean.
Thank you. So, regardless of the outcome and the outrage and the disappointment, people showed up to Trump's inauguration. Guess who didn't show up to Biden's?
Trump.
Exactly, because he's a petty motherfucker. Excuse my language. But Biden isn't a petty motherfucker. So they're all going to show up because that is what you do for your country. It's not about you. It's about your fellow countrymen. And that is what we need in a leader.
All right, Arsha. I do got to move it on. We'll see what happens. He's in office like in 5 weeks. We'll be talking. Thank you.
Gen X aliens are real. I believe you. All right.
God. All right, moving on. You and Gen X with these damn aliens. If I was Biden, I would say I was sick that day. Damn. Well, I guess he could use that as an excuse, but I don't think anybody would buy it. He could say, yeah, I was sick. I was having some symptoms of dementia to make a joke out of it. Just missed the inauguration. I'm having symptoms, from dementia. So I got to take a rest today. How many wine coolers, Jeremy? Be nice to my guests. TFM Constitutional Press. I was trying to look up your case. I can't find it. While I was talking to my last guest, when I put that in, Ohio 24-1289 Supreme Court, State versus Smith. Is that your case? State versus Smith. Feel free to state that in the comments there, TP Constitution. Edgy says, don't matter what fancy way they come here, they still have to come the legal way. That is hilarious, Ed. He's talking about space aliens. Doesn't matter what fancy way they come here. Usually they come by a spaceship. They still got to come the legal way. What are you going to do, deport the aliens? Oh, that is hilarious. That is very funny, creative. Ohio Supreme Court website, go to docket and then type it in. I have to see if I can do it in a second. They're coming the legal. That is funny. That is really funny, though. You want the aliens can come, but come the legal way. Shit. Our president deports everybody, even extraterrestrials. They are coming the legal way. That's what you're not educated on. Go study. Well, there is no illegal way for an alien to come to the damn country. Jesus Christ. Real quick, looking in the comments. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything there. Trump is a jealous. Damn. Jake Johnson says Trump is a jealous bitch. Always been jealous of Obama. When Obama got bin Laden, Trump had to go kill someone who was helping us fight ISIS. You think Trump is jealous of Obama, huh? A jealous bitch. Jesus Christ. I don't know. How many of you folks think that is an issue that Trump has? Some kind of, because Obama, not only did he win 2 terms, but he probably was the most popular president in many of our lifetimes. Obviously, Ronald Reagan won like 49 states, but Obama, very, very popular president. His poll numbers, his favorable rating. Now, one thing that CNN stated today, and I was watching CNN earlier, they were saying that the favorable numbers for Trump are pretty high right now compared to Trump, compared to his first presidency. So apparently people are somewhat happy they voted for him. His favorable numbers are still high. To some degree, he hasn't really done anything bad since winning. There is no election. He's not alleging election fraud. Even since becoming president, he really has not been on the attack throughout November. He hasn't been really attacking liberals or going after Biden, saying awful. He did that Thanksgiving message was terrible, but for the most part, he's been appointing controversial figures, but he hasn't been really saying anything bad. So his poll numbers are not bad right now compared to his first time. I think they said his poll numbers are at 55. George W. Bush was like in the low 60s. Obama was at 79%. At 79% when he went in. That's super high. But we'll see. Real quick in the comments. Jealous for what, says Terrence? What would Trump be jealous of Obama for? He's far more loved. Much more of the country loved Obama than they do Trump. That could have something to do with it. White people divided us because they were butthurt about Obama, period, says Jake Johnson. I gotta disagree with you. How do you think Obama won? White people were the one that voted for him. He absolutely got far more white votes than votes from people of color. Now Romney and McCain still won the white vote over Obama, but there's still millions of white people that voted for him. So I don't think that all white people were butthurt over Obama. Yeah, some were, but yeah, he got millions of white votes. Trump destroyed the Democrat Party, and it's hilarious. That's not true, though. The Democrat Party lost. By the way, when Trump lost the election in 2020, he actually lost by a greater margin to Biden than he defeated Kamala Harris by. So if you're going to say that his victory means he destroyed the Democrat Party, so are we saying that when Biden won, he destroyed the Republican Party? No. The Democrat Party is not destroyed. It's just Trump was offering a better package to more members of this country. That could easily change in 4 years, depending on what is the most important topic at that time. Like right now, a large portion of America voted on transgender issues. There's no way in hell people would have predicted in 2016 that one of the biggest most important issues in 2020 rather, when Biden got elected in 2020, nobody was thinking that in 2024, one of the major issues people vote on is going to be transgender gains. Nobody thought about. So there could be a huge issue coming up in 2028 you just don't know about right now, such as Christianity in schools that I keep bringing up. That could lead to be a major issue. I don't want my kid going to school a Muslim and coming home a Christian. Remember, I don't want your kid going to school a boy and coming home a girl. I don't want my Muslim kid coming home a Christian. That could be a major issue going forward. We don't know. We don't know what major issue is going to lead in 2028. Depends on how politics goes. Because they pinned a lot of shit to Kamala, which Arsha was pointing out, my last guest. A lot of stuff got pinned to Kamala that she wasn't even running on. Like the whole transgender surgery to inmates. Kamala Harris never ran on that. She's never talking about no shit like that. Same thing with the defund the police. They pinned that on the liberals. Kamala Harris never ran. Biden or Kamala Harris. Neither one of them ran on. They never really ran on defunding the police. Now, in the comments, Johnny says she did. Taking one statement somebody made years ago, that's not running on it. That's not running. That's like when Trump got up there and said, I'm not a Christian. And now if the Democrats tried to pin that he was an atheist, would that be accurate? Kamala Harris was not running on giving transgender surgery in prisons. That law was already in existence, that they could get some type of access to some type of hormones or whatever the hell it is. I don't know about it, but it's already in existence. And when they asked Kamala Harris what she would do, she said, I would follow the law. And they suddenly started making it sound like she wanted transgender inmates to be able to have surgery and all kinds of. She never ran on that. But I'll give Trump credit. I'll give the Republicans credit. They pinned a lot of this stuff to her, such as you could have a baby and the doctor would put the baby to the side and her and the doctor and the mom would decide whether to terminate them. Kamala Harris never ran on no shit like that. That's some far left lunatic liberal, as Trump would say. Some far left liberal out in the far reaches of space said something like that, and they pinned it on Kamala Harris. She never ran on allowing someone to terminate a baby in the 9th month or after it was born, but they pinned it to her. So some of the reasons she lost was because they were able to successfully pin things to her that she never ran on. And they tried to do it with Trump too. So it's not just it only happened to Kamala. That's how politics works. Trump was just better at doing it. So, and it ended up costing Kamala Harris the election. But I don't believe the Democrats are done for us. People were talking about Democrats, and no, they ain't done. You don't know what's going to come up. Real quick, looking in the comments here. Trump voters in the slow as hell. Well, they're winning right now, though. Obama's favorability was even lower than Bill Clinton's in leaving office, both lower than I'd have to see evidence of that time on my side. Wake up, people, change is coming. Says change is always coming. She wants abortion legal until birth, says, but where's the evidence of that? I've never seen Kamala Harris publicly say anywhere that she wants abortion to be legal until birth. That's something that was attributed to her. I've never heard her or Biden say they wanted to have the police defunded. That's something that was attributed to them. Or transgender surgery in schools where your kid would go to school a boy and come home a girl. I've never heard any Democrat say that they favor that. That was stuff that was attributed to him. And it worked. It won. I mean, it helped Trump win. I can't hate on the guy for doing what it takes to win, but that stuff's not factual. I've never heard a Democrat say, I want to make it legal for the school to give my child transgender surgery without my input. I've never heard of any Democrat saying that. But he said that at a rally. He said that at a debate. She also wants trans surgeries for illegal aliens on us. Like I said, once again, I'd like to see clips of her saying that. I would have to see evidence of her saying. I've never heard of any of that stuff coming from Kamala Harris. I heard all of that coming from detractors of Kamala Harris pinning it to her. I didn't see any commercials of her talking about giving transgender surgeries to illegal aliens. I think people voted harder this term with their wallets and their emotions. People are scared no matter who you are, and there's no certainty right now. I definitely believe people voted with their wallets. The economy, they're always going to do that. But this transgender stuff, like I said, nobody would have predicted 4 years ago that this was going to be a hot button topic. That literally came out of nowhere. And when I say nobody predicted it, it's probably because the overwhelming, and I mean, when I say overwhelming, I mean like probably 99% of Americans. The overwhelming majority of Americans are not dealing with those transgender issues at all. The overwhelming majority of Americans are not dealing with the risk of their kid going to school one gender and coming home another one. That's just something nobody is dealing with. You notice how they were able to present Lincoln Riley as an immigrant killed by an illegal. Where are all of the kids that went to school one gender and came home another one? They can't present a single case of that. Yet people believe that was the same thing about having a baby, a live birth, where you cut the cord and put the baby to the side and the mom and the doctor decide whether to terminate it. Not one case of that ever happening. But they pinned that to the Democrats as if that was the norm. I've never heard of that. I don't even know any Democrat that favors letting the mom do something like that. Kamala was a co-sponsor of 2019 Women's Health Protection Act, which allows abortion up till birth. She's a co-sponsor of what? Look, like I said, this is what I'm talking about, where you take things on the fringes and make it sound like she's literally running on that. She's been campaigning all of the fall of she kept from late summer, well, from June, well, August is when she got in. So from August to November, show me something where she did it during the campaign. You talking about something that happened 4 years ago? Show me something that she did during the campaign. I mean, Trump talked about taking away guns without giving people due process. He didn't campaign on that. I mean, so do we hold her accountable for everything she said in the past, but not Trump? Sickening flyers depicting what? Sickening flyers depicting gay, anal, and oral sex. What does that got to do with Kamala Harris, though? You got crazy ass left-wing liberals out there, just like you got crazy ass right-wingers. That ain't got shit to do necessarily with the person that's running for president. I mean, do you want to attack every white supremacist statement on Trump? He ain't got nothing to do with all of that stuff. But these are people who might vote for him. These are people you might see at a rally. Do you attribute everything they say to Trump? A lot of the stuff we're talking about that Kamala Harris supported is stuff that crazy left, like Black Lives Matter was some of the folks that were talking about defunding the police. Not Democrat. For the most part, very few, if any, Democrat politicians of any stature talked about defunding police. It was groups like that, like Black Lives Matter and stuff like that. But they started saying that Nancy Pelosi and Biden was in favor of it. That's not true. That's not true. That's what happens when you don't get out and tell the people what your policies are. Her own fault. Terrence, 100% agree with that. 100% agree with that. That is one thing I give Trump credit for. He is always in your ear. He is always in your ear. So you don't have any doubt over how he feels about something or where he stands on it. Even if it's not true, but he is always communicating with the people. And that is why even a lot of Democrats could not tell you of any major accomplishments from Biden because he's not in your ear. Whereas if Trump was responsible for the CHIPS Act, it would be the best act in technology history. He would be all over that. I mean, Biden was not good at doing that. Trump held rallies the entire time he was president, and he continued telling people what he was doing, even if it wasn't true. He was talking to you. That's a negative for the Democratic Party. They need to figure that out. Look here, but don't look there. This is what's going on, and look here, but don't look there. That is true, but that's politics. I do believe the Lincoln Riley thing is a good example of look here, but don't look there. Illegal immigrants are not going around killing Americans like that, which is why there's a reason why you're only really hearing about Lincoln Riley and an apartment complex in Colorado. If illegal immigrants were as bad as Trump has portrayed them to be, there should be stories emanating from everywhere. There should be Lincoln Rileys on TV every other day. I mean, you got anywhere from 15 million to 20 million illegals in this country, as Trump would say. And he's saying that they're mostly rapists and murderers. They're not sending us their best and brightest. They're sending us rapists and murderers. That's like millions of rapists and murderers. You should have an infinite amount of victims. Lincoln Riley there shouldn't be enough room to get Lincoln Riley all the coverage she got. There should be too many other victims. So here, not there. I mean, but if you can make a mountain out of a molehill successfully, it might work. And I think that Trump has done a really good job at that. Just stay in your echo chamber and ignore facts posted. Well, what facts flowers enter? Let me just say it this way. I personally believe that if Trump had, if you put a gun to Trump and demanded that he give you the name of 5 Americans that were killed by illegal immigrants, he couldn't do it if his life depended on it. Give me 5 people, just 15 to 20 million illegals here. You're saying they're poison in the blood. They're mostly rapists and murder. Give me 5 people, just 5. That's it. You can count them on one hand. Just give me 5 people that were murdered by an illegal immigrant. I don't think he could do it. I don't even think there's a bunch of people on Fox that could do it. 5 people. Now, if 15 to 20 million of them are here, and let's say 30% of them, you should have easily 5,000 you can present. Here's an example I'll give you. Being a native of Chicago, where there's shootings and killings all day in Chicago. There's a lot. Every night somebody gets murdered in Chicago. If you watch the 10 o'clock news in Chicago, any day, weekday, Monday, Tuesday, not just the weekend, but the weekday too. You watch the 10 o'clock news. It's a 30-minute newscast on all of the networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, and WGN. You're going to get at least a murder per night. You watch it on Monday, they're telling you about somebody got killed on the South Side or somebody got killed, at a gas station or something. You watch the news on Tuesday night, once again, somebody got killed somewhere. But it's a different person than the person they told you about on Monday. The person they tell you about Wednesday is going to be different than the people they told you about on Monday and Tuesday. That's what happens when the violence is actually happening. You won't see the person that got killed on Monday being discussed every single night on television. Lincoln Riley, they're talking about this shit for 2 or 3 weeks. Because there's no other victims they can show you. They don't have enough victims to make the case. No violent city does that. Only time I've seen that happen is with somebody famous lose their life, like with the United Healthcare CEO. And of course, the killer was uncaptured. So they're showing you this over and over again because they're trying to help you find who killed him. But to show you Lincoln Riley's murder over and over again for weeks on end like that, where are all the other ones? You can show this over and over again because you don't have any other victims. You don't have enough victims. So you got to show this one and kind of fill in the blanks by telling people, well, what's happening to a bunch of other people too. Well, who are they? And people bought it. You show one and people believe there's thousands of others. That's why I believe that Trump will absolutely be the best at securing the border, because he can do it even if he don't do it. If all he has to do is show you 1 or 2 illegal immigrants that have been deported for committing a heinous crime, show you 1 or 2 of those every other day or something like that, and tell you it's thousands more, people gonna buy it. People will buy it. You would think that they're deporting thousands of people. Every day they're showing us at least one bad person. That ain't shit. One person, that's only 365 people a year. But if they show you that every day, you think it gives you the feeling that they're deporting thousands of people. Lincoln Riley is a perfect example. People believe there are Lincoln Rileys everywhere. There's not. There's really not. If there were, they would be telling you about them. My case hits the real issues. Read between the lines. I can't find your case, though. I'll look for it when I get out here. You don't hear much about the 325,000 kids they lost track of either. Yeah, because if they tell you about the 325,000 kids they lost track of, it makes the United States look bad. A lot of those kids are with their families. They didn't lose. A lot of those kids actually are in the country living with relatives and shit like that. Some of them have been swallowed up by the foster care system and adopted. They're not actually missing, sold into the sex trade or nothing like that. Full throttle football says Trump, you got your guy. He'll be in office in about 5 weeks. Kamala was definitely on video saying she would ensure trans surgeries for illegals in detention. Yeah, she said, I'll follow the law. What Kamala Harris said she didn't say she would. Okay, here's what Aaron has said. He says Kamala Harris said Kamala Harris is definitely on video, or was on video, saying she would ensure trans surgeries for illegals. What Kamala Harris was saying was she would follow the law. That is already in place. You could do that under Trump. When they asked Kamala Harris how she felt, I'll follow the law. If the law allows them to do this, I'll follow the law. She wasn't talking about passing some new law that gives them provisions to have surgery on transgender people. They made it sound like this is something new she was coming up with. No, that ain't true. Her words were, I'll follow the law. She's an ally to the transgender community. She wasn't taking nothing away, but she wasn't giving them any damn thing extra. But the way they worded it and pinned it on her They made it sound like this does not exist. And if you elect Kamala Harris, suddenly inmates can now get access to all of this stuff that they normally would not have if Kamala Harris wasn't out in office. That ain't true, but it worked. It did work. I don't know what I was just looking at. FBI said they have 2 million gotaways, and that's what they know about. How many don't we know about? 2 million. What is 2 million gotaways? What do you mean by a gotaway? He held a whole rally at the border for the victims' family. I mean, like I said, Trump did a really good job on highlighting the problems at the border. Now, I don't believe immigrants are murdering Americans right and left, but I believe the truth is bad enough for Biden. I do believe Trump lied and exaggerated when the truth was sufficient. I mean, fact is, there are hundreds of thousands of people in this country that shouldn't be here, that do not have legitimate asylum claims, and we don't know who the hell they are. They haven't been vetted. I mean, the truth was bad enough. I don't think he needed to lie. Just telling the truth. Under Biden, too many people are here that probably don't belong in the country. But to make the point stronger and drive it home in Trump's signature fashion, well, I'm gonna say they murdering people. All right, it worked, but it ain't true. Real quick, I want to look in here. That means you were there too, dummy. I don't. You must be talking to somebody. Come on, pretend like you don't know what a gotaway is. Well, you're talking about somebody got what, escaped from prison? I mean, gotaway is you're escaping from something. You're saying the FBI had 2 million gotaways. You're telling me 2 million people ran across the Rio Grande? Ran across the, I don't believe that. So, tell me, 2 million, what is a gotaway? Tell me what you mean by that. Trump butthurt that he can't find Director Wray of the FBI because he resigned today. Yeah. Biden probably needs to pardon Trump's hit list. Trump has said that retribution will simply be him winning. I personally don't buy that. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier. It's not like Trump's word is a prayer book. He has been known to say things that are not true, or that, I mean, I do believe that if Trump becomes president, General Milley, for instance, which MAGA overwhelmingly supports him going after General Milley. I do believe General Milley is in trouble if Trump gets elected. That guy for sure. I don't feel confident Dr. Fauci would be safe, and I think Dr. Fauci really should be left alone because he's a messenger. He's not ordering legislation. He doesn't pass any laws. If he sucked when he was in office during COVID, you should just got rid of him. Why would you take his advice and then threaten to throw him in jail for? So I definitely think that Dr. Fauci is another one. He's had a hard-on for Hillary Clinton. He does have Hillary Clinton derangement syndrome. I'm not going to say that Biden should pardon Hillary Clinton, though. If there's something there, let him go after it. But Trump does have Hillary derangement syndrome, so she could come back up again. Nancy Pelosi, maybe, is another one he doesn't like. Adam Schiff and Chuck Schumer. I mean, any of the strong left-wing liberals could be at risk. I really think that Liz Cheney should be pardoned. I don't think Liz Cheney should be, I don't think she committed any crimes. I mean, you have a right to investigate the guy. I mean, you're going after the prosecutors like Jack Smith. I mean, prosecutors in this country are immune. Prosecutors charge people with crimes they did not commit every day in this country. If you had the ability to jail prosecutors that charge people with crimes they didn't commit, you wouldn't have any prosecutors. They have immunity from that. So Jack Smith should be pardoned. In fact, probably going to do Fonnie Willis and Alvin Bragg and all, because all of them may face Trump. So probably should look out for all of them. But I don't know what you can pardon them for. They haven't committed any crime, other than to write in the pardon, kind of what he did for Hunter Biden. The last 10 years, you can't get him for anything. Just to give him a statute of limitation clearance, because I don't feel confident Trump won't go after those people. I mean, he's constantly talking about all of them. Full Throttle Football says, I think you're smart. Wow, thank you. I don't get that too often on this program. Thank you for that very much. The problem with accepting a pardon is an admission of a crime. Not if it's written. Biden can write the pardon and state in it that he feels that the Trump administration is looking to unjustly prosecute these folks who have committed no crime at all, and to prevent them from dealing with an injustice, I am going to issue a federal pardon covering any considerations that may arise from such and such date to it. He can write in the pardon so that in the future, if anybody says, well, that pardon means they committed a crime, you can show them the pardon where Biden wrote in there, no, they didn't do anything wrong. No, so he could write it in a way that would eliminate that statement, that giving a pardon is an admission of guilt. Then write in the pardon that they ain't guilty of nothing. We believe that this individual is likely to unjustly go after him based on his statements or whatever. Then that means Roger Stone is guilty for helping with January 6th, says Jake Johnson. January 6th is an interesting one. And January, because we take Trump's statement of go peacefully and patriotically, and we ignore let's have trial by combat and let's take your country. I mean, all of the other statements that were hostile leading up to let's go peacefully and patriotically get ignored. I don't understand how that works. Okay, you're giving him credit for a peaceful statement, but you're not giving anybody else admonishment for all of those hostile statements. Everybody that spoke before Trump was hostile. Did he accept the pardon or not? It says digital war. So if you were in prison for something you didn't do, would you accept the pardon? That's a great question. Damn right. That's a great question. He said, you don't want to take a pardon because it's an admission of guilt. Well, if somebody is after your ass, do you turn down the pardon? Well, because that'll be like, no, I want to get out. That's a great point. Yeah, I'm taking the pardon. That's a great point. You watch all the people that go in front of the Senate plead the fifth. They can lie in Congress, but the Senate is another scenario. All the January 6th committee will be charged. Destruction of evidence can be a 20-year sentence. I don't know if what they destroy. I don't know if there's evidence to suggest they didn't have the right to do that. I mean, I don't. What law says that they had to maintain the evidence? Tim, I didn't know someone as tall and as big as you could be so flexible the way you bend over backwards to turn anything any Democrat does to something good. Ed G, some of the transgender shit. No, I ain't turning it. I've pointed out all kinds of negative shit the Democrats did. What are you talking about? I don't believe some of that LGBT stuff was good at all. I've pointed out plenty of things. I don't believe Biden not having conversations with the American people was good when Trump was holding rallies and doing it every other day. I mean, I can point. You're hearing what you want to hear, and I do appreciate you tuning in. But I think I criticize the left so much that plenty of Democrats come on the program and tell me I'm making excuses for Trump. But here you are telling them making excuses for Democrats. All right, both sides tell me that. I get folks on the left that tell me you voted for Trump. This is what happens when you're somewhere near the middle and you don't pick a side. Both sides think you're working for the other side. I get a lot of folks on the program that tell me I voted for Trump. I'm defending Trump. I'm giving them too many excuses. Then I get folks on the right that tell me the same thing in reverse. Pardon wasn't going to. And see, Tyler Coates is saying you are MAGA. Hillary's emails deleted. Call phones smashed. No consequences. What do you say? Hillary's emails had to be held indefinitely? They did an investigation on Hillary Clinton. She testified before Congress for 11 hours. They didn't find anything. She has the right to delete her emails at that point, don't she? You did an investigation. You came up with nothing. You can't just hold on to her private information indefinitely, can you? I don't think there's going to come out of that. What does that say here? Underrated. Where's your cash cow? You're here. You are. That's you. Underrated. Who has been? That would be you. Underrated. You're the cash cow. Military call me. Emails were not all turned over. Good luck with that. I mean, so what are you going to go at? You're going to go after Hillary Clinton for destroying evidence 8-9 years ago? Is there a statute of limitations on that? I mean, how long can they go after you for that? If that is a crime. Once QAnon gets nominated to the cabinet, Biden had to pardon. Y'all sound stupid as fuck, and we're gaslighting because you know Trump is going to try to do stuff. Yeah, I'm certainly going to say, for the people that Trump has made it clear he has a beef with, I believe Biden to be safe, for the sake of unity and to be safe rather than sorry. If Biden is friendly and favorable in how he views those, you should pardon those people. At the very least, offer it to him. If General Milley want to say, no, I don't want to accept the pardon for whatever reason, then hey, so be it. But I do believe that Biden should offer pardons to those folks. He should offer pardons to those folks. I would, I've heard people say that Biden should pardon folks that are incarcerated for nonviolent drug offenses, certainly marijuana offenses. I don't know what Biden's going to do on the way out. Because remember, Trump is the one saying he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln and stuff like that. But Biden may do some wild shit on the way out. He is a man with nothing to lose at this point. I mean, he's at the sunset of his life. He's not going to run for office again. Biden may do something wild. I mean, he is the first to appoint a black Supreme Court justice. He put a black woman in as VP, tried to give her the presidency. He's responsible for the first black man president. He ran with under Obama. Don't sleep on Biden. Biden may go out and do something serious. Because here's my take on Biden. Maybe I'm wrong on this. You can tell me if I am. I don't block, ban, or censor. But my take on Biden is that he certainly was bigoted, intolerant. You want to call him racist or whatever, back in the day. I believe that. I mean, most white men of his stature viewed themselves as supreme over blacks. Growing back up Biden, what is he, born in the 1930s or something like that? Most white men from that era had that mind. I mean, that was just the mindset of the country. That was the way this country was. So I do believe he has some of that in him, and I do believe that he tried to make amends for that in the last decade or so. I do believe he literally targeted the minority community in efforts to make amends for maybe how he was in the earlier part of his life. I mean, he's made appointments and done all kinds of stuff for minorities, which is why I'm saying it would not surprise me if on the way out, he did something like that. Like I said, pardon pardon federal inmates that are in there for nonviolent drug abuse. That's going to be a lot of black people. If he pardoned everyone that had a federal, even people in the past, because it's still on their record and it's still affecting them. People who've gotten out of prison. If you serve time, federal time, for a nonviolent drug offense, particularly marijuana, I'm just going to offer a blanket pardon. That would be huge to the African-American community because that's who got caught up in a lot of that shit. I'm just saying, don't sleep on Biden on the way out. Most politicians usually offer some wild pardons or some controversial pardons on the way out. It wouldn't surprise me because Trump is already talking about pardoning the January 6th protesters. Who is Biden going to pardon that's more controversial than that? I mean, you're going to have a lot of Republican politicians that are saying that some of these are bad pardons when Trump does that. He's made it clear he's going to do it. So, I mean, if Biden pardons non-violent drug offenders, yeah, the right is going to point out and say that was wrong, and they're going to find some of those offenders that get out of prison and re-offend and point out that if Biden had to pardon them. But when Trump does that with the January, that's going to change the narrative. What Biden done will be forgotten. So I'm saying don't sleep on Biden. He may do some shit like that. And he says, don't sleep on Biden. He'll be asleep before us. And you've been dropping some gems tonight. Oh, that is funny. That's the second one you did like that. I mean, Angie, oh my God. Thanks for the super chat, but that is very funny. Biden only helping his crime family on the way out and is responsible for low-level drug arrests. Whatever, it's going to look good if he does it. The guy's like 80-some years old. Biden crime family. I mean, nobody believes that Biden is out there pulling capers at 82 years old. You can't say the guy got dementia, can't string together a sentence, don't know where the hell he's at, but he's also leading the crime family. One of those things don't make sense. Something don't make sense about that. Either he is smart and criminal-minded, or he's out of his fucking rocker. You can't have both. So we'll see about that. I see Biden falling asleep was funny though, Ed. Biden Hunter was 100 million times worse than Jan Holloway. What? I don't understand that. Nathan Christopher says, play R. Kelly. Why would I put R. Kelly on? Why do you want to hear R. Kelly? You nothing wrong with some bumping ground. You want somebody to put their key in your ignition? Is that what you want, Nathan? Tell me to play R. Kelly. You want somebody to stick their key in your ignition? You want the remix? I don't think Hunter caused anyone to die or go to the hospital. No, I don't think so. And that's why I think that Biden should have pardoned his son. Just like because of what you said. The crimes that Hunter Biden committed, they were financial crimes. Even if you want to talk about even if the so-called laptop stuff ever materialized, nobody died from that stuff or went to the hospital on that either. But that likely is, well, he's been pardoned already, so that's never going to materialize. But even the stuff he was charged with, the lying on the gun application and failing to file his taxes, that's just financial crimes. It's just financial crimes. If Trump implements tariffs, we are moving some of our offices to the EU and sending over 1,000 jobs. The tariffs ain't gonna happen. I don't think they're gonna happen. I'd be very surprised if they happen because Trump is talking about he's going to impose the tariffs if Mexico and Canada does not enforce their border. But at the same time, he's talking about he is going to send the National Guard and other troops to our border. So Canada and Mexico don't have to do a damn thing about the border. If you got the military, if you got the U.S. military on the border and you build a wall and you soup up Homeland Security and Border Patrol, you hire a bunch of more agents, you've secured our border, even if Mexico and Canada do nothing. So I believe the tariffs are going to be a way for Trump to do nothing and give himself a huge pat on the back, because if he sends the military to the southern and northern border, preventing people from coming into this country, Mexico and Canada may have done nothing, but he'll still be able to say, due to our own military, since I've taken office, the number of illegal immigrants have dropped by 70, 80, 90%. And Mexico and Canada got scared because of those tariffs and they did their job, and now I don't have to impose them. When in reality, Mexico and Canada may have done nothing, but because the illegal immigration numbers have dropped because of his own supplying of military to the border, he can brag and say, my policy scared the shit out of Trudeau of Mexico and Claudia, whatever her name is down, or Trudeau of Canada and Claudia, whatever her name is down there in Mexico, and they did what I demanded they do. MAGA would cheer that on. A lot of independents would cheer it on. The immigration would drop, and he's giving himself a pat on the back, when in reality, Mexico and Canada didn't do a damn thing. And now he has a reason to say, well, I don't need to impose the tariffs because they listen. I don't think the tariffs are going to happen. I really don't think so. He can't send armed military anywhere on American soil. Good luck with that, Chris. I think he has enough control of Congress, Senate, Supreme Court, that if he suggests that this country is being invaded, which a lot of folks on the right believe the illegal immigration is an invasion and that it is putting American lives in danger, if you buy that, then you'll support sending the military to deal with it. Who else deals with invaders? If this country is being invaded by people that's killing us, and you believe that, what's the proper way to deal with that? The military. And most of the people on the right believe that. So I disagree with you saying that he won't be able to get the military. I think Congress would authorize that. The right-wing Congress, which would be enough. I think Congress would offer that. We'll authorize it. That will be martial law. You don't have to, well, if he's sending the military to the southern border and space them out, and their only job is to just stand out there and make sure, to make sure the border is secure. They're not telling Americans what to do in certain towns. It's not really martial law. How's that martial law? If we're going to have borders, we might as well send the military to protect it, says Paul. And that's what I said. You'll get a lot of Republicans that would agree with you. Hey, handsome liberal, I have not watched you too much, but your name should be the dumb liberal. Just because it's a financial crime does not mean that it's not a crime. He should be locked up, says Shock Rock 1966. He says, hey, handsome liberal, I have not watched you too much. I appreciate you here now, Shock Rock. And by the way, your input is always appreciated. You can be critical of the host. I believe in free speech. But here is his comment. I got thick skin, by the way. His comment is that, hey, handsome liberal, I have not watched you too much, but your name should be the dumb liberal. Just because it's not a financial crime does not mean it's not a crime. He should be locked up. Whether you think I'm smart or dumb, that's your opinion. That's fine. Some folks believe one way, some folks, I'm fine with that. But in regards to you saying, just because it's a financial crime does not mean it's not a crime. That's true. You are correct. A financial crime is indeed still a crime. However, you're saying he should be locked up. That's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. I didn't say he shouldn't be locked up. What I said is, if that is my child or if that is my relative, and I have the ability to pardon them, I am going to make that decision based on the type of crime they committed. And if they have committed a crime where no one was injured, no one was sexually assaulted, it was a financial crime, which in politics, everybody is there on a cash grab. Everybody in Washington is there on a fucking cash grab. And their children and family members are part of it too. I'm going to pardon him. I'm not going to let my kid go down for a financial crime. He's facing 16 years for lying on his taxes. Remember when Trump got caught up with the Alvin Bragg case? What was the primary pushback from MAGA? It's a victimless crime. He paid the money back plus interest. The banks did okay. Nobody lost money. That applies to Hunter Biden as well. He paid the IRS back plus interest. Nobody lost any money. He got rid of the gun he obtained illegally. There's no victims. I'm not going to let my own damn kid go down for years for that shit. If I can sign a piece of paper and pardon. No. Hell no. I'm going to pardon my kid. So that is my response to you there, Shock Rock. But thank you for your input. And Shock Rock, I'll tell you this. While you're being critical of me, I feel confident that you damn sure would pardon your own kid under the same circumstance. I feel 100% confident that if your child was in that same circumstance as Hunter Biden, where no one lost their life, no one was injured, no kid lost, it's not like he violated the innocence of some kid. You'd pardon your kid too. You just don't like Hunter Biden. You got Biden derangement syndrome. But if it was your kid, you would pardon him too. Shell! Appreciate that. Wow, thank you. Thank you for the utter support. Appreciate that, Shell. Certainly made my evening. Thank you. You're in the same boat as the rest of us. Trump has nothing planned for the average man. I can't speak on that. I don't. If Trump gets the economy better, won't that benefit? That will benefit the average man significantly. if the price of fuel drops like he has promised, some don't believe he's going to do this, but let's say Trump gets gas back down to $2 a gallon. I could go for some mean tweets and $2 gas is what they say. If he does that, the average man benefits a lot. So you say Trump has nothing in store for the average man. I think that if you get the border secure, there are some average men that will benefit from that. I understand the farmers and some of them folks are talking about it's going to lead to an increase in the price of some goods that they pay. I don't believe he has to go that far with it. Like I said earlier, if he deports criminals, if he just deports a few thousand criminals per year and put them on TV, the farmers can still, because the farmers ain't out there murdering people. Despite what you hear on the fucking right, farmers that come in this country to pick fruits and shit are not killing people by nighttime. They're not doing this shit. The right portrays everybody that comes in this country as, no, they're not doing that. But if he puts on TV tattooed MS-13 members and shit like that, you can satisfy the call for deportation without ever touching the farmers, without ever touching grandma that's been in the country for 40 years, ain't committed a crime. He can actually do what he said he's going to do without really pissing off the liberals very much. Lincoln Rally has proved you don't have to deport a lot. Lincoln Rally has proved you don't have to actually have a lot of cases to satisfy the masses. People believe that they are raping and murdering Americans wholesale, just simply based off of the evidence of a few cases. So if he shows just a few cases of bad hombres being deported, MAGA's going to be happy because they're going to believe that hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of people are being deported. And there's not going to be any sympathetic Elian Gonzalez type cases to piss off the liberals. He could actually do it in a way where it looks like he's doing a really good job. Kids need to learn from their mistakes, not to be saved from consequences. At Hunter Biden's level, you really think that rich people do that to their kids? Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Yes, I do. KC Day by Day, $ the handsome liberal. KC Day by Day, that is what it is. The handsome liberal. Trump pardoned his son-in-law's father and then made him an ambassador to France. He did. Yeah, he did. As I said, a lot of things that MAGA's complaining about, there are resemblances of it on the Trump side. Like Jared Kushner, Trump's daughter, they got paid from being in office. I mean, it's not technically illegal getting money from the Saudis, but you talk about Hunter Biden getting paid from the Ukraine and Burisma. I mean, his daughter got paid. They got a lot of money out of that. And the only reason they got it is because daddy was president. Real quick, looking in the comments here, they made it illegal to do the test in Israel, fake Jew. To do what test? I'd like to know what comments you're talking about. To do what? If he wanted a secure border, he wouldn't have forced us to wait until he got elected to do something. Well, I'll tell you something in regards to that. The point you're making is that if he wanted a secure border, he would not have waited he would not have rejected Biden's border bill. Folks are going to say Biden waited too damn long. If Biden waiting 3 years to secure the border makes Biden look bad. I understand why Trump done it. At that point, they're like, fuck it, it's too late anyway. Bish. Is that what they say? Bish? Like as in bitch? Bish. Good evening, Bish. I don't know if it's going to bring him up. We'll give him a moment to come up. Okay, I'm done with people that don't know facts of what they speak, feel over Trump statements and just low information people. Y'all enjoy the find out portion. I didn't want to take this ride with you. The fuck around and find out portion, we'll know in 5 weeks? because Trump has promised to do a whole lot of stuff on day one, quote unquote day one. So the first 100 days of Trump administration should be very interesting. We'll be talking about it. We'll be talking a lot because I mean, he's promised to do a lot of controversial shit. So on day one, it should be pretty interesting. I say within the first month. Obviously, the January 6th pardons are going to be in there somewhere. That's going to be very controversial because the minute Trump starts pardoning those January 6th folks, the liberal media is going to start showing on television why they were arrested to begin with. All of them folks are not just peaceful individuals that walked in and suddenly ended up with a long prison sentence. Some of them folks, well, yeah, he was beating the cop over the head with a fire hydrant, but I don't think he should have got 5 years. It's going to be stuff like that. Yeah, he was smashing a window in and climbing in and yelling all kinds of anti-Nancy Pelosi shit, but I don't think he should be. It's going to be stuff like that. It's not going to just be people who peacefully walked in and they've been in prison for 2 or 3 years. It's going to be plenty of them kind of folks where the writers got to explain, well, why was this guy on the, bear spraying the cop? Why is he pardoning this guy? It's going to be them kind of folks. That's what the left is going to put on TV. You pardon your own son, everything is fair game since Johnny 11. Really? So if Hunter Biden is my son and I pardon him for that, you're telling me it's fair game to pardon the January 6th? Really? Wow. Okay. All right. That's different. That's taking it to a hell of an extreme there. At least in my opinion. Johnny, friend of the program, but yeah, you and I disagree on that. Stay strapped or get clapped. George Washington said, I heard that. I said, I heard. No, George Washington wasn't talking about staying strapped with a musket loader. I don't think George Washington is, no, unless you're talking about some George Washington that live in the hood. George Washington Jenkins or somebody. How about all of the people in Trump's administration that are writers of Project 2025? They don't want to talk about that. Remember, Trump doesn't know anything about Project 2025. Just somehow, by coincidence, a bunch of the authors of it were qualified enough for him to appoint them to his own administration. We can talk about anything else, but the notion that Trump knows nothing about Project 2025 to me just sounds utterly ridiculous. And I would submit to you that the right would say the same thing if you had a left-wing politician trying to pull the same wool over their eyes. If you had a left-wing manifesto that was talking about transgender surgery in prisons for men and women, or if there were, just imagine a far left agenda written down in some type of pamphlet or book, and Obama or Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris or Biden had won the presidency, and they were suddenly appointing to their cabinet several of the authors from that far left manifesto, while at the same time telling you they didn't know nothing about the manifesto and they were never trying to change America to the direction of what was in that manifesto. Now, keep in mind, the manifesto has that liberal president's name in it several hundred times. MAGA wouldn't buy that shit. There's no way MAGA would ever believe that president is not going to do what's in that fucking book. So I'm just going to tell, we can talk about Trump, defend or criticize him or how, that ain't believable. I'm just going to tell you, that's just not believable. That Trump is saying he don't know nothing about Project 2025. That ain't believable. That all of these people from this book is just popping up on your administration. Out of everybody in the country, for some reason, you found a bunch of them authors qualified. So that ain't believable. And I'm going to tell you flat out, MAGA wouldn't believe it. If things were reversed, MAGA would not believe that. You don't even believe the fucking FBI. You tell me you would believe that? You wouldn't believe it either. So even if Trump is telling the truth, which obviously I don't think he is in this case, but even if he's telling the truth, that he has no intentions of delivering an agenda for Project 2025 and that he knows nothing about it, you should damn well understand why people don't believe him. There's way too many connections and coincidences for that to just be happening by chance. It's not believable. It's not believable. He might not know nothing about it because he don't read. Even if you are illiterate at this point, I don't believe you don't know nothing about it. It's all over the mainstream media. It was used to try to hammer you during the election. There was a host of ads and commercials using it. Even if you did not know how to read at all, you would ask somebody, what the hell is this that they're trying to use against me? There's no way in hell, as of last weekend when he was on Meet the Press saying, I don't know nothing about this, at least put some effort into the lie. At least, I mean, even if you believe that Trump is the best thing since sliced bread, I don't even know who the hell you are, and I'm going to tell you don't believe that shit. That makes no sense at all at this point. That you wouldn't have at least asked somebody, what the hell is this they keep talking about? They're saying my name is in it. There's no way in hell that's believable. That's insane. Why he would even go on TV and say something like that? I mean, I've seen Kamala Harris. I grew up in a middle-class family, or being asked, what would you do different from Biden? I wouldn't change it. I've seen people go on TV like Kamala Harris and not be prepared to answer a question. Trump going on TV and saying he knows nothing about Project 2025 ranks up there with that. This is not believable. That's a terrible answer at this stage in the game to be saying you don't know nothing about that. Yeah, you do. If I was interviewing him, with all due respect, sir, that ain't believable. That's how I know you got to respect the office. I know you got to respect the man. But that would be with all due respect, sir, that's not believable. This has been around too long. You got kids in high school that know about Project 2025. That's not believable. Nobody on your administration has told you. You haven't decided to look this up. That's not believable. Looking in the comments, TDS is real, says Christopher Adams. Yeah, it is. It is real. Handsome liberal, we need liberals and conservatives for our country to be great. True. We both play an important role. The problem is that the extreme left has hijacked your beloved party. There is some element of truth to that, shock rock, but that's not unique to the evangelicals is hijacking the right. I don't see any. You don't want LGBT issues being taught to kids in schools, but you're okay with them forcing the Bible. The evangelicals is hijacking your party. It's in its infancy stages right now, so it's not gaining the attention just yet. Remember earlier in the life I was telling you about in 2028, there may be issues that are really big at the next election that we're not really talking about now. Just like in 2020, nobody was talking about transgender stuff, but it was a big issue in the 2024 election. Forcing kids to read the Bible, regardless of their religion in schools, the evangelicals are hijacking your party. So when you say the far left hijacked the Democrat Party, there's some element of truth to that. But that's clearly your party being hijacked. I send my kid to school Muslim and they come home a Christian. That's far right. So it's starting to happen on your side too. And I see in the comments, Nathan Christopher talked about Project 2025. That's another example. If that comes to fruition, that's the right hijacking your party. Naeem Barber, good evening. Welcome to the program, Naeem. I am very unhappy with you even talking about this. You are smarter than this, says Lizzie B. What am I talking about that you are very unhappy with, Lizzie? Clarify that. Naeem, good evening.
Hey, I was just coming up because I don't believe that the far left has infiltrated the Democratic Party as much as the far right has.
I see where you're going with that, but I do believe stuff like the Me Too movement, toxic masculinity, and things like that, making a man not feel comfortable just being a man. That's feminism, for instance. There is some areas, just like with some of the pronouns. Like I made a video back in the day, maybe not back in the day, but about a year ago. And I was talking about how, I'm a 52-year-old man, and I consider myself an ally of the LGBTQ community. But I had somebody on one of these live streams a while back that were really attacking me because I kept making a mistake in calling her a she, because her picture was up and she was saying my name is they, and this person was going off on me for why can't you call like you realize how hard I'm trying. I was trying to call them they and apologize. I'm like, you realize how hard that is? I was taught in school that they and them is plural. So stuff like that, there is some hijacking.
No, I agree with you. Where like those people are represented by the Democratic Party, but those people aren't like all throughout the Democratic Party, like in places of leadership. Whereas like I think we will have a level of understanding where it's like you'll see inclusion, because that has to, the only place where you'll ever find that is within the Democratic Party. You won't find LGBTQ leadership within the Republican Party at all. True. So their only option is to be under the umbrella of the Democratic Party.
I'm 100% in favor of inclusion, but like I said, when it comes to teaching an old dog new tricks, I don't like where they're trying to move the needle and not giving people a chance to follow along with it. Like I said, for somebody like me, when my entire education, if I use they or them in a singular tense, I'm gonna get a failing grade grammatically. That it takes time to get used to this stuff, and they're not giving people that time. They're criticizing people.
We're under the same understanding of it. I'm saying, of course, you're only going to find in the Democratic Party, because you're not going to find them at all in the Republican Party.
Wait, say that again? You were breaking up.
You're not going to find LGBTQ people. Oh, sorry. I said, of course, you're only going to find them within the Democratic Party, because you're not going to find them in the Republican Party at all. No, you're not going to find people that care to correct the pronouns and stuff like that within the Republican Party at all, because they're not tolerant of those people.
Yeah, they're not welcome over there. No, that's true. You're not, the LGBT community, certainly in places of leadership, they're not welcome in the Republican Party. I agree with that.
The far left.
What happened? My caller paused. Edgy says my name is the fuck. What does that says? My name is they. The fuck is even that? Are you there, name?
Yeah, you're not going to find that on the other end.
Yeah.
So it's like, of course, like the far left agenda is not passing like high levels of legislation, but like the far right is like, and you see it all throughout. Like you'll see it all throughout their cabinets. Like they are pushing far right agendas, and it's getting passed. Like the far left would be somebody like Bernie Sanders or AOC, but they're not a majority of the left or the Democratic Party at all.
Yeah, I can see where you're going with that. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do see when you actually talk about legislating far left and far right policies. Yeah, the far right, because the Democrats never had enough power or support to actually pass far left laws, where the right does have the actual support to do it.
But the Democratic Party, like the far left, never have that footing. Like even think about how progressive everybody said Kamala was, and then she started running, and you were like, oh, she has a bunch of centrist ideas. Most of her ideas was just to the right, and even when you think about Joe Biden, majority of his, like, the stuff that he enacted that people say is progressive were just like run-of-the-mill Democratic things. It wasn't like no super progressive ideas at all.
Well, you gotta understand, in this country, stuff like civil rights, for instance, that's progressive. I mean, if you're talking, like you mentioned, inclusion, that's considered far left. If you are pro LGBT, you're considered far left. Just like back in the day, if you were pro civil rights, you were considered far left. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, if you are in favor of equality for the LGBT community, you're going to be called a far left person.
Yeah, but my pushback was towards is that it's not like the Democratic Party is just a full of a bunch of people who are just like all trying to get like your kids to change their gender. The problem is that because of how dismissive the right is, we can't even have both sides of this conversation because they don't have anybody on that side that are just all also willing to have that conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, because the far right stance is, now they're saying that, like you said, they're not. They're saying that people are trying to change the gender of their kids, but in reality, the far right is against even exposing kids to the LGBTQ community.
But and it's not just that, but it's majority of like left-leaning ideology. So it's just like everybody could benefit from universal health care. They don't want to hear that shit. Everybody talks about like school, like they're against school lunches at this point, where it's like,
I don't get that. That is true. I don't understand that. I'm okay with self-reliance, but damn, I mean, when you start talking about taking away kids' school lunches, that to me is just cruel. Why, at the same time, you're pro-life? I don't want to, but that, you're right. I'm seeing that's happening in more and more places. I don't understand that. That comes across as cruel to me.
But and to that extent, it's like that's not even a super progressive thought. That was thought like 5 years ago, like free school lunches. Everybody was like, yeah, of course, like kids should be fed. Now it's a left idea. It's a socialist idea where it's just like, all right, yeah, we get it. It's kind of socialist, but like so is the thought of the ambulance. So is the thought of like police stations. Like,
well, any social policy you try to implement to help out the poor, it is going to be referred to as giving people free shit in socialism. And as you say, almost far left to some degree. The right is not in favor of it. I don't care. Like right now, we talk about bringing money home from the Ukraine and helping out Americans. How? Anything you do is going to be considered as free shit. Yeah. So.
But that's why I just wanted to come give my little pushback. I don't think the Democratic Party is like being pushed as far left as like the Republican Party is being pushed far right, and the shift is happening in a way where it's just like they don't notice how far to the right they are because of like a few people on the left are also on the far left, but the left hasn't shifted that far. If anything, the Democratic Party is consistently trying to become a more moderate party, and it's just like, you guys got people who want to call people by their right pronouns. You guys are weird.
Well, put it this way. You're saying the Democratic Party hasn't shifted as far left as people say. Well, the fact is the country has moved to the right. So even though if the center is here and the Democratic Party is over here, well, if the country goes over here, now it looks like the Democratic Party is much further to the left. The country moved right.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that because of that shift, that subtle shift to the right, everybody's like, the left has these crazy leftist ideologies. And it's like, they're not super to the left. It's just that you don't notice that the right is like, what it means to be on in the center has just shifted to the right. Like, it's not what people tend to think it is.
Yeah, fair enough. You kind of breaking about out.
Shift. Like I heard, like it's like. Oh, well, I'm gonna go ahead and step down.
Yeah,
like,
you're breaking up a little bit.
It's a global shift. Like there's European nations that are shifting to the right too.
That is true. They are starting to elect some right-leaning leaders all over the planet. I mean, we'll see how that ends up working in the era of Trump. That might be beneficial, but you are right. Many other countries are starting to elect right-leaning leaders as well. Thank you for coming through, man. All right. Yeah, he's breaking up some. What does that say here? The Democrats are the party of the insane. Elaborate on that. What do you think? Now, obviously, I'm assuming the LGBT community shit gonna come up, but let me know what you're talking about there. Repair and support, like the name, repair and support. So you're saying the Democrats are the party of the insane. Elaborate on it. I'd like to know what you're talking about. Didn't move far left. Ask girls that swim against Leah Thomas. This is what I'm talking about. Now, Mojo 88 base in Bourbon didn't move far left. Just ask the girls that swam against Leah how the girls that swim against Leah Thomas feels. This is what I'm talking about making a mountain out of molehill. This is very similar to the Lincoln Raleigh thing, where something that is affecting a very tiny, minute amount of people is blown up like it's happening every fucking where. Like there are biological males transgendering into women, and they're playing sports all over the place, just defeating women, breaking their records, hurting them in sport. Like, you listen to the right, you'll think this stuff is happening everywhere. They're passing laws all over the South that okay. This is what I'm talking about when I say fear mongering. Now, I don't support a biological male playing female sports at all. I don't support it at all. But I'm not going to pretend like this shit is actually a major concern that's happening everywhere. Even if you were allowed as a biological male to transition and play female sports, I don't think a lot of transgender people would do it. It ain't safe. You're not going to get any accolades. I mean, okay, you broke her record. Everybody in the stands is booing your ass. Some of them are threatening to hurt you. You're going to go out and wrestle as a biological male against a girl. You think you're going to go back to your car safely? I don't even think they would do it to the point where the right is making this out. The right is making it out like every high school in America features a biological boy playing female sports. Mountain over a molehill. That's all. I'm not saying this right. I don't support it. But it ain't nowhere near the issue that the right made it out to be. That's why I said in 2020, nobody ever predicted transgender issues would be a major voting topic in 2024. If they would win, it's going to be a asterisk by their name anyway. Yeah, shit. I think if you are a biologically born male and you play female sports and you start winning, you're going to end up being an example to other biologically born males to not try that shit. Somebody's going to hurt you. Somebody is either somebody is going to physically hurt you or you're going to be receiving threats. You're not going to get any cheering. You're not going to get any celebration at any sporting event if the fans know you were born a boy. Nobody, you're not going to want to do it. It ain't going to be that enjoyable to do it. You might have a handful of people that continue on, but most biologically born men that transition into a woman are not going to want that kind of drama. They're not going to do it. It's never going to become a major issue like that. But they're passing laws and going after them anyway. You guys should hijack MAGA for next election. Rebranded as Make America Gay Again. Oh my God. You guys, Ed, do you have a ghostwriter over there or something? I can always be coming from one man. Ed says you guys should hijack MAGA for next election. Rebranded as Make America Gay Again. Damn. You guys might trick some MAGA to vote for you guys. You do realize you're making MAGA sound really stupid if they fall for that. You basically saying this part of your party is really ignorant, but Make America Gay Again. When was America gay in the past? America was anti-gay. I don't know if that one hit as hard, Ed. I don't know. Try again. One day I'll call to provide my excellent debates. Mojo, your call will be welcome. I'd gladly take it anytime. My door's always open to you. Continuing on, Stick the ruler. Good evening, Stick. Dude, you are so wrong on this. What am I wrong on, Aaron? Stick, good evening.
Hey, how you doing,
I'm
Tim?
doing
What's your questions, Tim?
Do you agree with me?
Let's get right into it.
Okay, let's do that. Do you agree with me that the whole transgender issue is blown and exaggerated to just stratospheric proportions, where they've made this into an issue and it's really not one in real life?
Yeah. I mean, but you gotta realize too, you had some help from the left with the overblown, when you get on a debate stage and you talking about giving transgender health care to people that are locked up.
But she didn't do that. That's the problem. Kamala Harris never did that.
Hold on now. Well, why is there videos of her saying that while people are in jail, they would get transgender health care?
Because they already can get that. And she was asked her take on it, and she said, I'll follow the law. That law is already in place. They made it sound like Kamala Harris, if she gets elected, she's going to start doing that. She's going to pass some kind of legislation where all of a sudden transgender get all these benefits. That's already there.
Well, the whole thing of it is, Tim, you said it, poor messaging. Because guess what? I'm on her side, and from what I've seen and what I recollect, it does seem like in that certain case that that's what she was saying. Like she would.
She wasn't though.
She would basically highlight it and make it better, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, if I'm correct, that law was put into place under the Trump administration. If I'm correct, that law was put into place during the years Trump was in office. But she didn't do it.
And
go ahead.
And me personally, I don't care. It doesn't affect me. If it was already, especially if it was already in effect, I mean, again, it's one of those things that it doesn't shift my mind to vote for her, but at the same time, it doesn't not make me want to vote for her. So, again, it's one of those, I'm going to mind my business. Let them people, if they need health care, let them get it. I need it. Let me get it.
But let me ask, in regards to that whole getting health, I mean, what are we saying? If you're transgender and you're in prison, you should not be able to get health care at all?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if they need it, let them get it. I mean, if they've already made the change and then they break the law and they go to jail, but again, they're already set up on the outside with their doctor and what they need and okay, so now it's time for you to step up. You wanted to lock him up. You didn't want to give him probation. You didn't want to make it so he could get his affirming care that he needed. So, okay, go ahead and fit the bill.
To me,
it is what it is.
To me, what Kamala Harris what she should have did is put every issue that the right is talking about in regards to transgender, whether it's playing for the sports teams, whether it's gender affirming care in prison, whether it's, drag queen shows to kids or LGBT stuff in schools. She should have put everything they're concerned with in one commercial and ended it by saying, now tell me that they are favorable to this community and they don't hate this community, or something of the nature of, have you heard the Republican Party say anything about the LGBTQ community that's not negative? Like, everything they're covering on this community is negative. I mean, it is what it is. Like I've been saying on the show the whole time, it's hate. It's hate being masked as other stuff.
Exactly, and again, it's been said plenty of times on this show and on other shows, man. Me personally, I would respect you more if somebody just said, I like Trump. He's white, I'm voting for Trump. I would respect them more. I mean, it's just being honest, it's being real. Like, because everybody's confused on why this guy. If you just like him and you feel like he's right because he's white, then just say that. Don't give me I voted for the border. And we all know we had a bipartisan border bill, and I know you'll give me some pushback that they'll say it was too much fat in it. But at the end of the day, just like they're saying about the economy, it was a good bill. The economy's doing good, and he's going to inherit a good economy. Other than we just got that the inflation is predicted to go up again, but hey, they're predicting what he's going to do, and that's the predictions that they're putting out.
Yeah, I would, in regards to what I was talking about, I don't know, I mean, because there's legitimate reasons to vote for Trump other than men white. I mean, people do believe he's better on the economy, better on the border, better on global affairs. But I do believe when it comes to the LGBTQ community, it would be simpler to just say, I don't like those people. I mean, that's what, in my opinion, when I listen to the right, you could sum up all of that stuff by simply saying, we don't like those people. Period. We don't like what they stand for. We don't like what they do. We don't like that community.
Well, what they say is, they do say it, but they don't say it the way that we want them to say it, right? They say, oh, I'm a Christian. And automatically, just because they're a Christian, they think that they can't do no wrong and everything that they do is good and so on and so on and so on. Yeah. But in actuality, we know what has came out of Christianity: wars, We know what has came out of Christianity towards women.
It ain't just Christianity, though. To be honest, all religion has a history of oppressing and abusing people. Wars are related. I mean, literally, all religion is like that. Religion.
Yeah, but we ain't dealing with all religions. We just dealing with Christianity. They trying to put Christianity to the front of the line of other religions here in the United States.
That is true.
And so again, I get what you're saying, but that's not the religion that's being pushed. Buddhism is not being pushed.
It's a good point.
Muslims is not.
I'll submit. I'll concede that. That's a good point.
So again, Tim, and just like somebody said, I don't know if it was Demcow, but you know, they hide behind that I'm a Christian statement to kind of like shut you up, because if you're God-fearing, you're not going to go against God. Let's just keep it G. You're not going to try to fight the 10 Commandments. You're not going to try to fight the word. You're gonna like subconsciously, you're going to fall in line, because again, majority of us here in America was raised in a Christian household.
True. That is true.
Whether it's Baptist, Protestant, Catholic, you know, Methodist.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I don't disagree with that.
So that's why you don't get too much pushback when people say that they're Christians, because guess what? The Christian in you will say, well, really, we should be on the same page and we should be doing the same thing. The only difference is you're more closer to a liberal Jesus, and they're the old Pharisees. You know,
a liberal. Can you even is that an oxymoron? A liberal Jesus? Can you even have one of those?
Well, I think Jesus was liberal during his time. You know, for those who believe in Jesus, when he went into the church and he found that they was like playing money, you know, playing games with the money and gambling and, you know, basically damn near shooting dice on the church steps. He turned over the table.
I don't know, because
he turned the table over. Yeah. So you just can't really say that Jesus was a conservative. You can't do that, and you can't say that he was a liberal, but you can say that he was a progressive.
Yeah.
Jesus was a progressive. He understood that, yeah, you sin and you can get forgiveness, but that don't mean just because you can get forgiveness, you keep on sinning. You got to have a realization that, yeah, the choices that you make determine whether you're going to heaven or hell. And just like my boy Zeus in the morning time, a lot of them, like, they hell bound. He got to fire up the damn the fire maker every morning, because nobody wants to admit what I've just asked them. Just tell me you like Trump because white is right. And that's how you feel.
You really think that's all it is? You really think most of MAGA is supporting Trump just because he's a white guy?
Hey Tim, who's in Wyoming? Who's in Montana? Who's in Kansas? Who's in Nebraska? Who's in New Mexico? Even though it's Mexico, but who's in New Mexico? So Vegas.
New Mexico's a blue state, but I get your point.
But my whole point I'm trying to make is, when you look at that map and you see all of those red states, it's mostly Middle America and the South.
Yeah.
Middle America and the South, including Texas and Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, Georgia. Like, it's insane. I mean, you got to get to North Carolina before you can see blue. Or but as a city.
And you think the only reason that all of those areas are voting Republican is because of skin color?
Yeah, and I believe, like, even though Biden was looking and bumbling, guess what? They would have probably voted for Biden more than they would have voted for Kamala. Like Buddy said, I'm gonna vote for Biden even if he on his deathbed, wasn't it, or something like that? He in a coma, he can't talk.
Yeah, that was Mark Cuban that said I would vote for Biden over Trump, even if Biden was I think Bill Maher said he would vote for Biden even if they had his head in a jar of blue liquid. But here's where I disagree with you on the white. They're voting because they're white. I think the Democrats vote based on the mindset and policies of city folks, of diverse crowds, for instance. The Republicans, they do vote more favorable to the desires of white people. I don't disagree with that. So if you're in Wyoming, you're not going to vote for a politician that believes in big city New York policies. Like, for instance, the Second Amendment. In big cities, people live on top of each other, so giving everybody guns and shit like that could lead to mayhem. If you're living on a ranch in Wyoming, you don't have to worry about that. So you may use it to hunt, and you don't have to worry about your neighbor shooting you because you know him and ain't nobody else for hundreds of miles. So you're not going to want a politician that is going to be operating from a standpoint of big city where, like, for instance, diversity exists in big cities. Well, if you live in rural Alabama somewhere, it's not very diverse. So I don't need to elect a politician that's going to be pro-Muslim and pro-LGBT. We ain't got none of that around here. So I don't know if it's just.
I get that, but we don't need black folks like Byron Donalds. Like, he down here.
I don't know what that is. Hey, I know what you're talking about. I don't understand him talking about he's a black Nazi and all this shit. I don't know what that is.
No. That's not the black Nazi dude. The black Nazi dude is the dude in I think it was North Carolina.
Yeah, the governor.
Yeah, not him. I'm talking about Byron Donalds, the one that said that we were better under Jim Crow. Him.
God damn.
So, but this is the thing. He was on a talk show, and he says those things, and then he turns, and then the person who was kind of like interviewing with him goes, "Yeah, well, you're a black senator or in the House of Representatives, and you're not even your base and or the people who you're is in your district is predominantly white." Yeah. So I mean, like, what are we talking about? You're not even governing for your people. You're governing for somebody else, and you're telling them what we want. But you're so detached from us. What you're saying, if you listen to everybody in this crowd, is totally backwards and false. We do not agree with you.
Yeah, and that's why I said this on last night's broadcast, that it's easier to be a Republican politician than a Democrat, because a Democrat politician has to give everybody a seat at the table, and Republican politicians, for the most part, they cater their policies to the goals and wishes and aspirations of straight white Christian males. Everybody else that's in the Republican Party, because it's not just straight white Christian males that are Republicans, but everybody else that's in that party tend to also want the same things as straight white Christian males, even if they're not one. Like you said, you got a black guy talking about we're better off doing Jim Crow. I mean, they all
exactly.
So I don't know what.
So
go ahead.
Yeah. So and then not only that, again, is you take a look around, you see the only two brothers there, and then on top of that, those two brothers went back to back, and people don't want to talk to them no more. People don't want to deal with them no more, and they still didn't get a cabinet position.
Yeah, but now hold on a second. You're talking about being better off under Jim Crow. Aaron M on YouTube says he said under Jim Crow there were more married black families, etc. Once again, you guys are lying. So he's saying that he didn't say you were better off under Jim Crow. He only said there were more married black families.
No. Okay, so if we're gonna do that, we're gonna actually tell you what he should have said, not what he meant. What he should have said. What he should have said was, under Jim Crow, the only thing that came good out of it was we weren't like you people. The people that Jim Crow didn't affect, we wasn't like you people. We wasn't murdering. Yes, we was with our families, and you know why? Because those are the only people we had to depend on. Black folks was the only people we had to depend on because we already knew that y'all didn't have no good for us. So if he would have said it like that, but he couldn't do it because his supporters would have been in outrage.
Yeah, there was the actual way, in my opinion, you should have just simply said it is, back in the 1950s or whatever, black folks were, more in intact marriages. Jim Crow should not have been brought up at all. If you're going to bring up an era where you believe black people were doing better, you shouldn't bring up the worst from that era in the same sentence. You don't need to bring up Jim Crow to talk about how blacks remained married during the 1940s or 50s.
No. If he would have had the right intentions, meaning he was standing up for black folks, then yeah, you can mention Jim Crow, because you're telling them, listen, we were better off when we were like us and not like you. Soon as we got the rights, the civil rights, when people said, "Oh, I can do the same thing that a white man can do, a black woman can do the same thing as a white woman can do," that's when we fucked ourselves. That's when we fucked. We didn't have to be like them. We didn't need to be like them. We needed to be like us. But as soon as we act like them, now you see more murder. Now you see more this. Now you see more that. More using drugs. Black folks weren't known to use drugs back in the day. Because you know why? There wasn't no drugs to take.
They couldn't afford it.
Massa didn't allow drugs in his house. So again, in Jim Crow, again, you can't. Everything is brought here through the transport of somebody that got money. I don't care what it is. Alcohol, when it was prohibition, all the drugs, the illegal drugs that we have out there, I don't think I have to name them, but none of that was brought in through black folks until Frank Lucas came along. And even still, Frank Lucas had to go through so many other channels before he was able to do it himself. So it's one of those things where you say something, but you don't say what you really need to say. And again, we didn't have to be like them. We didn't need to be like them. We needed to be.
Well, I disagree with that. I disagree with that to some degree, because once you're in the country and you are a minority population, you gotta assimilate, because if you want to work, for instance, unless you're gonna have Black Wall Street everywhere where you don't have to deal with the white man. I mean, for you to be able to thrive in American society where you are a minority, you're going to have to assimilate, which means you're going to have to be like them. You're going to have to adopt some of their cultures, the language. I mean, you got to be like them.
No. You really don't, because I'm gonna be honest with you. When the Chinese get here, they don't act like the white man. They assimilate to themselves. They hire Chinese. They still eat.
Yeah, but they're not. But hold on. The difference is they're not. Hold on. The difference is they're not oppressed though. They're not oppressed upon arrival. In fact, when they come here, many of them are already educated. That's a big difference. They're not.
Well, no. Well, yes and no, because all Chinese aren't just welcome, and you know that, Tim. Everywhere they went, they was just like.
I don't know where the
they didn't have white skin, so they were talked about. They were called out their name as well. They got their own little slang names for them too.
I'm not talking about it's a big difference between somebody saying some insulting things. I'm talking about actual laws put in place to prevent you from succeeding. The Chinese never dealt with that. Not to any level like the black people did.
Well, no, I agree with you on that too.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is they got struggles too. Just like Mexicans have struggles, they're having a struggle now, you know? So, I mean, again, it's just what was said wasn't said the right way. He had it totally wrong. He was trying to please his base, and it came out stupidly, like really, really stupidly. And then to be on subject but not on subject, this guy that just got caught for the CEO, right?
Yeah.
For unaliving the CEO.
Yeah.
Well, he was smart enough to do it, but I think either he had help or he had some type of plan, like law-abiding citizen, where he kind of like confesses to, yeah, y'all know I did it, but you can't prove it type deal.
Huh? He's guilty as fuck.
Because yeah, he is, but what I'm saying is the guy on law-abiding citizen, he was guilty as hell too, but he still got off and told the judge.
Oh, you talking about the movie?
But what I'm saying is this guy Luigi, he's got sort of kind of the same type of vibes going on. Like, yeah, you caught me, but I ain't really worried about it. I got a lawyer, and I know a couple of things that if this ain't gonna match, this might not match. You know, I know what I'm doing.
Luigi going away for a long time. He ain't gonna get out of there. He ain't getting out of there. I gotta move it on, man. But you got a damn confession letter on you. A matter of fact, yeah, it's over with. He got a gun with the bullets in the gun that matches the crime scene. Your fingerprints are at the scene. Luigi ain't getting away with that unless a juror likes what he did to that CEO and just refuses to find him guilty.
And they do. They're gonna have the Trump effect. Trump, his guy that he's electing, to be, what is it, the head of the FBI and the other guy, Attorney General or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those guys have got to go through the FBI check and all of that, and one of them has SA or something like that going on in the background, right?
Yeah.
But guess what they're doing? They're going to do the thing that they did with Trump. They're going to ignore it. They're going to say, this is what Trump wants, confirm it, or we're going to be on your ass.
They're already doing it. I gotta go, but that looks like that's definitely happening.
And that's the new America. Do what I tell you, or I'm on your ass.
Nice. Stick. Thank you. Somebody, I wanted to respond to a comment. PPP loans are not forgotten either. Trump's going to lock all y'all up. That could happen, Aaron. That actually. Remember Biden's, what was it, like 80 IRS agents or something like that? The right were going apeshit about. Well, he hired all those IRS agents right after he extended the statute of limitations on how long they can go after PPP fraudsters. They can now go after you till the year, I think, 2032 or something like that. So that could be an avenue for Trump to go after. I mean, a lot of minorities cheated on that shit. I didn't get a penny, thank God. But yeah, that you're right. He could. Because there's a lot of people that criminally receive PPP loan money. That is true. They still get them every day. Says back. Well, a lot of people were lying and said they had businesses that they didn't and stuff like that. It would not surprise me if under the Trump administration they suddenly decided to go after a bunch of PPP loan fraudsters. It would not surprise me. It is what it is, folks. Get ready to fight. Y'all done pissed the wrong one off, period. Well, I don't necessarily know. Keep in mind, Trump ain't no kid. Trump is not like, it's not like Trump is, 60 years old, some shit like that. We talk about Biden and his cognitive abilities. There's no guarantee Trump gonna survive those 4 years either. I mean, you see what happened to Bruce Willis? How fast he went down? I mean, he ain't nowhere near Trump's age. Folks need to stop thinking of Trump as a spring chicken. You fuck around and start trying to go after everybody and end up bringing some of that shit down on himself. I don't know. Don't keep in mind, piss can lead to high blood pressure. It ain't like he's somebody who eats healthy regularly anyway. Let him stay pissed off. It may actually hurt his health in the process. Better ride off into the sunset a happy millionaire. Quit hating like that. I mean, you talk about Trump derangement syndrome. He can be deranged too. He can have enough hatred in his heart that it fucks with his health. You keep talking about Trump derangement syndrome. Keep in mind, he's capable of hating people to a fault as well. So he's not a kid. He's not some spring chicken. All that hatred ain't gonna be good for him. Somebody says, who's that? I can't pronounce the rest of it. Says Trump is a pedo. Based on what? Trump went from bankruptcy to billionaire. Nobody here can do that. Nobody here has Trump don't have a silver spoon. He has a fucking platinum spoon in his mouth. I don't know the business capabilities of anybody in here watching right now, but I can tell you this. If the audience watching me now, several hundred people, maybe 500 people or more, if the audience watching me right now on these platforms were given the same opportunities as Trump, I guarantee there's probably a few dozen billionaires watching me right now. People make it sound like Trump's business successes are like a Drake album where he started from the bottom, now here. Motherfucker started out with millions. Now he claims my dad gave me $1 million loan and I turned it into $1 billion business. Well, let's say he's telling the truth, which I'm 100% certain he is not, because his dad died and left him more money anyway. But let's say, for instance, he's telling the truth. He made that empire off of his dad giving him $1 million loan. His dad gave him $1 million loan at an age where probably all of us would have trouble finding not one bank in America would loan us $1 million at the age his dad loaned him $1 million. Probably not one of us watching this right now could get a bank to loan us $1 million at the age his dad, 20-something years old, whatever. He makes it sound like his business successes are this huge accomplishment. Do you realize how far ahead in the race yeah, of course you fucking won the race. You were like 10 feet from the finish line when we started. You way ahead. You're a successful businessman. You had a huge head start. You ain't Mark Cuban. You ain't somebody who worked from scratch to do this shit. You're gonna be rich regardless. You could have worked at, Starbucks as a barista and collected your dad's in here. You were going to be fucking rich regardless. Now, obviously, he is a good businessman. He's profited a ton of money off of what he was given, but he makes it sound like he started at the bottom and worked his way up. You realize how many opportunities would open up for you if you had $1 million loan to do business deals with? All sorts of opportunities that the average person would never see. Somebody give you $1 million. I mean, people make it sound like, look, it is what it is. But the guy had a platinum spoon in his mouth when he was born. He should be far wealthier and successful than the average person. Just a tremendous head start. Tremendous head start on everybody else. Trump was like 8 years younger than his older brother, so he had a different perspective on life. I don't know what his perspective of life was, but I know he had a huge head start. I don't think, probably well under 1% of Americans can say their dad would loan them $1 million at 20. Even some people with millionaire dad, even some Americans that have a dad that's a millionaire would not loan them the kind of money that Trump. Just a huge head start. Huge head start. You should be successful. Trump funded Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign because he is a racist. What do you mean when you say funded? In regards to whether Trump is racist or not, we can look. I think Trump is an opportunist. I don't want to necessarily go into now. Trump has said some very intolerant shit. He said things that do sound racist, in my opinion. But whether he's a racist or not, we can debate that under the time. I think Trump is an opportunist. If he can make money and benefit by helping out a black man, he'll do it. If he can make money and benefit by helping out somebody who is openly racist toward black people, he'll do it. I don't necessarily say he's racist. I think he's an opportunist. And racism is not a deal breaker for him. If he can traffic in equality for all, in civil rights for all, and be a very successful leader and businessman, he'll do it. But if he can traffic in racism and hatred and be a very successful businessman and leader, he would do that too. I just see him as an opportunist. Call it what you want. And in the comments, where RV USA says everybody does it. I don't think that's true. Bernie Sanders went to prison, or not prison, but jail, marching with Martin Luther King. Everybody won't do that. I don't buy that everybody would do that. Some people have stronger principles than that. You have said shit that sounds racist. We're fucking hit. What it says, Aaron, you're making excuses, Aaron. You're saying that we've all said things that sound racist. We're human. That's making excuses, though. And by the way, when I say Trump has said things that it's beyond just like I've shown many times on this platform, him tweeting out that whole thing that 81% of white homicides are committed by black people. But it is based on nothing. Trump himself, for the most part, just said black people are wholesale murderers of whites. He himself tweeted out that if you are a white person and you are the victim of a homicide, there's an 81% chance that black people did it. That's racist as fuck because it's completely inaccurate. It's not even remotely true. Never apologized for it. Never explained why he even sent that out to begin with. That would be like 10 million today. The price of gold back then was that's what I'm saying. Somebody give you that kind of money. You're taking that. I'm taking that out of context. Really? Tell me what context would it be in? I don't think what you're saying makes any sense. For some folks who have not seen it, I'll bring it up and play it for you briefly, and we'll talk about it. And I want to know how I'm taking it out of context. So that doesn't make any sense to me. If I can actually find it, that does. How is it being taken out of context? I don't see that. Him tweeting out that if you are a white person and you're the victim of a homicide, there's an 81% chance that a black person did it. When in reality, only 15% of white homicide victims are killed by blacks. Now, that is not taken out of context. Like I said, he never even explained why he sent that out. That's what makes it worse. He never ended up telling America, like, why would you send something like that out? He got on Twitter, got on social media, and just sent that shit out. So yeah, I vehemently disagree with it. I don't know if I can. I generally have it in here. I don't know where I put it at, but yeah, no clue why he would get on Twitter and send something like that out. And of course, it's not something that the right ever. It's not something that the right ever held him accountable for saying. Make no sense at all to me. Yeah, apparently I don't know where I have to end up. It must be on my other laptop or something. I don't see it in here. 5% of the murders in the USA are committed by blacks, and they only make up 13% of the population. 5% of the murders in the or 50% of, you said 50% of the murders in the USA are committed by blacks, and they only make up 13% of the population. Is that true? 50% of murders in America are committed by blacks? I do know in the hood there's a lot of murdering going on. I'm not going to disagree with it until I actually can. I mean, somebody says sounds accurate. We do a lot of killing in the hood, right? But we're not killing white people though. What Trump said is inaccurate. 50%, huh? Wow, that is horrible. That is horrible. I'm not even gonna try to defend that. That is horrible. Yeah, I don't know where I did with that clip I wanted to bring up and show you guys, but that 50% of the murders, damn. Yikes. Whites don't usually murder whites don't usually murder, but they do like kids. Ooh, so the pedo action is coming from white. Well, I don't know I don't know how many people in the Catholic Church violated, but it's sure a lot of them. So 50% of the murders, though, I didn't know that. Somebody said that's a lie. Yes, it happens, but most don't. Yes, it happens, but most something to figure. Here's one of the things I will say also, because we often hear that blacks are a smaller amount of the population, but they commit most of the crimes. They also are the most exonerated. Blacks also are over 13% of the population. But when you look at how many folks, percentage-wise, how many folks in this country get charged with a violent crime, and they're later found to be completely innocent of that crime, never committed it, blacks are represented in that category as well. Because the way the system is tailored, the over-policing in black community, black people get locked up more for crimes they didn't commit than white people too. Anytime you hear about somebody that served, 10, 20, 30 years in prison for a crime they didn't commit, and you hear the Innocence Project got them off after years, it's usually a black person. You see it on TV all the time. This person is thanking God, and they don't have any ill will toward the system, and they were praying every day they got locked up. It's usually a black person. They also are overrepresented. The amount of exonerated people that didn't do the crime you don't hear people bring that up though, but that happens too. It's not over policing, it's bad behavior. I don't know what you mean by bad behavior. Over policing is the real thing though. Bad behavior is not a crime, so I don't know what you mean by bad. If you're locking up people for crimes they didn't commit, I don't know how bad behavior justifies that, or whatever you're trying to get there. I don't get the point you're trying to make there. You just admitted black people kill a lot. So why is it wrong that there are more blacks in prison? Because most people in prison are not there for murder. That's why. Yeah, I did just admit black people kill a lot. You said, so why is it wrong that more blacks are? Because most of them are not in prison for murder. Most people are in prison for drug crimes, and white people use drugs just as much as black people. Yet there is far more blacks in prison for drug-related offenses than there are white. White people get high too. It ain't like drugs is something that's only being used in the black community. That's what I'm talking about, over policing. So you got a lot of low-level crack users and shit going to jail when low-level cocaine users are not getting caught. They're not going to jail because the police are not hovering around their community like that. So they're able to get away with it. Yeah, everybody ain't in jail for murder. Whites probably use drugs more. Look at heroin, says Adam. Not to mention they can afford more drugs. There's more money in the white community. You may be right about that. Have you watched how the people were killed and raped? They were out for blood because of how the women and children were killed. What are you talking about? Killed and held hostage? I don't know what you're talking about there. It's poor training. They are literally trained to violate everybody's constitutional rights because they want to take your rights away so they can have the power and control. Has nothing to do with race. Chris, I don't know what you mean by that. And wealthy whites in the suburbs have attorneys to get them off on yeah, that is true too. Over policing and the ability to hire better counsel. There's more to it in regards to why there are more African Americans in prison than anybody else. There's more to it than they just simply committing crimes. Because they're not all, most people in prison in America are not there for violent crimes. Most of them are not in prison for rapes and murders. It's mostly drug crimes. That's the largest percentage of inmates. It's drug offenses. And as I just stated, whites use drugs. Whites use drugs at least at the same rate as blacks. There's no way in hell you're going to tell me when you look at what 50% of the population being black and they're only 13% of the 50% of the prison population is damn near black and only 13% of the actual population is black. You're going to and they're mostly drug. You're going to tell me is that many more blacks doing drugs than whites? No, that is clearly an error in something system related. Most of the people in prison are there for drug related offenses, and the prison population is overwhelmingly black. Yet whites use drugs at the same rate, if not more, than blacks. Clearly, there's more going on to that. Now, if they were all there for murder, as one of my guests pointed out, and blacks commit 50%, then you'd have a point. But they're not all there for murder. Most people are not in prison for committing murders. I don't agree with everything any president has done, but damn, this guy has set a record. Well, I'm assuming that you're saying it because you don't like Biden. Huh? That's fine. He's gone. He lost. He didn't lose. Kamala Harris lost, but he probably was going to lose to Trump anyway. Probably for stealing Hellcats. Tim keeping us divided. I'm not keeping you fucking divided. I started up by talking about Israel, goddammit. The conversation wasn't here. Anyway, that probably means that I should go ahead and do what I don't normally do about this time, is log my ass off here. So I do appreciate you folks tuning in. Skeeter says Tim hates whites. I don't have a lot of blacks in my orbit. So if I hated whites, I would really stand out like a sore thumb. Look, I believe in free speech. I believe you have the right to be critical if you see it. I know a lot of folks view criticism as meaning you hate. If you're critical of the United States, that means you hate your fucking country. I don't buy that. If you're critical of Trump, that means you hate the guy. I believe in free speech. A lot of folks on the right are starting to indicate they don't support free speech. Because if you're critical of Trump, well, you hate him all of a sudden. You're critical of the United States, well, you need to leave America. A lot of folks on the right are starting to sound like they're not a big fan of free speech. They're not a big fan of the First Amendment. They'll talk about the second all damn day, but you want to put, like Trump is talking about, putting in prison flag burners and people who kneel. All of that's covered by the First Amendment. The right is starting to sound real anti-First Amendment. Real anti-First Amendment. Somebody say something I don't like, I want them punished. Get away from that. I'm telling you, get off of that. Facts. These Karens always want to silence shit you don't agree with, just like Trump's bitch ass. Damn. Look at the chat. Oh my God, Jake. Jake, you laid it all on the line. Forget what all these dummies think. I'm listening to you. What would you like to share? Rich, I've probably shared too much this evening. I will ask you folks that we do this Monday through Friday. I do appreciate you guys tuning in. It's always a pleasure talking to you folks. MAGA are always my preferred audience. Liberals are welcome as well, but we are MAGA friendly. That's why you see the hat there. Let folks know on the right. I do strong, despite the politics, I strongly believe that conservatives, Republicans, and definitely MAGA do not always get a fair shake in the media. So you'll see the MAGA hat here to let you know here, regardless of your opinion or your political leanings, you will always be welcome on the program. We are MAGA friendly. I say that all the time. We can criticize and chat with each other and push back. I'm thick-skinned just like most of you folks are. No snowflakes here. So if that's the type of engagement you enjoy, follow the program for my TikTok viewers, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. It doesn't cost you any damn thing. Subscribe to the program. Monday through Friday is when we're here. It's your boy, Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I'm going to end it right now. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Take care. And for my YouTube audience here, take care, Tim. Thanks for the reading the stupid comments. No comment is stupid. Just some of them are different in opinions. Some of them have a difference of opinion. Don't get lost in the one side is better than the other side argument. Brotherhood through bond beats it all. I like that. I really like that. Donnie, I think that says, I like that comment. Yes, they have proof of life. I don't get that one. I talk shit sometimes, but I like how you think. Thank you. Fold them. Appreciate that. You got to know when to fold them. White people have been demonized for 8 years, and Democrats wonder why whites stopped voting Democrats, says Aaron. That's an interesting point. Demonized how? I think pointing out history is considered demonization to a lot of white people. Like, the whole argument about CRT in schools because it makes, I think because the history of America features a lot of bad white people. A lot of modern day white people would rather that part of history just simply not continue being discussed. And to do it, in the eyes of some white people, make them feel like you're demonizing whites. My point on this before I move it on, before I get out of here is, I'll say this. If the ancestors, because obviously no whites today own slaves or any of that. I'm not blaming any modern day white person for the shit that was done back then. But I will say this. If their ancestors had simply told the fucking truth, a lot of this shit would not be happening today. A lot of the racial issues that come up is because a lot of the history, the horrors of it, are just coming out now. Just a tremendous amount of actual history was told inaccurately, lied about, or just, even right now, what is it? There's a Netflix movie coming out, a Tyler Perry movie about an all-black female military unit that were dealing with mail and shit. Think about all of the African Americans in the military that never got medals for what they did, never got promoted. A lot of this shit is unknown. So anytime somebody makes a movie about it, it just creates and opens up new wounds because they were not honest and accurate about what happened. If they had just simply told the truth, we could have had those moments and moved on and got past it. But the fact is, it happened. And then they did their best to cover it up and never let it see the light of day. And as the stories continued trickling out about what actually happened, instead of them saying, yeah, you got me, they continued lying about it and demonizing the people that were telling the stories. So for something that could have probably came out in the span of maybe one generation, because of all the lying and pushbacking, it's been going on for several generations. We're still got people talking about the Civil War had nothing to do with slavery, and the Confederate flag is about pride and heritage. people are actually in modern day time trying to indicate that slavery was beneficial to black. Just tell the fucking truth. This doesn't have to keep going on. But when you're doing shit like that, what do you think's going to happen? You think you're going to have a whole bunch of black people all of a sudden celebrating how much they learned and gained during the era of slavery? If they had simply told the truth, the country could have moved on. But when you're doing, like I said, people right now to this day are trying to suggest the Civil War had nothing to do with slavery. I mean, the documents from that era makes it clear that that was the main goal of why the war broke out. Why hide that? It's hundreds of years ago. You ain't got nothing to do with that. Why are you trying to hide what happened? It's 6, 7 generations ago. It ain't got shit to do with you. Why would you want to lie about that? People are doing that. That's why this keeps going on. It ain't hating white people, but it is going to lead people to get pissed off with modern day whites that are still trying to hide the truth. People are actually saying phrases like the South will rise again has nothing to do with racism. And what the fuck does that have to do with? What was America like when the South was on top? People literally walking around saying the South will rise again. What do you think African Americans are going to think about that? Start with the truth and we can move on. That's all I'm saying. Start with the truth, we can move on. It ain't that people are trying to demonize white folks. But yeah, if you're telling people things to their face that they know is a lie like that, yeah, it's gonna cause some demonization. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Subscribe to the damn channel. Catch you tomorrow. Thank you, folks.